Embarking on the second half of the 12 hours of Daytona in the GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA Round 3. The sun is setting, the conditions are getting slightly more favourable, and we're still enjoying this 12-hour race. My name is Ian O'Leary, Conor Maddock alongside me to take you through the final portion of this race. It's been an interesting one so far, many yellows, it's got to be said. 6 yellow flags in the first 4 hours, but we are starting to clean things out a little bit now, and hopefully that will continue with some good racing towards the flag. Connery, this BMW has only been out for well, a couple of weeks now, and I think that's been clear to see at times throughout today's race. People's experiences with these cars are still being formed as we're watching them right now.
Yeah, we've had a very interesting rate of attrition. Let's just say that, at least, like you said, in the early parts of the race, a lot of those yellow flags involving these new BMWs, these new GTP cars, as they're classified here in IVRA. So, yeah, I mean, everyone's got, it's a bit of a learning curve. All things said, it's an entirely new discipline for all intents and purposes. Yes, we've had fast prototype cars on the service before, but maybe not quite like this one in terms of how it behaves. So the drivers are getting to grips with it, the teams are getting to grips with it as well, and well, it's just resulted in a few maybe dropping out of the race a little bit too prematurely. But I'm sure in races after this one we'll get ourselves, or at least the prototype teams will get themselves a little bit of a better footing on how this car is meant to be driven.
Absolutely. There's still 3 rounds of racing to go in the GSI Endurance Series for the 22-23 season, and so there's plenty of time just yet. Let's have a little run through of the order then as we're heading towards halfway, because we are about to dish out points for these positions, and Pure Sims Esports are going to scoop up the 50 that you get for leading at the halfway mark. They're about 14 seconds ahead of Team RSO. SRC Movano Corsa are on the provisional podium right now as well. Private label Team Hype, they're in 4th, still within half a minute of the leaders though. SimCity Racing, very new to the IVRA scene, but they're having a good race here in 5th, with Valkyrie XP at the moment in that 6th position down it. That's the final car on the lead lap. Behind that we've got German Sim Racing 17 laps down. Championship leaders for Lotche are down 17 laps down as well. They're outside the top 30 overall, by the way, a long way down. Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Maniti Racing head out your top 10. It's a very, very stretched out GTP field indeed. Impulse Racing are leading in GT3 Pro as things stand right now. They're just ahead of Aztec SimSports Visceral. Urano Esports are having better look than their GTP, it's safe to say, in 3rd place. Samba Racing Team are 4th, with Hell Racers Tershine rounding out the top 5. Then we've got Team Hoisingveld, Team PGZ and Phoenix Racing Esport all battling with inside half a minute. Just see Team PGZ, then the Phoenix Audi just in the background. There's WS Racing Esports and and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, I should say, figure out the top 10 there in GT3 Pro. And finally, in GT3, we've got the Valorous Motorsports Apollo car currently leading right now. Maniti Racing 2nd. Waterford Sim Racing team are in 3rd, ahead of Satellite Racing and Prestana Nomad, your top 5. Rusty Spatulas are inside the top 6. SRO Motorsports, a number of laps down, but they are still running in 7th, as are Quasar Sim Racing, Element Sim Racing and Archer Brothers, all inside the top 10 at the moment. So that is your order. As we're completing this right now, that is where the points are going to go to in terms of those halfway points. Don't forget, in these GSI Endurance Series races, half points are awarded at half distance in any of the races. That's often easy to work out when we've got 1,000 miles or 1,500 kilometres, but 12-hour race at the 6-hour mark, we have halfway points dished out, and we just have done that now. So Pure Sims Esports leading Connery, Team RSO 2nd, SRC Movano Corsa are in 3rd. I think that top 3 to me is very telling about those who are experienced in prototypes at endurance racing, because while those teams and none of these teams have experience in this BMW, those 3 teams have been around for seemingly forever doing prototype endurance racing, and that's got to count for something in a race like this.
Absolutely. If you've told me to pick 3 team names that are synonymous with prototype endurance racing and iRacing, those are probably the 3 names that I would pick. So yeah, they've definitely shown their wealth of experience here in a race as tough as this one. You know, it might not be, you know, as, you know, a very tough circuit, this Daytona International Speedway, but with a new car, with all these new elements coming into things, that's a huge challenge for the teams. And like you said, those are the most experienced, perhaps able to get themselves used to the situation a little bit better than some of the other teams, and that's seemingly exactly what we've seen here today. Private label team Hype, though, keeping themselves in 4th place here at the moment in the prototype class, so they're going along very, very well indeed as well. But yeah, it is kind of a little bit sad just having 6 prototypes on the leading lap, but I think that's probably the most that we can expect out of the first race with the new machine.
Absolutely. We did start with 16 today, by the way, and 4 of them are already out of the race, with, yeah, as you say, 6 on the lead lap. Private label team Hype, though, as you say, doing well in 4th place. Connor Harrington currently driving there, almost deconstructing my theory as he's going around. So we love that. But he's about 15 seconds at the moment. Oh, sorry, 8 seconds off of Movado and Andrea Barrilero in that 3rd place. So there'll be things to watch throughout the day in the GTP category. Where the real battles are, though, and where the real close racing is right now, is in GT3 Pro and GT3 as well. There's some very small margins over some very high positions indeed. Not only for the lead in GT3, Valorous and Beniti only separated by about 1.2 as things stand. And the fight for 4th place is worth looking at as well in GT3 Pro. Hell Racers currently holding back Team Huizenveld. This is the kind of racing you expect to see at Daytona. He said earlier that, you know, it's not the most difficult circuit in the world, and that is true. I gotta be honest, I find it quite boring, but racing at Daytona is absolutely not boring. Very exciting, and the amount of time you spend on the banking here in the slipstream, that means that it is very exciting indeed. And of course, bump drafting will play its part as well, as you're seeing here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's well, calling back to, you know, how the NASCARs race this on the ovals, isn't it? Just bump drafting across the start-finish straight there, down in towards probably the trickiest corner on the circuit, turn 1. It's you have to deal with the transition down from the banking onto the flats, and also you're turning slightly while braking as well, which is always a bit of a concern. But these guys, you know, having done it probably thousands of times in practice, and they'll do it about over 450 times in this race alone, certainly used to it. But yeah, you know, it's just the nature of the circuit, the nature of the racing here at an endurance race at Daytona is that, well, people tend to stick together due to the slipstream, and battle for 4th place right now in the past. We've also got battle for 8th and 9th, actually not 8th and 9th, excuse me, as I see someone drop down the order. That's Phoenix Racing Esports actually coming down in and getting their pit stop service done. But it has seemed to be the gaps that, well, that are close, so are in these on this GT3 Pro class. They're keeping each other very, very honest indeed. And, you know, given that we're in the middle of a pit stop phase, still having battles is something to be happy about, I suppose.
Certainly is. We've seen the leaders, previous leaders, Impulse Racing into the pit lane. Lewis Woods out there again. That was no tyres taken there, and no tyres taken by anybody in these last few rounds, really. We've seen the likes of Visceral, Geodesic and Obsidian all into the pit lane, not taking tyres. That's Phoenix Racing. And so that very much seems to be the norm for now. As Team Huizenveld get onto the back of Hell Racers here, and they're just going to push this Porsche along towards Samba Racing Team. I think that is just up in front. It is indeed. So this is now a 3-car battle for 2nd position. It just shows you how powerful the draft and how powerful bump drafting is, because Samba Racing, with no help at all, completely on their own, were caught dramatically there.
They absolutely were, and now they, well, briefly had to deal with a bit of, prototype lead lap car trying to get itself through on these guys, which doesn't, hasn't helped the Samba Racing team here at the moment. There's 3 different manufacturers represented as well, Lamborghini versus Mercedes versus Porsche in this instance, so good to see the variety towards the very top of the field here in GT3 Pro. But yeah, Samba, that really didn't work out in their favour. 2 cars working behind. Now those 2 cars are in your direct slipstream as well. Not a fun time to be front of the pack, I guess, the middle of a Daytona race.
No, not really. Although it's better doing it at this point rather than on the last lap, because then you really have had it when you're leading in that situation. If these guys do indeed come to the line like this, you never know. Of course, we do have cautions in this race, as you're probably aware at home. We've seen quite a few of them so far, and so we'll just see whether we get them again. Hopefully it stays green for the most part.
Yeah, but we do have our pictures very, very slightly frozen here, so we will just take a moment just to try and make sure and see whether this comes back or not. So otherwise, I'm going to have to go and do a little bit of a restart. No, it has completely crashed. Wow, iRacing crashing has not happened in a very, very long time for me. So that is a very, very interesting occasion. We're going to have to take a little bit of a break, guys. Don't go away. We'll be back at the server in just a second.
Welcome back to Daytona, where we are under yellow flag at the moment. We're going to try and figure out quite the reason why and what's going on in the race at the moment. But apologies for that short break there. We're back again now, and very glad to be as well. This is the GSI Endurance Series, 12 hours at Daytona, and as you can see, we are under yellow flag. I'm not sure which number yellow flag this is for the day, but there certainly have been many throughout the day so far. Team RSO are now leading the way as a result of this. I didn't notice Pure Sims came in right before this yellow flag, so this will either help them or not. We'll wait and see on that.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Things shaking up. Of course, we were in the middle of a pit stop cycle for the GT3 Pros, and by extension the regular GT3s. But yes. I have to wonder if that incident that we had wasn't just isolated to us, and maybe a few other drivers had the same thing. But we'll have to wait for word from race control as our overlays slowly but surely get themselves back to life. But yeah, that's probably a coincidence, but we'll just have to see from race control.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I'm not sure what the yellow is for at the minute. I'm trying to figure that one out, but from looking up and down the Discord, I don't think everybody has just completely capitulated in terms of their game. So I think that side of things was all right, but then again, I don't know. Really, we are in a yellow flag though, as you can see. We're just filtering through those who are caught between their class leader and the overall leader for those in GT3 Pro and GT3 as well. So we'll get those through, and then we'll get the pit lane open. We'll see who decides to actually come in and make use of that. You'd imagine that the top 4 will, because Pure Sims and Valkyrie had recently been in, as you can see by the fact that they're well back in the trade at the moment, still yet to come back or come into view. There they are, just in the background through the banking. So yeah, they're a long way back because of that pit stop that they made not so long ago. But just getting everybody into order, and you can see the dangers of the safety car actually in the background there, because everybody's kind of pulling out of line. Presumably somebody's hit the brakes, and then the person behind them must hit the brakes a bit harder, and you get the idea. It all turns into a bit of a mess, but hopefully this will be a fairly swift yellow. We can get back underway again, but it's certainly a bit of a headache for the team strategists and the race engineers, who will be figuring out whether to come in right now or not.
Yeah, it's a big call. It become a little bit of an awkward point for the prototypes. Of course, like I said, GTs were largely in their pit stop cycle already, so it's not necessarily affecting them too much. But yeah, this is where the money's made as far as making your calls as either a spotter or a crew chief or strategist, just to try and put your car in the right place at the right time and to set yourself up for the end of the race. However, with how many cautions that we've had so far, Paul Smith, our previous commentator for the previous segment, deciding that, telling us that we've had, this is caution number 7 in this race so far, and we're seeing a lot of cars on the way towards the pits.
We certainly are. The top 4 in GTP should be, and the overall leader in GT3 Pro is in as well. Pulling into the pit lane now, and we'll go up on the jacks for the GTPs. I believe, by the way, they can take fuel and tyres together they're rental cars, aren't they, really? So they'll be taking fuel and tyres together. Pure Sims Esports will be staying out. Harley Horton will take the lead, but you can see there's going to be a lot of waving around going on over the next few moments. And of course, the new update to the GT3s means that they can also take fuel and tyres together, I've just remembered. So that's a change, but it does kind of eliminate a little bit of the strategy of these races, really, because it's a no-brainer taking 4 tyres every time now.
Yeah, it kind of does reduce the variety of strategies that we see in this particular class. You see Team Hoisingfeld, they're off the way. They're actually a slightly longer stop compared to their peers there, 41.6. Samba Racing with 39.1 on the horse towards the pit lane. Delta Sport, however, they were only 18.1 on the pit lane there. So maybe just taking a little bit of a top off rather than the full tank of fuel in that instance.
Yeah, I would expect so. Also down on pit lane, WS Racing Esports for nearly 5 minutes now, and I think we may have found the culprit of the yellow if that is the case, because you wouldn't normally take nearly 5 minutes for a pit stop. They're down in 11th in GT3 right now, so that's Moritz Peckel at the wheel at the time. He's just making some damage repairs now. The car doesn't look too damaged, maybe the rear end is a little bit crumpled. But I also saw Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing's GT3 Pro down on pit lane and having escapes back to pit lane, but it turns out maybe that wasn't a problem at all. No, it's not really looking that great either, so maybe they were the culprits for this yellow flag.
Yeah, potentially. Of course, unfortunately, even if we did know where they had a problem, we can't go back to it because we weren't in the session because iRacing booted us out. So, so that will forever remain a mystery as far as we're concerned here. But soon we'll be able to get ourselves back racing here momentarily. Pace car lights are still on. We'll just wait and see when race control give the signal. Currently, they're just dealing with a couple of wave rounds that need to be done to get everyone in the right place, but as soon as all this shuffled up pack is sorted out, we will be able to go back racing. But yeah, it's sometimes this is a quite complicated process that race control has to go through, and sometimes it does take a while as well. And not, you know, if you've watched IVRA broadcasts previous, you know how long sometimes this can happen, but. Rather get it right than rush and get it completely wrong and have a bit of a drama.
Well, exactly, because if somebody loses a lap or gains a lap as a result of all this, then there really is going to be a problem for whoever has to deal with that. There is always, I'll be honest, maybe I'm going to slander a load of teams and drivers by saying this, but I've never found the safety car rules particularly complicated, if I'm totally honest. I don't know quite how everybody gets quite so confused every single time, but anyway, that's just me. As you can see right now, we're waiting for, first of all, the leader needs to get to the lead, which they're going to do now. Valorous Motorsports there have found their way to the lead. They're leading GT3, so they're in the right place. We need to get the GTPs up towards the front, though, which is another thing. There they go. That's why they're overtaking everybody right now, because we don't want the GTPs starting within the GT3 pack, because that would cause all manner of problems. We also need to make sure that Impulse Racing are the first GT3 Pro car in line, and then when all of those things have happened, we can get underway for racing again. But I remember last season in the IVRA Endurance Series, as it was called then, the GSI Endurance Series, the LMP2s, when we had LMP2, GTE and GT3, whichever class leader happened to be in the lead was allowed to just take the green flag. Whereas now with these LMP2s, as we had previously, and now especially the GTPs, it's probably a good idea for us to get the prototypes up towards the front, because otherwise we are just going to have caution after caution after caution. If a GT3 car has to start the race, as would have happened then, we don't really want that. It would have been too much of a mess, really. So get the overall leaders to the front, and then we can get the race underway cleanly, hopefully.
I mean, we already had caution after caution in the early parts of this race. We weren't around for it in terms of the commentary, but yeah, it was a little bit stop-start, shall we say it in the early goings, despite having the prototypes start right at the very front of the field. But looks like they've all been able to file their way through. There's the last prototype on the leading lap there. And of course the actual lap traffic prototypes are also interspersed in amongst this train as well, so we'll have to see how that works out for them. But presumably we're going to have a race start relatively soon, given that we've gotten the order largely sorted out at the moment, and just waiting for the rest of these little bits to try and sort themselves out.
Yeah, absolutely. Not sure what quite needs sorting for the minute, but clearly something does. There is Maniti Racing Alex Bennett in the pit lane right now for GT3 Pro, and that's turning into a very long pit stop for them. Not entirely sure quite why, but they are indeed in there for quite a long time for Maniti Racing. Not sure, as I said, not sure quite why. Fourth place in the standings coming in today. Alex Bennett gets underway once again, but not ideal. They were 108 points behind Urano coming into today. And we'll maybe have a bit of a discussion about those standings as this race gets underway once again. But it is going to be a very interesting restart. It's going to be a pretty chaotic restart that you would imagine as well. GTP is going to lead us off, but I don't think it's going to be this lap by the looks of things. I can still see safety car lights on there, so we are still waiting for somebody to get into the right place. Couldn't tell you quite who. I think the GTPs actually have to be in order as well, so maybe all the lead lap GTPs have to be in the right place as well, which I didn't know was a thing. Thought it was just for the slower traffic.
Yeah, we had a EOL penalty being given as well there, because these drivers do have a choice about taking a penalty. If it's within a certain time penalty, then you can actually convert it into an end-of-line penalty at any caution. So that could be what also has to be sorted out here at the moment as well. As you saw a couple of those prototypes get themselves filed back just a little bit. But we've got coming up on 5.5 hours of this race to go. Another caution here, caution number 7 of the day. I get the feeling we'll see a few more before we get the checkered flag out here at Daytona. You know, given this is an actual timed race rather than a lap race, we won't go super over the expected time that the race takes, I guess.
Well, I've got to say that while the Road America race did seem like it went on for far past what we expected, in the end, Circuit of the Americas turned out to be a very similar distance in terms of time, or a similar sort of time length. So I'm not really sure. It's just how different races feel, I suppose, when you're watching them. But yeah, I found that slightly weird when I was watching that. Yeah, Coacher took about the same amount of time, and it certainly didn't feel like that. I guess the amount of green flag running at Coacher certainly did help, because I think you were on the commentary, Connor, for the only caution of the race.
Yeah.
And after that, it was clean and green.
Yeah, and it was a bit of a weird instant as well, because the car that was involved got damaged and then only caused the caution when it parked up like a half a lap later. So yeah, that was an interesting one. I mean, you're not expecting many cautions at Circuit of the Americas given the wide open nature of it and plenty of runoffs, but you know, we did have one, and we've had a number here at Daytona. First one of this second half. Pace car lights are out though, so we are going green this next time by. We
are indeed. I believe it was Pure Sims Esports, by the way, the GT3 Pro that parked up to cause the caution last time. No points on the board at all yet this season for them, I'm afraid to say. A really disappointing season for that team. But yeah, there we go. Not here today, I don't believe, on the 52 car grid that we saw earlier on. Lots of weaving going on now. The sun's starting to come down, the darkness starting to become a factor, and temperatures starting to go down as well. That certainly can't help at these restarts. 23 degrees down on the circuit. You know, I wouldn't describe it as cold just yet. I'd absolutely take 23 degrees in December, if I'm honest. But you know, it's not great for these tyres, really. A lot of weaving is needed here.
It was down to around -7 where I was at last, I think, Wednesday night to Thursday.
I got -10, if that's, but I'm more northern than you, so that's, so there you are. Yeah, I will absolutely take 23 degrees, thank you. If someone wants to deliver that to the UK, that'd be lovely.
My car was completely encased in ice. It was interesting.
I'm not surprised. No, unbelievable. Anyway, sorry non-UK people who can't relate to this conversation. We're about to go back green flag racing though, something that we can all relate to, as the pace car will pull in. Still over 5.5 hours to go, long way to go in this race, but Harley Horton will be pleased with the lead that Pure Sims Esports have got right now. This is all a big mess for some reason, but on the apron there, one of the lapped cars just trying to get out of the way of everybody, and I can see why really, because this is about to get very, very congested indeed. Everybody taking things relatively calmly through turn 1, as Harley Horton is going to hold on to that lead. Team RSO are going to get up into second position immediately ahead of Valkyrie, who are down to third, and then it's Movado, Private Label Team Hype and SimCity Racing, those whom are left on the lead lap in GTP. But that's the dream situation for Pure Sims really. The only car behind them pulled off immediately there.
Yep, indeed they did. And look at this, down the inside goes Valkyrie. Oh, they bammed doors coming off the corner. This is Team RSO versus Valkyrie for P2 in class, and well, P2 overall as well. RSO on top for now, but that was a bit of a fight.
It certainly was. And that's the kind of thing you expect to see, especially into the West Horseshoe, where you're kind of turning and braking into that right-hander as you go. It can result in a bit of contact down towards the, well, I guess Le Mans chicane it's called, but bus stop traditionally. Down the inside for one of those cars, just in behind private label Team Hype, although it didn't look like the SimCity car. Could have been one of the lapped cars that's still out there at the moment. Veloce are right on the back of them as Maniti Racing go off the road from GT3. That's Marius Janke who is at the wheel at the moment, and there's SimCity Racing. How have they ended up there is the question, and we might find out soon. But they're pulled off. They don't look like they're going anywhere. We might see a very quick caution coming up very soon as they escape back to the pit lane. Well, this has happened a long time ago, but I'm not entirely sure quite how. Could be on the exit here, just getting the power down from the International Horseshoe. It is, and they get tagged by somebody, and I'm surprised that amount of contact has done that amount of damage.
I mean, you damage more, I suppose. As, yeah, they're on the grass here. They try to get it back going, and then, oh, yeah, my word. You see the right front is completely collapsed. I can confirm we do have a yellow flag from this one. So just a moment of green flag racing, and we're back under the caution here. Here's the rear view on the number 71 SimCity Racing. There's the slide, and there, straight into the back. Oh, didn't quite see who that was. But
no, I didn't either. It could have been German Sim Racing, I would maybe guess. They've got a dark front end. That's what I'm basing it off. I don't really know. It was not them, it was the driver running in front of them, and I can't quite identify them for the moment. Veloce were in there. It could have been Geodesic. Yes, it was. Graham Sanders. And I don't think you can expect Sanders to do exactly that much more from here. He's not expecting SimCity Racing to go for a slide. He's not got much time to react to this either. Although he didn't lift off, to be fair. he didn't, not a hint of a lift there. Just smashed straight into the back of the car in front, so well, maybe he is to blame slightly.
Maybe, just maybe, but one thing's for sure, we're under our 8th caution of the day. Just, well, barely a lap of green flag racing before we are back pacing behind the safety car. Given that the order was pretty much all sorted yeah, at the start of that segment there, I don't think this caution period would be as long, I would have thought.
Oh no, definitely not. And it'll be a quick yellow as well. If there's a yellow within 15 minutes of the start of the race or 15 minutes of the previous caution, then there is, they don't go through the whole procedure. So yeah, you're right, it won't be quite as long of a procedure on this occasion. So yeah, it'll be a short safety car period for us, and that should mean that, as you say, since everybody's in the right place anyway, that it might be all fine, as long as SimCity Racing don't have to come out the pit lane, I suppose, and then they might have to work their way through the field. But it's a real shame for Lawrence Studd. He was on the lead lap, of course, one of those 6 cars. We're now down to 5, but the good thing for him is that he's still got 15 laps before he's going to get overtaken. So he does have plenty of time to get that damage repaired, and you'd imagine they will be able to repair that in time.
Yeah, I imagine so. I don't see why not. That's the instance there, but it might give us an opportunity to have a little bit of a look back at the restart. I'm hoping. Maybe not. Actually, we'll go back. Yeah, there we go. This is the restart because I want to see what happened in the prototype class. Because we had that lapped car go down towards the inside just to try and get out of the way, but I'm trying to figure out who it is.
Not Sanders again, is it? Not entirely sure. It could be Graham Sanders again. Just pulled out the way there. I'm trying to see the rest of the car to really get an idea. There's too many. Yes, they really are a long way down. And so getting out of the way there, making things really cautious. Down in 11th at the moment, let Urano through, but they're 39 laps down at the moment on Delta Sport, and they're in danger of not being classified by the end of the race if they lose too many more laps here, because you do need to be within 90% of the race winner. I'm not entirely sure how many laps the race winner is actually going to get at this stage, of course, but they do need to be careful that it doesn't go more than 400 laps or so in this race. It's going to be quite close, and there's the spin for SimCity Racing pulling out of the way. I think that's our first real indication of how harsh this new damage model is going to be on these BMWs and the GTPs, and also for the GT3s as well, who were added to the new damage model in the last update.
Yeah, this is the first broadcast that I've covered with the new damage model on the GT3s. Some people saying that the visual damage is not necessarily too impressive, but in terms of the mechanical damage, well, the slight taps here and there, then that's going to be a lot more of a problem for them.
I mean, how often do you see, though, that GT3s completely disintegrate and fall apart? I mean, it doesn't happen all that often. Obviously, can think of a few occasions, but it has to be a really big crash to get a GT3 to completely disintegrate. So I can see both sides, I suppose. People want the spectacular body parts flying everywhere, I think. Yeah. Well, you certainly do get with the GTPs, as we've seen earlier on.
As far as I know, it's a technical limitation with iRacing in that they can't move where the suspension mounting points are. So they would be able to do more crazy, more interesting things with the damage model, but they can't actually, for physics and code reasons, they can't actually move where the main suspension mounts anywhere or deform them or anything. So that's why. That's mostly why the tin top cars, well, the open wheel cars, excuse me, look better with the damage model when there's bits flying off than the tin tops, because well, there's just more bits to fly off, I suppose, that aren't
exactly.
suspension.
Exactly. By the way, I'm seeing the PureSim GT3 that I said didn't even take part in this race earlier. They did. They're here on your screen there. But yeah, I understand, and I'm sure people would rather that the cars drove well when they are fully functional, rather than that they just fell apart better. After all, people come to iRacing for the driving, not crashing, I suppose.
I mean, there was about a week or two of when the new damage model first came out, where they had the pieces that flew off the car, you could actually crash into them.
Oh yes.
That was a bit chaotic because it wasn't consistent across everyone's. Not everyone saw the pieces of debris in the same place, so it caused a bit of chaos.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, well, I guess it's realistic, isn't it? But it's a thing with the internet. Not everything quite works as well as you'd like, maybe, on occasion. So yeah, that's a thing of the past. But who knows in the future? Talking about long future there for that kind of thing.
We've got to get some wet weather running in first as well. We've got to drop that in.
Oh, absolutely. And we've got to make sure that it's raining equally for everyone on the internet. That's one of the problems. I've seen plenty of simulators with that, and other games with that problem in the past, and that really is a problem. So that's why. Well, I guess one of the reasons why it's eagerly anticipated and taking quite so long is because I actually want to get it right. And that's exactly been the situation with the damage model as well, as we were just talking about. But we are about to get green flag racing once again. A very short 8th yellow flag, and hopefully it's the last one we have for a little while. Harley Horton with good practice at restarting these races now. Has just gotten underway for another restart with Luca Papp just in behind for Team RSO down in towards turn 1 once again. PureSims Esports will take the lead. Reigning champions, leaders at the halfway stage in this race, and now leading past another half hour as down the inside there goes Valkyrie, who dropped back a little bit on that most recent restart. I actually thought they were third on that one there on the previous restart, but they've dropped back to 5th now. Last car on the lead lap as the GT3 Pros are also underway a little bit more smoothly this time.
No no dramas back here just yet. Impulse still leads from Visceral, from Obsidian. In fact, Impulse and Visceral already trying to pull again. Although I just saw Team RSO drop all the way down the order. What's happened to Team RSO in the 17?
Got to be cold tyres. It has to be cold tyres. Here's the replay, and I'd imagine it's traction out of turn 6. Turn 5 already struggling, and then Luca Pack once again trying to push the envelope, and I think has gone around. Well, he wasn't even on the power yet, but oh my goodness, went around very nearly, went straight into the side of all of those cars coming in behind as well. Thankfully, everybody got away with that, but it could have been a lot worse. But it makes Harley Horton's restart even more impressive because he just doesn't seem to be affected by these cold tyres.
He doesn't, and he's got himself a 3.2 second gap already as RSO look down the inside on the lap traffic. Oh, sometimes that can be pretty sketchy, but to make it work out, albeit didn't get their overall objective done of getting the car disposed of ahead, but at least for now, they have to reside back there. Meanwhile, back in towards GT3 Pros though. Impulse and Visceral, they've been very good on the restarts here. They've got over a second back to Obsidian already.
Absolutely, and it's partly down to the traffic that is really just engulfing Obsidian in 3rd position. They've got Hell Racers with them, near them. PGZ and Phoenix are also in this area, but that's the Valorous Motorsport car currently leading in GT3. That is why they are struggling to keep up there in the 2 Porsches. The Pure Sims just behind there are not on the lead lap despite being a GT3 Pro car as well. But out onto the banking they go. This is the kind of interest with GT3 Pro and GT3 is that the classes are often split, and so GT3 often get a really big lead developing between 1 and 2 and between all their positions. We see this in the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well, that's coming up tomorrow. But yeah, the class leaders generally do get quite split apart because they don't reshuffle all of the GT3s. There are so many of them, we really would be here for hours if we had to reshuffle all of them.
No one wants to see that today. I certainly don't. But yeah, I mean, the drivers have to take what they've been given. If they've been placed in a bit of traffic on the restart, then so be it. That's just the luck of the draw sometimes. Just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And Impulse and Visceral trying to capitalise on being in the right place at the right time. At the very front of the field. They're doing a little bit of bump drafting down the straights. Just to try and make sure they have the gap over Obsidian. But Obsidian's got themselves past the lap traffic now. However, still 1.3 seconds further down the road are those 2 leaders. Should be on the very tail end slipstream distance from that far back. So could reel himself back in, can Edu Morales here, but we will just have to wait and see. I wanted to make it a 3-horse race at your front here instead of just a 2.
I think Pure Sims might even help them in that quest as well, to try and get up towards the front, because they're just right in behind there and they want to get in towards a good position as well. So let's see on that respect, see if they get a bump draft going here around the back here. It's not as obvious towards the bus stop chicane, but especially down towards turn number 1. The problem is that Lewis Woods and Santerio Martikainen will be working together themselves, and 2v2 is a much more difficult battle to win here in this situation. Now you can see the bumping from Pure Sims. There's no point in them actually trying to make a move here. They're just helping out Obsidian, really. Pure Sims, by the way, are way down in the 19th position, 34th overall, and they're on the same lap as German Sim Racing and Deutsche Payment Raven, so they do have a little bit of incentive to actually cooperate here, because they do want to get away from some cars themselves. Unbelievably, they are in a battle themselves.
Yeah, they are. German Sim Racing team 5.6 seconds further back at the moment, so a healthy margin, especially directly after a restart, but as you mentioned, the GT packs tend to be a lot more jumbled because we don't sort out their order during the safety car restarts. But still comfortable for Pure Sims at the moment. That's all in context, I suppose, because it hasn't been the best race for them, and that's, well, that you can extend that to the entire start of the season for that Pure Sims 116 car. It's definitely been on the back foot constantly, struggling to get points on the boards, and 19th place here in class, yeah, going to be another one to forget.
Certainly is. They were in and around that position previously, so they do have their first points on the board at the halfway stage there. But unfortunately, that only gives them about 5 points. It's not very much compared to what they would expect, and compared to what they're having as well in LMP2. Well, it's LMP2 in GTP as it is now. Pure Sims with a couple of nice results to start the season, 4th and a 6th at the end of the races, but they're not that far away in the championship in 4th place, with Satellite Racing and Veloce both in front of them, but both way down now in this race. It's a great opportunity to overtake them, and Movano are only 19 points ahead of them right now in the standings. I know they're on the lead lap also, and they're currently running 3rd, but it's a good opportunity for Pure Sims to get closer to the front of this championship and try and retain their title, which will be a great thing to do for the #1 team. 2nd place right now is private label team Hype. Phil Kraus, by the way, who won the Lionheart IndyCar Series, or was confirmed as series champion last weekend, Sunday, somewhere around there. But a very good IndyCar driver is the American, and clearly trying his hand at the GTP as well.
Yeah, doing very well indeed. Has the lap traffic of Veloce behind him at the moment. It feels weird saying lap traffic of Veloce, considering, you know, they're the points leader coming into this race. You know, but they've had trials and tribulations. But it seems like that Veloce car still has a decent amount of pace, so able to keep up with private label team Hype. It seems like whatever issues they had, they weren't terminal by any means, and keeping themselves in this race. Meanwhile, Valkyrie and Team RSO are having a little bit of a fight.
They certainly are. That's a nice move from Valkyrie down the inside at turn #1. Paul Faiskan's getting through into 4th place as it is at the moment. Look about just in behind for Team RSO, with another one of the GTPs just behind them. It could be Maniti Racing. That one there, it is indeed. Johnny Verhoff, 21 laps down on the lead, and they're a lap down the next car, which is a GT3. So not a particularly great situation for them to be in. Speaking of GT3, we're now going to have a quick chat with one of the drivers. Mika Takala is going to join us from Rusty Spatulas in the 211. Mika, welcome to the commentary room. Good to have you here. Rusty Spatulas currently running up in 2nd position in the GT3 field right now, but it's been a very, very chaotic race with 8 yellow flag periods so far. How are you guys at Rusty Spatulas dealing with all these caution periods?
Yeah, basically we just try to do our own race and always see what happens. We don't really aim for any particular position, so we just wait and see what happens.
You're currently running up in 2nd position as of right now. Obviously, restart happening right now. Things are changing quite a lot, but the gap's growing to Valorous Motorsports. You know, we've still got a very, very long way to go here, and many races left in the season. But you've had a good start to the season. Just, you know, how have you been kind of enjoying these longer races in the GSI Endurance Series? I mean, especially compared to last season, these races are a lot longer.
Yeah, we've done a lot of long races in our racing special events and also other series, so we enjoy them. It's a little bit difficult to say right now because the new tire model and the, well, much more varied tires will make it a little bit difficult for us to kind of save tires and do the tactics that we usually are good at and have been kind of successful, so we'll wait and see. But for this race, I think it's going quite well. We've been lucky to miss all the greatest accidents.
Absolutely, that is part of the race, of course. And one final thing as well from me, because obviously now these days in the GT3s you can change tyres and fuel at the same time. How has that changed your strategy throughout the race? How has that changed the way that you think about these races now that you can fuel and tyres every time?
Yeah, basically these are now just short stints where you don't need to care about the tires. But of course, when you exit the pits and the tires are very cold, the first few laps you actually lose a couple of seconds, even though you didn't lose, you don't lose them on the pits. So I think if we'll see any splash and goes or like 30 or 40 minute stints, people will start to think about not changing their tires after all.
Well, Mika, it's been great to talk to you, and we'll let you go back to the team now, get back to the race, and I guess a quick congratulations on the first part of this race. It's not been easy to get through it, of course, so well done on that. P2 at the moment. We'll let you get back to your team now, though. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you. Enjoy the race.
Thanks very much. Mika Tattila there from Rusty Spatula's second place for those drivers at the moment. It is interesting actually what you mentioned there about the fuel and tyres being able to, being taken together. So while you do not have to care about the tyres in terms of tyre wear, you do have to experience cold tyres more often, which would have been terrible with the old pit layout on the exit here at Daytona, but now they get to extend the pit limiter a little bit further. It's a little bit better, I suppose.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that with having to take the tyres. Obviously, when you take tyres pretty much every single time. But I completely forgot that. Yeah, you're dealing with cold tyres more often. That's just a simple result coming out of it. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting thing to deal with. More opportunity for things to go wrong. That's the bottom line of it, isn't it? And especially when you're a decent amount into a good chunk of an endurance race, you really want to minimise the opportunities to go wrong. Veloce getting completely blocked there.
They thought about squeezing that free wide as well, but I think it's a better idea to not do that, considering the race they've had so far this season. So I was trying to think of a more eloquent way to put that, but that's the way it is, really. I think, being so many laps down now as Veloce are, 17 laps down, there's no real point in risking that kind of thing anyway. There's not really any point in doing it in the first place, but certainly now that the position they're in, it is just about grabbing those points. And after all, who knows where they could finish by the end of today? They are 7th, but who knows what could happen to the top 6 out front, and they've got a championship to think about here. They didn't come in with a big championship lead, so they probably will lose it, but they will look to get as many points as they possibly can, and currently they'd still score 53 if they made it to the line in this place.
Yeah, they were leading by 4 coming into the day. SLZ Movano, of course, they are in 3rd place, so yeah, they're definitely getting themselves up into P1. Of course, Sims Esports, of course, in the race lead at the moment, in the overall race lead, should be getting themselves up there as well. So things, by the time the checkered flag drops here at Daytona, probably prototype championship being as close as it ever has been, I think, given the current running order applied to the result, the standings coming in. At least that's what I think. In terms of prototypes, though, in terms of GTs, of course, we had Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports lead the championship into the day. They haven't had the most exemplary of performances. They're down in P7 here at the moment, whereas they have been fighting towards the front throughout this race. It's just that maybe they're a little bit off cycle compared to everyone else, given they must have had a weird pit stop placed in a slightly strange fashion to send them down the order a little bit here.
Yeah, I think they were left out there on the first yellow that we had during our stint here in this hour. They were out there towards the end of their stint, and I think that while the likes of Impulse and Visceral and Obsidian and Phoenix already made their stops, Urano were stuck out there towards the back end of a stint, and so they had to come in, stick on fuel and tyres, and that put them a lot further back than they were previously. They are, of course, championship leaders, and they have gone 2 for 2 so far with Urano, but Impulse Racing have also scored 2 podiums so far this season, so they're only 29 points behind as things stand right now, it's been a difficult season for Urano in GTP, but in GT3 Pro they are having a decent time of things, and well, they certainly know what they're doing in this GT3 Mercedes as well, since they are, I believe, still affiliated with Mercedes, and I'm sure they'll be on the start line for the Daytona 24 in about a month's time in a Mercedes in GT3.
Yeah, I see no reason why they wouldn't. Let's just say that. But having a look at this GT3 Pro battle, because we've got 4 cars in the same postcode. We've got excuse me, not Delta Sport. I'll just refresh that for a second. We have Obsidian Racing, we have Hell Racers, and Phoenix Racing Esports, Team PGZ, all kind of in and amongst each other. Of course, Obsidian breaking away slightly from them in this instance, but keeping themselves together, keeping themselves honest as well. I would have to wonder how much of this is fuel-saving games for the cars deeper in the train. Probably 99% sure in that instance, given Daytona is always a fuel mileage race. But we'll see how this turns out, though, because sometimes these little battle packs can just start scrapping for no apparent reasons. It can and does happen, even though the usual common strategy would be just, okay, sit in line, get your fuel numbers in the right place, and if you're not being held up too much, then just stay there. But sometimes there's one driver that looks down the inside a little bit, maybe he's a bit overzealous with the move, and the other team or driver wants to try and get themselves revenge, and it becomes an extended side-by-side moment, and that's how the battles can develop, even though they might not be the most ideal option for either team.
Yeah, you'd hope at this level that people are going to be a bit smarter than that, but it does happen as they go over the line. Maybe that was rude, I don't know, but sorry teams. But anyway, in towards turn 1, Phoenix were pushing Hellraisers all the way, and now they're pretty much connected up with Obsidian. There might have been a mistake from Obsidian somewhere around here, because the gap is now out at 4 seconds to the leading 2, but Pure Sims Esports, I don't know if they're in front or behind these guys. Maybe Pure Sims were the one to go off, because well, I don't really know, because they were linked up with Obsidian Racing, were Pure Sims. They were working together for a little while, but they were going to try and chase down the leaders between the two of them, but it seemed to have been the case. No, Pure Sims have chased down the leaders themselves, and they've just left Obsidian in their wake by the looks of things. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but I guess it does show the bad luck that Pure Sims have had so far in this race. They've got great pace, but they've just lost quite a few laps, and there they are with the leaders.
Well, Lucas Prada certainly is showing that 116 Porsche has what it takes to go to the front of races and potentially go and win them. Just hasn't been given the opportunity to do so here at the moment. Multiple laps down on these leaders, but has caught the gap on merit, now sitting in the slipstream of the leaders as well. Continuing to extend the gap back to German Sim Racing Green, who is their closest rival here at the moment. Things looking very, very peachy in the Pure Sims department here at the moment. I have to wonder how much they're going to hassle these leaders. I would have thought not so much, given you don't want to be that guy.
No, exactly. So you'd imagine they would just stick behind here, and they get the benefit of free fuel saving as well here, really. It's sort of free, so they'll be able to sit on the back here and just coast along that little bit where they can. But yeah, gap out at about 4 seconds between 2 and 3 as Visceral and Impulse try and make sure that this argument for the race win is just an argument between the two of them, and they don't invite any others to the party. There's about 6 behind now, as well as the 4 being headed by Obsidian that we're just looking at, but Urano and WS Racing Esports are not that far away either. As we saw, well, this is why they're not quite joined up just yet. Valorous Motorsports are just in there right now. In front of them, Rusty Spatula's closing in as a result, just that little bit. But that's why they've not quite been able to get this into 6-car train. Valorous Motorsports don't quite have the pace of the GT3 pros, but nor should they, I suppose. They're in a slightly different classification of team, and that shows why they're already 2 laps down, basically on pure pace on the actual GT3 leaders. But the 2 different classes of driver for GT3 has existed for a while in the Endurance Series, the GSI Endurance Series, and we're seeing it work out here. We had it last year, or last season, I should say, but once again being used here. But it does show that the very fastest in GT3 can stick it for a little while with these GT3 pros. Belarus Motorsport on a pushover in this group at all.
I mean, we saw from pretty much the very start of the season the fact that some of the top teams in GT3 can be mid-pack runners, maybe even top 10 runners in GT3 Pro on a good day, you know. So, you know, that's just the situation that they have. In this instance, it's less of an obvious runaway driver or runaway team at the very front of GT3s. Of course, we have Belarus at the front, but then Registry Spatulas as well. But you know, in terms of that class, at least we had a Kota, we had sort of runaway winners, but maybe not so much here at Daytona, given there's still less than 4.5 seconds between Belarus and Rusty Spatula's IVRA endurance here at the moment as well. So going along quite well. So we've got unknown for GT3 Pro race leads. GT3 race leads is within 5 seconds. GTP leads within 6 seconds, but we know Pure Sims Esports have just really decided to stretch their legs at this point and make sure that gap just grows slightly.
It certainly is. Private label team hype. Phil Kraus, very good driver, of course, but in a prototype, I don't know if I'd put him against Harley Horton in terms of actually being able to match Pure Sims at the moment. As we've mentioned, Pure Sims do have that real lot of experience in terms of prototype endurance racing on iRacing. So this is the closest leading battle between Aztec Simsports Visceral and Impulse Racing. However, can we really call it a battle, or more of a, well, I don't know what you'd call it really, but they're just bumping each other at this stage around the banking. This is much more of a battle. A little bit of a look to the inside there from Phoenix, who were pushing Hell Racers previously. Now they're into 4th place, and they're on the back of Obsidian, and these guys could very easily be dragged into a fight, like you referenced earlier on, could very easily be dragged into a fight for really unimportant positions, but well, unimportant with 5 hours to go, that is. It might be important in 5 hours time. There's the look of the inside from Phoenix, and that might kick off a whole load of things in this group.
Yeah, it might, because it's the first shot, isn't it? The first little look down in towards turn number 1. We'll go back towards the live pictures. You can see how absolutely nose to tail they are as they head themselves out onto the NASCAR banking once again. But yeah, I have to wonder when the field games stop being played and the track position games start being played, that's when things get a bit spicy.
Yeah, certainly. Let's not forget that there's not too many GTPs out there anymore to really disrupt this kind of thing. There are still 12 thinking about running. Urano Esports are back down on pit lane and have been for the last 7 minutes. Not because of damage, I don't think, but because they're just deciding on whether to carry on. This is basically a test session for them at this point. I do believe they crossed the line and will get halfway stage points. Not stage points, but halfway points for their position. So they get 15 points on the day for where they are. However, it's nowhere near what they'd expect, as Obsidian now come into the pit lane. Edu Fernandez Morales into pit lane and will drop down to 9th by the looks of things. Or even further than that, maybe drop down to 12th in this race right now, or maybe even a little bit further than that. But it's very much time to kick off another round of pit stops, really, and this is going to carry on for a good while yet.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's around about that time, given that we've just squeaked past the top of the hour mark. So that's typically the time that we see GT3s come in, even though we have been affected by many a yellow flag over the course of this event. It seems like things have still come full circle and allowed GT3s to put roughly near the hour marks. But yeah, it's just the situation we have at the moment. Obsidian have gotten themselves their pit stop done. There they are. They're coming off the pit lane now. 41.8 seconds on their stop, and off and away between the yellow cones, or rather between the green cones they go, and hopefully they will, once they do so, get themselves back up into it's up to racing speed. But remember, cold tyres, cold track temps as well, given that we're getting ourselves into the night now.
We certainly are. Although it doesn't really feel like that around here. You can see 6 p.m. at the moment in December. It is dark, and 23 degrees still down on the track. But those boards, of course, those cones have been moved down just that little bit more in these more recent times. Well, I can't remember when quite they were moved around the corner there, but at least it's 2018, I would argue. Have those cones been moved out there in real life for Daytona? Not sure why they moved it from the point where the NASCAR and those that are going on the oval are allowed to go, because I always enjoy watching at least the kind of difficulty of that pit lane exit there. It was always interesting to watch on cold tyres, but for some reason they moved it, and now you get to go round the corner entirely before having to before being able, I should say, to release the pit limiter and get back out onto the circuit. Really sure why they did that, but I guess it reduces the chances of an accident even further.
Yeah, that's one of the things that sort of I had to do a double take on. It's like, wait, I'm pretty sure he's putting the green cones now. Why isn't he up to speed? And that was why. It takes the fun out of it a little bit, if you ask me. It takes the challenge out of it. You know, it was such a tricky pit exit. We would mention it every single time on Daytona 24-hour broadcast and special events. You know, how many people will actually survive pit lane exit without hitting any of the walls. But that's well, it's a lot more likely for them to get through unscathed now, because they're forced to have the limit in effect through there. But you know, whatever. You know, sometimes these things happen. The changes happen. Can't really go back and change it back to the way it was. So we have to deal with what we've been given. Although I'm not a fan.
Well, I suppose it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to put it back. Just depends if they do it in real life or not, rather than racing, because we do try and emulate real life where possible, as Veloce just make their way through on this battle. It's still for the lead, by the way, and a big dive from Movano. Well, that is not what those two Porsches wanted to see particularly, and that's not the kind of aggression that we've seen from a GTP for a little while just yet, but it's safe to say that prototype driving is still alive and well, and that was a dive down the inside to make any GT3 driver, or to be fair, if you're a driver of a slower class car in any series, that's something that really gets you going in an angry way. You know, it's people like to complain about that, and you can see why.
I mean, it was pre-warned by the Movano car with the flashing of the lights on the way in towards turn 1, but sometimes you can only put a limited amount of attention in your wing mirrors, and you're not going to understand what a flash of the light means, because it's usually angry flashes of the light rather than informational, at least as far as endurance racing on iRacing is concerned anyway. But thankfully, the situation didn't end in tears for any of those cars involved. But for Vistral and Impulse, their task of trying to run away P1, P2, working quite well at the moment, given their 6.4 second advantage over Phoenix Racing Esports, who have just got past for, well, that was for position actually, between themselves and German Sim Racing Blue. So the prototype actually gaining a spot on position, for position on the GT.
Oh, wow.
Pro, but there's Pure Sims in. Yeah,
you're absolutely right, by the way. That was I almost had to look at that twice, or check that twice. Yeah, no, it's a pass for position there for the GTP to get ahead of those drivers. And Veloce recently did the same, actually, as Maurizio Quero gets back at the wheel of the Pure Sims car. Harley Horton previously at the wheel there. Quero was at the wheel only about 2 hours ago. So they are chopping and changing quite regularly. Back down on the jacks. You can see Urano just to the right hand side of your screen there. That's still in the pit lane as well, but I'm not sure they'll return. They won't complete enough laps to be able to actually get points from this race, unfortunately. But what this has meant is that Pure Sims have just come through almost the entire of the GT3 field. Now they've pitted, they're going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, this isn't exactly ideal. There they are. You see the GTs ahead of them go 2 wide into the corner. Again, it's just not going to be a big help that. So it's going to be interesting to see how Pure Sims actually find themselves through on that particular train. I guess it does seem like they are scrapping quite hard here. Sometimes you do have the luxury of being the actual leader of the race. Drivers tend to give you a little bit more leeway than if you weren't the actual leader of the race. Even if you're P2 or P3, no one wants to take out the leader in a lapping incident, but people are fine with taking out P2s and 3s maybe?
It might be a subconscious thing rather than they're actively liking it, to be honest. But I see what you mean. Certainly, it certainly can be a thing. I mean, to be honest, at this point, for the GT3s, I think any presence of any GTP is going to put quite a lot of fear into you, really, at this stage. We've seen a lot of incidents so far in this race, and I think people in the GTP's been a lot more calmer in the last hour or two with the lap traffic and so on. But certainly in the early part of the race, there was even an incident in towards the International Horseshoe on the very first lap of this race. It was Movado were involved. I can't remember who else. But Movado certainly were involved. Yeah, people were just very aggressive in these opening moments, but a little bit more calmer now, as you can see, just methodically almost working his way through there. Maurizio Quero down the inside of another one of the Porsches and making his way through. But I'm hoping that in a month's time, just over a month's time, by the time we get to the Daytona 24 hours and a lot more experience under the belt, the driving in these BMWs is going to get a lot more, a lot more like what you see in real life, really, a little bit calmer, and not seeing these GTPs flying off every second lap, which is what we had certainly last weekend at VCO Pro Sim Infinity. All sorts going on, and then earlier on in this race as well.
Private label team Hype down on towards the pit lane for their particular stops. Up on the jacks they go.
Well, that'd be a penalty in real life, but spinning wheels on the jack. But
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I was worried if their engine was smoking there, but no, it's just they're deciding that to nail the throttle as they're up on the jacks.
Why not, really? I suppose. They'll get going quickly on the way out, you'd imagine, as a result. But yeah, on board, and you can just see just up in front, Team RSO changing driver. Maxime Knaz getting at the wheel now as Phil Kraus gets back underway for private label team Hype. We'll see the Pure Sims car come through here very soon, you'd imagine. There it is, just getting through on those 4 GT3s, and that is a little bit closer than it was previously. Not really any shorter on the pit stop, only 31 seconds, but that traffic that Pure Sims had to encounter on their outlaps were clearly, it clearly slowed them down a lot more than private label team Hype was slowed down on their in-laps. So this gap has closed. It will extend a little bit more, and I think Pure Sims will be fine to hold on to a 2 or 3 second lead, but they have had their lead halved, maybe more.
Well, we did. It was not just dealing with the lap traffic. It was Quero's first laps in about 2 hours as well. So getting back into the car, immediately thrown into a heavy traffic situation. It's not an ideal situation for the driver, but it has seemed to have gone through on them now. Private label team Hype has also gone through in the traffic as well. They've means the gap is 2 seconds between Pure Sims and private label team Hype at the moment. Meanwhile, Bivano, number 3, they have decided to come down and in this time of asking. So that will mean that the GTP stops, at least for this particular cycle, will have now been concluded once Nicholas gets himself off of the pit lane.
Yeah, I don't know if he's trying to scare his opponents with a second name there, but anyway, he leaves the pit lane now. Sorry, that was bad.
Wow.
Sorry, I mean, anyway, he'll drop down.
Was it Poo? Was it?
Well, that does depend on how you pronounce it. But given the fact that I'm going to guess that I'm going to pronounce it wrong throughout, but I don't know. It's just I'm not. Yeah, it's just a thing. Anyway, 3rd place. For them, good few seconds out ahead of Team RSO, who are in that 4th position just for the moment. But yeah, I mean, well, I can figure out how to say the names, I guess, but it just depends whether they're actually right or not in terms of pronunciation. Yeah, not very good at it. if I'm honest. But part of being a commentator, saying anything with conviction, and you sound like you know what you're talking about, even if that's not true. So there you are, a bit of a secret for you. Well, it's not even a secret, but
people call you out.
yeah, that's true as well.
You're just hoping that no one else knows the subject better than you when you say it. Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just go out on a limb sometimes and hope that you'll it turns out all right. Here's the two leaders, by the way, in GT3 Pro. Still been out there for a good while now, waiting for them to make a pit stop. It's been a very long time, so I'd imagine that they will be in pretty soon, and I think we'll coming together as well, depending on whether Impulse. Indeed, on cue, Visceral will come in. And I think it's clear, but looking at that Lewis Woods was saving a bit of fuel there. Wow, that was close. But he's definitely practiced that, going into the pit lane and getting slowed down just in time.
Getting himself rather expeditiously into his box as well, getting the driver change going. So it's Vince Peters actually getting behind the wheel of the Visceral Esports IVRA Endurance car, the 145 here. So getting himself all set, all fine. But that was a rather efficient pit entry, shall we say.
Certainly was. But there are rules, of course, in IVRA about staying in the fast lane until you are a certain distance from your pit box. And you do get penalties for driving through all the pit boxes, as we have seen in the past. Speaking of penalties, by the way, we do have a fair few, or one to speak of, I should say. On the most recent restart, there's only been one penalty actually given out, dished out since we got here. So do forgive us for not talking about it really for the first hour and a bit of our section here. We have had a drive through, a 30-second penalty for the 103, which is somewhere. It's Tempus Simsport and Antonio Pexe there. 30-second drive-through penalty, 30-second time penalty, I should say, for overtaking a significant number of cars before the start zone, and so that's going to be quite a long one for them, I'm afraid, and that caused a bit of a stir throughout the stewards' room. But 30-second penalty, pretty severe. But I guess it depends how many cars they overtook, and it seems that they did overtake quite a few from looking at this sheet before the start zone. Or they were into the start zone, which does sometimes happen. I guess they must have just tried to anticipate the green flag and just went too early.
Yeah, that typically tends to be the case. We saw at Interlagos actually a couple of instances actually where drivers were a little bit too eager in terms of getting themselves onto the throttle, and it can be a bit of an issue. Of course, that wasn't in IVRA Endurance; that was in IVRA Club Sport, another IVRA event. But yeah, it was. Stewards don't take kindly to it, and I don't think the other teams take kindly to it either, especially given you having to sit there being well behaved in your train coming towards the green flag, and all of a sudden you have some car just blowing down your right hand side without a care in the world. I can imagine how that can be very frustrating.
Exactly. Looking at this right now, they could well have overtaken 7 cars maybe before the line. So yeah, that's a big penalty, I'm afraid. Also for Chris Beats in the SimCity Racing 171 for overtaking before the start zone. That was at the restart as well, I believe. But there's a number of others under review now. A few more incidents for the stewards to review. As we were just getting towards the end of that green flag run, by the way, the longest green flag run we've had in the race so far, preceded the 7th caution of the day. The stewards has actually finally worked through all of the incidents for the day and finally had nothing under review for the first time in a while. And then there was another caution and all of the organisation that has to go behind that. So, been a very busy day for them as Luca Alpert pulls into pit lane for Phoenix Racing Esport, and they'll be getting fuel and tyres and going back on their way again. I have to say, I'm very glad that they're driving an Audi once again. I've seen enough prototype races now with Phoenix Racing Esport in wondering how on earth they've managed to drive an Audi in some way in a prototype, but no, they're in the GT3s, they're in the Audi, and that might not be especially by choice, because you don't see the Audi that often, but clearly it's not a bad car, judging by how Luca Alpa is doing at the moment.
Of course, you know, there's not only the balanced performance from iRacing, but there's also the balanced performance from the league administrators as well, which try and attempt to even things out. But just like the real world, it doesn't tend to work out like that in a lot of cases. Go on.
Yeah. So I was just going to say, someone's unhappy, or some team is unhappy. You can never get it right.
We actually are a bit luckier in sim racing, given that we don't have the concept really of sandbagging in like practice sessions and such, because everyone has access to the car, so everyone knows how fast the car is at a given track. So it's not like you can hide the pace in practice and then all of a sudden qualifying you just balls to the wall, get pole position by half a second.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't do a Ford 2016. There we are. But as into the pit lane go Hell Racers. Yeah, I'm slightly amazed that they never really, nobody even really spoke about it just at all. I mean, everybody knew it was happening as it was going on, and then everybody was kind of bowing down at their Le Mans win as if it was amazing. But anyway, bit of a rant there.
Is there a bit of a grudge there?
Sorry, Ford fans, but I just don't think Le Mans win was that impressive. I know they were going for the 50-year anniversary or whatever, but still. Anyway.
Send your complaints to Ewan at RaceSpot. Wait, you don't have a RaceSpot email. Okay.
I don't have it, thankfully. No, I don't. Don't send your complaints to me, if you don't mind. I'd rather you didn't. So keep it to yourself. Thanks. Anyway. What I was in the middle of saying was the Hell Racers coming into the pit lane, and Hampus Space now at the wheel. Big old Vigo gets at the wheel of Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing's black car as well. That's their Porsche, sorry, that's their Mercedes, I should say, in that class. And so that's led Matthew Dent to lead the race in this Team PGZ car right now. They were fighting with Urano for the race win at Kota for a good amount of time, but in the end ended up with no points at all for some reason. I don't know why, but on the result sheet or on the standings they've got no points, so I don't know what they did wrong to manage that, but they have got no points at the Kota race for some reason. Either way, battle for third just happening at the moment, although it's not going to, by the looks of things, as one of the drivers pulls into the pit lane. We're very much in the middle of a pit stop cycle, but you can certainly see how Urano get left to hug out to dry. Oh dear, that's a big overshoot.
That's a big oh dear right there.
Yeah.
Driver change though.
Yeah, driver change for WS Racing. But yeah, Nicholas Zab is currently leading. You can see how they got hung out to dry under one of those cautions, because they do go very long on their fuel.
They do. Just having a look at this pit entry again. So entry into the actual pit lanes, finds into the box.
Oh, it's really early. Yeah.
There's an aggressive turn in as well, which you kind of have to do with the rule set, but it's, yeah, that was mistimed, to say the least.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I thought they would have been close enough to the entry there, so they could just, well, not go through the pit boxes, but at least not enter right at the right-hand side there, because you basically can't get in. But either way, they're just trying to satisfy the rules, I think. They're finally making their way back out there now on WS Racing Esports. After Matthew Dent, by the way, in the PGZ car. Still waiting, though, for the top 5 to come in. Matthew Dent, though, with a shorter pit stop there. Only 34 seconds as opposed to the normal 41. I'm not sure, normally we'd say, has he taken 2 tyres or something like that, but surely not. Something at play there, though. And I think Team PGZ are going to come out in the lead.
Interesting. We'll see. Because, yeah, that was a very short stop. Well, not very short stop, but shorter than we're used to seeing them. That's probably what I'm going to say for Team PGZ. Could be that they're coming back slightly from the end of the race, and shortening it a little bit. But again, it's impossible to tell from this 4 hours and 45 minutes away from the end of the race. We've got Tempest Sport versus Team Hoysingfeld on the screen right now. They are coming towards the end of a stint here, so I'm expecting these cars to imminently head their way down on towards the pit lane. There's the prototype traffic, the Pure Sims, our overall race leader, getting them disposed of on the way through the kink. And sometimes that is a little bit of a sketchy place for the prototypes to try and get themselves past, because as a GT3 you are on the limit of grip there. You can't really change your line once you've committed to it, so you're always going to track out at the same point. That's what the prototypes have to be aware of, especially if they're trying to pass on the outside of the kink.
That was the leading battle in prototypes, to be fair to them though. That's Marzio Cuero and also Phil Kraus. Only 3 seconds separate those two at this stage. Private label team height slightly halted there going into turn 6 by the Hoysingfeld Mercedes, and lost a bit of time as a result. This is the battle at the moment though for second place in the order. As you said though, needing a pit stop are the top 5 right now, including Samba Racing Team as well, I believe. Yes, they do. Got caught behind with a caution as well, so they do need another stop. Going to be a while before they can get back towards the front. Going to take a lot of work from them, as both of these will now come into the pit lane. Oh, the GTP trying to grab any slipstream that they can. And now the leaders are in. Nicholas Laubich also from Urano into the pit lane now, and will drop a lot further back as a result. But they'll still be in that fight for third place, you'd imagine, that we saw before those pit stops.
Yeah, I think so. This has a very, very decent chance of being close once they get themselves off of pit lane. We'll have to see what the differences in terms of the stop times are. Remember, if you're either new to iRacing or if you're coming back for this patch, the GT3s now do take fresh tyres and the fuel at the same time, so there's no shenanigans about taking 2 tyres, taking 4 tyres, taking no tyres. The decision is, most of the time, pretty simple. It's to take the tyres, because you're taking a fuel tank of fuel anyway. So there's Nicholas Laubich heading his way out for Urano Esports, out into, well, the race lead briefly, but there's Team PGZ getting themselves out towards the very point to the end of the field. Where are Impulse Racing? They're down 1.2 seconds behind them. Where's Urano going to come out here? There they are. Finally, quite a bit behind Visceral.
Yeah, 4th place. Then we've got Tempest Simsport with only 34 seconds of a stop as well. So they've gone for a slightly shorter one, and they've all slotted out in front of the big battle headed by Phoenix Racing Esport at the moment, that contains Hell Racers as well. So quite a few GT3s around this point in the track, but Laubich has been able to get through on all of them all at once there, and will now try to get away just that little bit more, try and break the slipstream and get away. But the fact that PGZ, Impulse and Visceral are going to be joined up soon as a 1-2-3 means that those 3, you'd imagine, are going to start to extend their lead over this next hour, because surely they're going to work together, although they can't work together from this kind of distance.
Yeah, they're going to need to bunch up just that little bit more to have the slipstream train really pull them around the circuit, but you know, with them being spaced out as they are, it's not the most efficacious of things. But for Visceral, they are 4/10 of a second behind Impulse at the moment, so they're certainly getting themselves their slipstream there. Phoenix giving the draft to Hell Racers, and of course the Pure Sims GT car that is many a lap down, but still determined to affect the conclusion of the race lead, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. Hell Racers car going to have a lot of speed here and hit the back of the Audi as well. All going to stay in line here. Pure Sims, not sure if they're trying to make a move there or trying to stay out the way. Looks like they're trying to make a move on Hell Racers here. It's always a dodgy one when you're a little bit faster, but you're going to have blue flags when you get through anyway, so yeah. It's really awkward. But it's clear that Pure Sims do have the pace. We've seen this earlier on in the fact that they were able to catch the 2 leaders pretty much on their own. But Pure Sims just don't have any way to use that pace really at the minute, because they are 4 laps down on the GT3 Pro lead, and it must be another very disappointing day for them.
I wouldn't be surprised if Hell Racers potentially just allow Phil Sims to have this one, get themselves, put the, make Pure Sims the meat in the sandwich here, and hope that Pure Sims can then find the gap on Phoenix Racing Esports. You know, that there could be a way to do it. You're not really losing all that much by letting Pure Sims go through the stage. Maybe even gaining a bit of a double toe, and you can get the fuel saving a little bit more efficiently. But we see now Pure Sims go to the outside. Lane will be closed off by Hell Racers into the bus stop, so they're not overly eager on my plan of action anyway.
Not into the bus stop, but either way, change for the race lead here as private label team. Oh, through the middle, 3 wide. And Phil Kraus has taken the initiative here, and he's got up to the lead ahead of Maurizio Quero in the Pure Sims Esports car. This was quite a manoeuvre. You can see him here, Phil Kraus just trying to grab any bit of slipstream that he possibly could. Big overspeed, pulls to the outside line, and looks like he's just got through here. To be fair to Quero, he gave him the room to force that 3 wide. If he was going to be really, really aggressive, Quero could have pushed him against the barriers, or at least blocked him behind the slower GT3. But I don't think Pure Sims Esports really wanted to get involved in that kind of stuff at this stage in the race. They were willing to let Kraus have that one.
There might have been something that happened with Pure Sims earlier on in the lap, because they were quite considerable way ahead of private label team Hype. So I'm just wondering what's happened. Maybe with the lap traffic through the kink. No, not through the kink anyway. Maybe into the next left, to the next right here. Excuse me. Off the corner. Oh,
close.
Is that afters?
This looks to me as if it was before the pit stop.
Yeah.
Maybe? I don't really know. It's hard to say at this stage, but they certainly have lost a lot of time in the last few hours. From somewhere. Difficult to know where at the moment. Or I don't quite know where. So,
that was the thing on the incident list.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything any more recent than that one.
Well, confusing. But to be fair to Phil Kraus, he might just have closed the margin through traffic himself here. Plausible as well. Up towards turn 1 they go, and they're about to get behind the 3 leaders now in GT3, and this could change things all over again. Through the S's. Oh! And I think Quero here, to be honest, is taking things very calmly and smartly, you could argue, as well at this stage in the race. There's 4.5 hours to go. He didn't want to block Kraus behind that slower GT3 to hold on to the lead through the bus stop chicane, and he didn't want to force the issue through there either. He's just taking things calmly. He's not exactly, being passive in traffic. He is making moves, but he is also, well, I think he's demonstrating why Pure Sims Esports are still in the race, are still on the lead lap here in GTP, because he is taking things very, very smoothly and very calmly indeed.
I mean, not panicking necessarily about this extending gap that's happening between himself and Philip Kraus here at the moment. So, yeah, we'll just have to see. That was a bit of a weird one, because he was leading by about a handful of seconds, and that has all been gobbled up a little bit over the course of those last couple of laps. We will. Well, I was going to say take the opportunity to do for a bit of the onboard, but then I saw exactly what you said there, Ewan. So we'll do it then. But yeah, this for Pure Sims, again, a bit of a surprise. We're not sure exactly what happened to cause those that sequence of events to fall in that way.
Could have just been traffic, really.
Could have.
It's very easy at this circuit because there's so much banking, of course, and while they were apart during the pit stop phase as well, one of them would have been on the banking and so on, making easy moves in traffic, while the other could have been on the infield, making some very difficult moves. So I suppose it could have been traffic as well, but difficult to say. We can't quite get to the bottom of it at the moment, really. Impulse Racing still second here. They were on the back of PGZ, but no longer. They are at least now through on Visceral in this battle for second position. Urano are coming as well. You can see that Mercedes in the background, not far away from these guys at all. Urano themselves only 4 seconds off the lead. So this could get very interesting indeed. Let's not forget that Impulse and Urano are 1 and 2 in this championship at the moment, and would dearly like to beat each other here at the halfway stage of this season. But out on the banking again. It's all about catching Team PGZ for these two at the moment, really, and trying to keep as much distance between themselves and Urano.
Yeah, they are running in a bit of their own space here at the moment. This is just the way that a lot of Daytona races go. But in the grand scheme of endurance racing, I find Daytona races actually to be some of the more exciting, especially towards the very end of the race when we have the photo finishes as they have their draft battles on the final lap. So that's going to be what we're looking forward to in another 4 hours and 26 minutes. But until that point, we still have to set the stage. We have to see who is actually going to have that opportunity to get themselves onto the top couple of steps of each class's podium. But things looking close in GTPs, things looking close in GT3 Pro, and, well, in terms of regular GT3, things a lot less close. Actually, that does, still relatively close, I would say, between Valorous and Satellite Racing GT3. They have the SimCity racing car that's currently splitting them in terms of on-track precision here at the moment, but there's still only 2.2 seconds between Valorous and Satellite in terms of P1 and 2 and GT3s. That is really nothing in the grand scheme of things, especially when you have a car bridge in the gap at the moment.
Yeah, we can still call that close. I think at this stage, it's well, not the gaps for the race lead are particularly big at this stage. It has to be said. Still 4 hours 25 to go, of course, but that means we've got nearly 8 hours, and to see these gaps so close is very good indeed. Out for the race lead also going on right now with Pure Sims Esports, I think, making a move into turn 1. Outside line for Mauricio Cuero, retaking that one from Phil Kraus. Outside line, the draft working wonders. He got close last lap, but he was even closer this time. Here's the replay. Pulled to the outside very early here, or pulled at least high up on the banking to try and swoop down, get a lot of overspeed, slipstream as well. That was very, very smart, almost oval racer kind of driving, and if it was either of these two, you'd expect that to come from Phil Kraus, but it was Cuero who pulled to the outside line, swung down on the banking, and then made the move into turn 1. That was very, very impressive, and even the oval drivers, the Americans amongst us, will be applauding that one.
Yeah, very neat move indeed for Cuero to get himself back up into the race leads, get the Pure Sims #1 car back up into the #1 spots. It's great to see, but private label team Hype, they were able to show the pace to get into that race leading position. There's no reason why that you can't try and keep tabs on Cuero here and not let him get away too much at the very front of this prototype division. But with the gap being 0.8 of a second already, it's not boding so well for Philip Kraus in this instance. But as long as it doesn't drop any more time than that, should be okay, just to keep himself in contention.
Absolutely. The draft is not really kind of working the same as it does in GT3, as you would expect, but even not the same as it did in LMP2, really, where you could bump draft, you could get groups staying together, all of these things going on, but that's not really the case here in GTP. These cars are so fast that it's just not quite the same, as Lewis Woods continues to try and chase down Matthew Dent here. I'm really scratching my head to figure out what Team PGZ did on this last pit stop to make it 7 seconds shorter, because it's clearly nothing to do with tyres. I didn't expect it to be, but it's clearly not, because Matthew Dent is as quick as, if not quicker, than some of the other, or those two behind, as Impulse and Visceral. So I'm really scratching my head to figure out what they did.
To be able to get like a super ultra short stop, you're going to have to take 2 tyres and take a short fuel as well, because remember the fuel and the tyres happen at the same time after the most recent patch. So That's the sacrifice you would have to make to try and get a very short stop. But not saying that's exactly what Team PGZ did, but it could be, again, if they were back counting from the end of the race, assuming no caution flag.
Yeah, certainly. Been told, by the way, that Valorous Motorsports' lead was dramatically shut down, or cut down at least, throughout that pit stop phase. It's now 1.4 seconds or so, Satellite on the back of them, but it wasn't exactly a shorter pit stop from Satellite. They were a second shorter, I suppose, but it wasn't quite that much of a gain by them. So, yeah, I can't say I'm entirely sure why they've lost so much of their lead, but I guess most of their lead previously came from the fact that there were so many GT3 Pro cars between themselves and the second place GT3 car when they got onto that restart, the most recent restart.
Just having a look back at this battle for GT3 Pro, because Team PGZ, they've managed the gap quite well at the very front of the field right now, especially considering they have Impulse and Visceral, IVRA Endurance working together in terms of the bump drafting here at the moment. So that gap is being slowly but steadily eaten into, but not by much. And in fact, on that last lap alone, it was only 7 thousandths of a second they were able to gain P2 and 3 over P1.
Yeah, that's why I'm so impressed really with Matthew Dent and his pace right now. Because there are two cars behind working together there. But Team PGZ are able to keep them at bay just for the minute. And yeah, 1.2 seconds is the gap that's currently held. But you get the feeling that it won't stay like that. And we might well see this just close up and start to change. Start to even battle in these final few moments, or final few moments, in these next few moments I should say. Next pit stop should come from GTP, by the way, and they, well, probably a million miles away, just going past 20 laps on this stint for Michel Cuero, the race leader for Pure Sims, but these GT3s have a long way to go on their pit stops just yet. But the battles are not stopping just for the moment. Hell Racers were involved in a group before the pit stops, and now afterwards they're involved in a different one with WS Racing Esports and Team Hoisting Belt here just behind. The gaps, for the large part, very, very small in GT3 Pro. I don't think these drivers are actually that far off the overall race lead in this class. I mean, they're within half a minute of the lead, within 20 seconds.
Yeah, they are, and it just goes to show how competitive this field is, especially in GT3 Pro and of course down in GT3 as well. It seems like the level of competition is very, very close, and that's when it's a league or any race really is at its most fun, when you're having great equal fights and then amongst the drivers around you, and that's what we tend to see in the GT classes here. So yeah, it's great to witness, and hopefully we do get a grandstand finish out of it at the end of the day, but at the moment they're just giving us a little bit of a show as they haven't looked on each other basically.
Yeah, it's certainly is. You mentioned earlier about the exciting nature of endurance racing at Daytona, and certainly I do agree, but it does mean that some fights end up like this for quite large periods of time, where you just know that there's not actually going to be any battling between the two, and it's, well, because there's no point really. I guess you could argue that's the same for any endurance race at any circuit, but you just know around here that staying in line, bumping one another is just so much faster than actually fighting out properly, that sometimes it does just take the excitement away from them on occasion. But then again, you do get battles sometimes, as we were speaking about earlier, that descend into chaos a little bit, and then you do get some real action. So who knows which way that would go, and this one will stay the same as well, you'd imagine, especially for Impulse and Visceral here. They're trying to catch the race leader, so there really is no point.
Yeah, you're exactly right, and they actually did a good job of it that last time around. They took about 0.3 seconds out of Team PGZ, but they need to be doing that on a consistent basis. There's no point in gaining a handful of tenths of a second if you're just going to lose it on the next lap. That's not a way to try and catch and gain positions. But Impulse and Visceral are doing the level best to try and help each other out and pushed each other along the circuit, but that time around they were slower than Team PGZ. So Matthew Dench actually on some of these laps going faster than the two cars behind, actually trying to either bump draft or slingshot.
Yeah, it's really unbelievable. You very rarely see someone able to do this. Very, very impressive indeed from Matthew Dench. Team PGZ once again putting up a great fight as they did against Urano at Circuit of the Americas. They're once again driving very, very strongly indeed. Currently into turn 6 they go as battle for third in GTP heats up, my word. Movano being caught here by Team RSO, and this is a fight that might well be worth kind of swapping positions in, because yeah, we're very much seeing RSO being a bit quicker right now. Maxime Knaz very much gaining, and we could well see a move here into turn number 1, particularly on Movano, and less traffic here through the bus stop puts a halt to it, and it might well be.
Possibly getting them all done on the outside here. The last one might be a bit of a struggle here for Team RSO. A bit of a struggle even, but there we go. Down the inside before the braking zone arrives. It does mean that they don't get the ideal line into the bus stop, but they're able to negotiate it just fine. And now RSO can just sit in that slip feed all the way around on these bankings and make sure they're at least a little close on the way in towards turn 1, but it's terribly strong this far back, so that's the thing you have to be worried about as well. But again, lap traffic in towards the turn 1 is never ideal as RSO sends it in, gets one disposed of and looks for the other one through the S's.
He thought about going down the inside of both of them there at turn 1, and that really wouldn't have worked. That would have ended up in an incident, I'm afraid. And so, well, thankfully, the disaster was averted, but even so, could have been a very, very difficult moment, and they're about to come through on this battle for second in GT3 Pro. Just see Movano making that move on Urano in the background there. And out of turn 6, that they will all go. That gap just extending between Movano and RSO now, so it's not going to happen in towards turn number 1. So I suspected it might on that last lap. I think we'll have to wait that little bit longer. It did seem though, I think it's interesting to note in this battle for second in GT3 Pro that these two Porsches are now the opposite way round to what they were previous to the pit stop. So Visceral were in front of Impulse last time, but this time it's the other way round. I just wonder whether Impulse pushing Visceral helped the two to go a bit quicker than this front way around is going, because Visceral aren't exactly closing in very quickly here to the back of Impulse, and they're not going to really be able to push them for that long. I think that we're either going to go for a fight now. Maybe they will fight it out. Maybe they've decided Impulse are probably better in that second position. I think that Visceral car just might be a bit stronger on the infield, and the Impulse may be a bit stronger on the banking, and having them the other way around might just help them out a little bit. But we'll wait and see when they can catch PGZ.
Wilson's esports in now, so they're in for a pit stop, so that's the situation there. But you know, it changes a little bit, at least in terms of prototypes. But yeah, the Movano and RSO battle. I mean, there are, you know, pretty much all your prototypes are on the exact same pit stop cycle, so there's not really going to be much of a difference in terms of strategy call here at the moment. It's just balls to the wall racing and get those tyres through every single lap, but not every single lap, every single stop. But I was going to say, it's going to be a bit weird if they changed every single lap. I guess that's just I've been up since 5:30 in the morning today, and I'm absolutely exhausted. That's where that's come from.
Possibly, but yeah, battle for third will still continue here in GTP. Although, yeah, Pure Sims sorry, it's the battle for second now, isn't it? With Pure Sims in, just making their stop. It was a normal stop, by the way. 31 seconds for them completed. Just 5 seconds behind Phil Krause here. So, while we were talking about Pure Sims versus private label team hype for the race lead, these guys aren't exactly that far away. They weren't involved in the fight, but they're not that far away and could very much get involved here very soon. We'll see if they can, though. Once again, RSO just don't seem to be quite quick enough as Phoenix get through here on the outside line towards turn 1, up into 5th place. For them, that's past Tempest Racing, Tempest Simsport. Another team that had a 7 seconds shorter pit stop on that previous time of asking. I've still yet to work out where those 7 seconds have come from, or where they're gained. But Tempest don't seem to be losing that much time either. So clearly, it's not something that's going to cost them time. Maybe it could be a bit of a short fill, I suppose, for PGZ and Tempest. But even so, we'll see them coming in early. So we'll get some answers on that very soon. But I'm still very puzzled by those pit stops, I have to be honest.
I mean, we'll have to pay very careful, close attention next time it happens, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that, with the rule change, that there's still a bit of leeway potentially in terms of the tyre strategy over the course of a race distance such as this. So that is very, very interesting indeed. We have another prototype down towards the pit lane, actually 2 of them. Private Label Team Hype and Team RSO deciding to come down in on the exact same lap. SRZ Movado Corsa decided to stay out in this instance and continue on logging at least 1 more lap. But we'll take this opportunity, Ewan, just to, if you have any candidates of a car that you want to have an extended onboard with, then I'm all ears.
Well, somebody who's not going to go in the pits in a minute would be ideal, I think, because that'll be embarrassing. But I'm not really sure how much GTP onboard we've had so far. Obviously, the others will have had some onboard sections as well throughout their section of the broadcast. But I mean, the net race leaders might not be a bad shout if we want GTP. But I slightly fear that the GT3s are not that far from a pit stop. That's all.
Yeah. They're sort of 2/3 of the way through the stint, so
That might be all right then.
not
Yeah.
imminent. Especially if you pick like Urano.
Well, yeah,
They're 15
exactly.
laps in the stint. So yeah, are you happy with Urano?
Well, exactly. They're chasing down this battle for second and third between Vince Peters and Lewis Woods. So yeah, why not? But maybe by the end of this, they will have caught up.
Eventually. We'll take a very short break here on RaceSpotTV. We'll just leave you the sights and sounds of the onboard of CZ and the Team Urano Esports Nicholas Melbourne. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to the GSI Endurance Series powered by IVRA. This is round number 3, the 12 hours of Daytona. We have, well, coming up on immediately 4 hours to go here at the Daytona International Speedway. My name's Corey Maddock. I've been joined by Ewan O'Leary for this portion of the broadcast. Things have been bubbling along quite nicely. Yes, we've had quite a few cautions over the course of today. Hopefully I'm not jinxing them now. But over the past, well, green flag, 1.5 green flag stints or so, we haven't had much disruption in terms of the yellows here. So it has allowed the race to breathe just that little bit more. We will take the opportunity just to have a look at the top to bottom in terms of the top 10 in each class here. We've got Pure Sims Esports that currently lead in the GTPs. Mauricio Quero currently leading the way in that instance. He had a little bit of a scare, a little bit of a fright on that previous stint where he lost a whole bunch of time on one lap and actually allowed private label Team Hype very briefly to lead a couple of laps, but Pure Sims were able to come back and get themselves up into the race lead. We've also got Team RSO, who are not too far adrift off the leaders there, so definitely still in contention. You can still say the same as well for SRC Movano Corsa. So top 5 in this race, I would say, all have at least a decent shot at taking the race win at the end of today, given the right set of circumstances. And of course, with the ever-looming presence of the safety car looming over our heads, then that might be the roll of the dice that some of the teams need to get themselves up there. In terms of P5, though, that goes to Valkyrie X-Type in the number 27 car. We've got Sin City Racing in P6 with Loche in P7, who haven't had the best of days. They got themselves 17 laps down on the overall race lead here, but still going along well. They are 40 seconds ahead of German Sim Racing Blue. Then we've got Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing there in P9, and we've got Maniti Racing in P10. The rate of attrition has been unfortunate for GTPs, but of course they are a new class. Not only to IVRA Racing, but to iRacing in general. The completely new BMW GTPs, that will be coming to the real world very, very soon indeed. We just get ourselves a little bit of a preview of them here in iRacing. In terms of GT3 Pro, let's have a look at those, because currently it is Team PGZ that currently leads the way, with Matthew Dench behind the wheel of the 114. This is largely due to a strategy call that was made by Team PGZ. They were about 6-7 seconds faster on their previous stop compared to pretty much everyone else. Remember, in GT3s, you take tyres and fuel at the same time now, so there's less variation in terms of the pit stops. However, Team PGZ have found a lot of time on the pit stops, either by taking 2 tyres and the short fuel, because taking 2 tyres by yourself, that won't actually get you all that far in terms of improving pit stop time. It's all pretty much fuel dependent now. So that's the strategy Team PGZ has gone for. We've also got Impulse Racing there down in P2 with Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports P3, Bristol Esports in P4 with Phoenix Racing in P5. Then you've got Tempest, Delta Sport, WS Racing, Team Hoistingfeld and Samba Racing Team rounding out the top 10 in GT3 Pros. Last but not least, we'll have a look at GT3s because these guys have been most of the time relatively close. They are in the middle of a pit stop cycle though here, are the quote-unquote lesser GT3 class. So it's currently Satellite Racing that leads with Verstander Nomad in P2 with all the Sim Racing Team in 3rd. We got Maniti Racing, who pitted about 8 laps ago in 4th. In 5th, you got Rusty Satchelers. They pitted just 1 lap ago, so they're out of position as well in terms of the cycle. Then you got SRN Motorsports and Valor Motorsports Apollo. Everyone else further down, unfortunately, has retired from the event. So that's a sort of brief look at all three classes that you have running here today, and you know, things as close to, as ever at the top of at least GTPs and GT3 Pros. Of course, GT3s are currently in a pit stop cycle, like I said, so their gaps aren't really representative, as we see Team PGZ actually come down towards the pit lane here at E1. So that sounds about right as far as a short stint goes.
Yeah, it does. So maybe we do have our answer in that respect. Also waiting to see Tempest Simsport as well, and then we'll really have an answer, I suppose. But be interesting to see this pit stop now. Whether they're going to do it every time, are they going to do that every time, having a shorter stop and then, you know, maybe make an extra one throughout the race, or are they going to just count that as a one-off? You know, we've got the lead now, we're in the lead, we're with the leaders, so, you know, we don't have to do that again, really. We can go back to what we were doing. That's going to be the interest over the next few moments, but that's got to develop. In the meantime, we do have a leading battle to watch, which is absolutely fantastic. It's going to get closer here as well, because I've just seen 4 GT3s ahead of the leaders there. Quero's going to have to go around all of them.
Indeed he is. And, well, catches the rest of them at the right place and the right time. You want to catch them on the banking, because as a prototype, you can just steam your way around, all the way around the outside. And Private Label Team Hype have been able to do so as well. Is this a similar situation here to what we saw in the middle of the previous stints, where Quero has a poor lap or two and just brings Private Label Team Hype into it?
I don't even know if I'd describe it as a poor lap, really. I think part of it's got traffic or got a lot to do with traffic throughout this race, so it's difficult to say, really, whether it is a poor lap or just traffic or what it is, but it certainly means that this leading battle is coming and going here, and it has been for the previous 2 hours. Interesting to see, though, that now that Private Label Team Hype have been given this opportunity, they are able to stick with the leaders. We've got side by side for third here, Movano on the outside line, and RSO look like they've got this one. Finally, they've got a lot worse look through the traffic on this occasion, although they're going to go around the inside of one and then outside of the other, left and right, every which way, and they will get their way through. But yeah, that is RSO up to third place now. So they've been pressing with that pressure for a little while, and now finally Movano have been demoted to fourth place. But these GTP battles are kind of just coming and going because of the traffic, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, I think so. It's definitely been a huge proponent, or at least a huge component of the racing here in prototypes. But at least for now, no huge ramifications coming from these little situations here at the moment, because it seems like, especially Pure Sims at the very front of the field, as soon as they hit that traffic, so to speak, hopefully not literally, you know, they get themselves, you know, within, well, Private Label Team Hype get themselves within about half a second, but Pure Sims are always able to respond, always able to get themselves back up there. So you know, there's a certain element of them leaving perhaps something, leaving a reserve in the tank to try and recover these situations.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be the case. As I said earlier, Mauricio Quero seems to be just keeping things calm in traffic, doesn't seem to be taking any major risks, and we're starting to see that filter down the BMW field, or the GTP field. Bit of grass being kicked up there. But yeah, a bit of free track space for the moment, and now you can see them just kind of evening out almost through these couple of moments. Not really anything to choose between them for now, as we can see. Is that yeah, that is Tempest Esport coming in. They were quite late stoppers in that first round, and they're quite early stoppers this time. So yeah, I think we've had our theory confirmed here. I think it was just a little bit less fuel taken on by PGZ and Tempest. PGZ once again have taken on a little bit less fuel, 37.7 this time. They've not gone quite for the full short fill, but a little bit of a short fill on that particular occasion. But it remains to be seen just how many more times they can get away with doing that in this race.
Has this Tempest car gone up in the jacks at all?
It must have done, surely.
Yeah. Interesting.
40-second stop, so I think towards the end of that stop they were down on the jacks because the tyres were done, but the fuel wasn't quite yet.
Yeah, I just didn't see them. let's go to penalty box.
This is their 30-second stop for overtaking before the start zone, or overtaking a significant amount of cars before the start zone. So they will have waited on this. I think they were waiting for a caution so that they could do an end-of-line penalty instead. Oh, they might be slightly too late here because geodesic are off. This could be a caution. Vigo is off the road. I think that's coming out the West Horseshoe, or maybe the International Horseshoe. It's the International one. Stopped on the exit in a very similar place that SimCity Racing were in the GTP class. And we do go caution.
Oh, what has happened here then? So Miguel Vigo for Geodesic Racing, who have to now take the tow back to pit lane. There's the aftermath of it. Here's what caused it. Going to get rid of that lower third there. This is Geodesic 162. Prototype down the inside. That's German Sim Racing. Oh! No! Oh,
it's the same SimCity Racing GTP car losing it at that same corner. I'm pretty sure it's them. If not, it's German Sim Racing.
I think it's GSI.
They're very similar. I think, yeah, maybe you're right. Yep, you're right. It wasn't SimCity Racing. Apologies to them. It's German Sim Racing who have just lost it. But it just shows you how difficult these GTP cars, when you're coming out of a slow corner like the International Horseshoe, kind of offline and off. Just offline, straight into geodesic, and that's the kind of content that maybe Vigo would have been able to get away with previously, but with the new damage model, maybe not. We see it from on board here, and I think we'll see the fact that he couldn't really do anything about this.
Yeah, there's not all that much, if anything, you can do about that if you're the GT car there. It's a mistake from the prototype that has an unfortunate casualty and changes this race slightly now, given that we did get the caution out of it. So back under the pace car, all the gaps collapsed once again.
Guess who's been caught out by this safety car in GT3 Pro again? Urano Esports. Left out to dry. They're going to be pretty much at the back of the lead lap again. That's the second time in the last 2.5 hours that's happened. So they'll be really, really disappointed. And once again, because everybody else has stopped, or nearly everybody else has stopped, they really will be right towards the back. They're one of 6 teams not to have stopped. There's still 13 on the lead lap, so I reckon they'll be about 8th or 9th, Urano, and they'll have to fight their way through all over again.
They're getting a bit of deja vu, aren't they? They can't catch a break whatsoever with how these cautions have been falling, and well, they're just hoping now that they can actually make up those positions, and it's a clean final 3.5 hours once we get back going. So yeah, it's a big shame for Urano, but again, it still doesn't put the race win outside of the possibility. I mean, it's still relatively far-fetched for them, but I still wouldn't count them out, that's for sure. But it just makes their lives more difficult, which I guess a lot of the other teams would be very appreciative of, because Urano have been incredibly strong and incredibly dominant over the course of this season. Maybe they do need to be taken down a peg or two, according to some of the other teams.
Well, yeah, they'd certainly be enjoying that, and Impulse Racing will certainly be enjoying this as well, because they're one of those who is going to benefit. Impulse will be second when this all shakes out, you'd imagine, because I'm presuming here that the top 6 will come in, and I think that's a pretty safe assumption to make at this stage, though you never know, of course. Rusty Spatulas make their way through, and we might well be ready to open the pit lane this time already. Rusty Spatulas, the last car on the lead lap there that needed to make their way through in GT3, and I think all the GT3 pros have made their way through here as well. So we might all be ready to go, but the race control may well wait for a few more to catch to the back of the train, because there's, I reckon, about half the field not attached to this train right now.
Yeah, I haven't had the message come through on race control to say the pit lane is open at any given time, so they will have to wait for it. So that that's the system. That's how it works here, both in this league and in kind of in racing in general. Once the safety car comes out on a road course, you can't immediately dive in and take advantage of it on towards the pit lane, because the pit lane is actually closed by the iRacing system on the first lap. So it's actually one of those things I want to see changed, really, for road course safety cars, or at least have it as a changeable option for race control, because it does kind of ruin some of the strategy regarding safety cars if you have the gap to be able to get a cheap stop.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, well, yeah, we were talking about it earlier about not saying things that because someone might have some more knowledge than you, and I've just myself in full thought there because of that. Anyway, yeah, we will have to stay out another lap before we come into the pit lane, and all of the GTPs on the lead lap, I would imagine, will, that being Pure Sims, Private Label Team Hype, RSO, Movado and Valkyrie, who are all on the lead lap right now. As I mentioned, still 13 on the lead lap. 11 on the lead lap in GT3 Pro, the last of which being Obsidian. All may well come in. Apart from, sorry, not all of them will come in, 6 of them will come in, but that's more than half. We will also see, or something else to note, I should say, Tempest Simsport, now 1 lap down. We saw them taking that penalty there. Not only did they take their pit stop just before that caution, which is it would have been really good, but they were in there slightly too long because of their penalty, and you can see by just how much they missed out on the lead lap. That's the leading Urano car just up in front, and that's the Tempest car in the middle of your screen. They just missed out. They're now a lap down. They should get that lap back with this pit stop here for Urano. However, they'll be at the back of the train, and that would be really disappointing for them. If they'd have just avoided that penalty, they could have been in such a good position.
They could have been. they definitely could have been. It's just sod's law, that one, isn't it? You know, the lap that you come down in, take your pit stop, then serve your penalty as well. The only possible situation there where you could have gone a lap down, you did, and then immediately the caution comes out, which is really, really rotten luck for them. But like you said, they will get themselves their lap back here if, when Urano come down on towards the pit lane. It's not a matter of if, they definitely will on this caution period. So in the end, it's still a big loss, yes, but it's definitely not as big as it could have been. But yeah, again, it just means they're on the back foot once again in another GSI Endurance Series event, which has, become a theme a little bit. But yeah, that's just the situation that they've been given down there in GTs. In terms of prototypes, how does it change things there? Well, we'll see when this pit stop phase happens, I suppose, because they're all roughly on a similar sort of strategy of these top 5 cars, are they? So there's not many laps in between them.
Yeah, there's not much to it really. Yeah, they're a maximum 4 laps apart. Movado only 14 laps into a stint. Valkyrie coming up to, or have completed 18 laps of their stint. They're all fairly low on fuel now. We'll all be in for fuel and tyres here. The GTs, some of them will be in as well, you'd imagine, as pit stop and pit lane opens. Then they've got to get the whole field of GTPs to the front again here, which could take a little while, to be honest. But for now, we'll see if anybody comes in. I don't know if pit lane's open just yet, or if we're not quite sorted out. No.
Let me have a look.
Doesn't look like we... Oh, yeah, we are. It's indeed sorted out. But Pure Sims making sure that they want to go at the last possible moment there. And they certainly did. Fool me. Into the pit lane they come, though. They're going to lead the line. Little crowd, you can just see. There he is behind. And a lot of the GTs coming in as well. Urano have been in. And now you'll see those staying out. Cycle to the front. Satellite Racing also into the pit lane. There from the lead in GT3. And we do have some driver changes here as well. Sasha Gull gets into the Movado car. Connor Harrington back in for Phil Kraus. Michael Meyer into the Valkyrie car, but Quero and Canaz stay in their cars for Pure Sims and RSO. Pure Sims get going once again, and they will continue to lead here after only a 21-second stop. Not quite as long for them. RSO managed to jump Private Label Team Hype, presumably because of that driver change, really. Those two teams that didn't have to do a driver change there certainly benefited.
Yep, indeed they did. So it was 21.6 seconds on Pure Sims' stop, 23.9 for Team RS. So meanwhile, the rest of the prototypes actually had stops over 30 seconds. So yeah, I think you're exactly right. The driver change is having a big effect in that instance. And of course, they're not, that comes to the point where it's actually, the time delta in taking the driver change actually matters, because they weren't taking absolutely full tanks on that particular stop for the prototypes. So it affects things just a little bit more. Just having a look at the chat. Is there a fuel limit for GT cars?
No, I'm pretty sure there is not. No, it's all fine. Maybe that would explain some of the pit stop things going on earlier, but no, I don't believe there is. Most of the GT3 pros did come in actually. Only 3 stayed out, despite the fact that some didn't need to come in. PGZ came in despite that. Visceral also did. In some cases, for only 6 seconds worth of a top off in terms of fuel. Hell Racers seemingly had damage to repair, so they came in. But yeah, some pit stops there, but that surprised me. What we've also seen, by the way, and what I believe anyway, that we totally missed, is the GT3 leaders, Valorous Motorsport, going off and crashing at some point. I don't know whether I just don't remember that incident, but they're now a good 6-7 laps away from the leaders in that class, having, well, they were the leaders not so long ago, less than an hour ago, for Valorous. So at some point down the line, Valorous have been involved in some kind of incident.
I think this might have been it.
Well, this is with Satellite, who are now leading into the outside line in towards turn number 1. Let's see what happened here. Very easy things to get wrong here, of course. But that looks all fine for now. Bit of contact. Side by side through the S's. This is where things really can go wrong. Off the road slightly for Valorous. Oh! Into the grass. Couldn't save it. Into the wall. And that was big contact. Fair play for them for getting it round, I suppose, but it did cost them 6 or 7 laps.
Yeah, it did. That could have easily been another caution. But yeah, just a little, if there was any contact at all there. Out into the grass is certainly not helping, but a heavy impact with the left-hand side there. And that's going to be very much worse for wear. They are, if we return to the live pictures, they are out there and circulating. However, they got about 10 minutes worth of required / optionals.
Very big shame for them. Actually, the back of the safety car queue at the minute, as you can see.
That left side's still not looking pretty.
No. But yeah, they don't seem to be running too badly, at least under safety car here, catching the back of the train. They weren't doing too badly. A couple of pit stops happening here though. Patrick Wolf into the pit lane, might have gained another lap back there. Well, if he did, he's just lost it. There he is, down in pit lane. For the championship leaders, of course, in the prototype class. Now making their way back out again. Good way ahead of the likes of German Sim Racing and Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing, who are trying to chase them. Yeah, back to where they were for Veloce. Still now 13 cars on the lead lap for GT3 Pro, so a couple more have joined back on as a result of this safety car. And we've still got 5 cars on the lead lap in GT3, so still very healthy amounts of cars on the lead lap here. And still the prospect of a very exciting end to this race, really, because with these cautions, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's basically the motto of these sorts of races, isn't it? Especially given that you have the yellow flags, you have the safety cars, which we don't get in official iRacing special events and things like that. So they really do add a new element to things. In this series more than any other, it feels like anything can happen in terms of the final stages of this race, which we are slowly but surely approaching towards. We're going to have about 3.5 hours once we get this race started, which is not too long at all, considering this is a 12-hour event, and if you include qualifying, well, 3 hours. 13 hours, sorry.
Yeah, certainly. It is a long day for these drivers as they make their way out the bus stop chicane towards the line. I'd find it hard to imagine that they'll go green this time. There's a bit too much of a rush to get the GTPs into place and everybody ready for a restart. And there's still some people in the background figuring things out as well. I do believe everybody could be in the right order now. But just going to have to wait one more time for this safety car to come in. Then we'll be going races again, as you mentioned, with about 3.5 hours to go. And we'll really get an idea as to just how far these GTP cars can go, because they are going to start to think about fuel. Normally, if this was a 12-hour special event, as you mentioned, there will be no safety cars. The Sebring 12-hour, Bathurst 12-hour, you know, they would kind of back time, and you know what you're doing strategy-wise from the very start of the race. For a race like this, you can't really plan like that. But at this kind of stage, you sort of do start to plan like that a little bit, because despite the safety cars, you do have to think about what you've got towards the end of the race. You know, maybe saving a lap of fuel here or there if you're trying to avoid a splash and dash and things like that. So people will start to back time and start to think about those kind of things, almost imagining that it is feasible normally that this could be the last caution. I find that hard to believe in this race, but you never know, and you've got to plan as if it is.
Yeah, that's the tricky thing about these races, because you hit the nail on the head. If this was an iRacing special event, you'd know exactly what you're doing. You know, you could calculate the strategy relatively easily. However, you just add a random element of safety car, and that completely changes the game, because you can't really. Well, I was gonna say you do have to commit to a strategy. However, you also have to be very, very flexible with the options that you have because of that disruption of the safety car. You can't just be relying on, oh, we're just going to pit on the hour every hour, we're going to take tyres every other time, like the old rules allowed. But in this, you know, with rule changes with safety cars, you have to be so much more flexible. You have to be working on things on the fly. You know, unless they're ridiculously talented, the driver can't do all of that in their heads while they're racing. So that's where they do need the outside help from the other drivers who are not racing or dedicated spotters and things like that. That's where the extra brain power actually really helps to try and run those sort of mini simulations to see what's the best option, and what option will give you more options if there is a safety car, or maybe a better option in terms of green flag running, however, will make you very vulnerable to safety car windows. You know, it's all choices in the end, and the right choices gain you race wins.
Yeah, absolutely. It's we've seen that time and time again with that particular example with Urano getting caught out there on a stint, because so many drivers though came in under that caution in GT3 Pro. They've not been shuffled as far back as I initially feared. They're only down in 6th place, not quite down to 8th or 9th, which it really very well could have been. But they'll be very glad about that. And we do now have the lights off on top of the safety car. All the GTPs in position, all 11 of them at the front of the train now. Only 5 of them, of course, on the lead lap. And once again, it's Pure Sims Esports who are leading the way around. The reigning champions, of course, of this GSI Endurance Series by IVRA. And they're going to look to hold this lead. And a few more points on the board by the end of the day in the defence of their title. Not the last 12-hour race we'll have this season, of course. One more coming up at Fuji towards the end of the season. But this is the longest race they'll have so far this season, after a couple of 1,000 miles so far. Still a long way to go. 3.5 hours remaining in this race, and Pure Sims Esports in control of the field once again. Coming up towards the line, going to wait a very long time to actually get going, and now finally does. with Team RSO not far behind at all. Then there's the Movano car just in behind. Private label Team Hype as well as Valkyrie on that lead lap as well. The GTP's getting things underway from the front down towards the International Horseshoe. It's a good start from Pure Sims. Holly Horton showed himself to be very, very good on cold tyres earlier on in the previous restart. Mauricio Cuero is going to have to do the same here, but he is coming under pressure from Team RSO.
Just a little bit, but it's so important for Pure Sims to try and gain this early advantage off of the restart. They have been very, very comfortable in terms of extending gaps when either Team RSO or Private Label Team Hype has gone close, but that's Private Label Team Hype having a problem. Actually, that is was that Private Label Team Hype problem? Yeah, I think it was, right? Yeah. A bit sketchy, and Movano up to third place, and still potentially a little bit of an issue. There's side-by-side behind going on into the bus stop between lap traffic.
Yeah, Maniti getting through there. I don't think it was on Valkyrie, but it wasn't for a position, I don't think, there. Passing Maniti. Geodesic and German Sim Racing will be battling as well off of the lead lap, as Pure Sims got a slowdown there out the bus stop chicane, I would imagine. And just got passed by Team RSO, who will now take the lead of this race on the restart. Down in towards turn number 1. They will hold it. So Mauricio Guerrero might have just got things ever so slightly wrong at the bus stop chicane. It's a really, really heavy slowdown as well in terms of the time you have to give up. And so not the dream restart for Pure Sims on this occasion.
Oh, look at this Obsidian down the inside of Phoenix on the way in towards turn number 1. That's a little bit of a ballsy move from Sergio Ferrario, and he's executed it quite well, in fact. No one, I think, deserves a bit of a replay, if you ask me, because we did just catch the tail end of it. But look at this slipstream, basically pushing the other car, pushing the Audi down the straight, and now getting itself just to the inside there. There wasn't a lot of room for that to happen.
But just enough for Obsidian to get down the inside there, and they're back with Impulse again. Visceral not too far away, but the gaps behind to the likes of PGZ and Urano are growing, and maybe that's what incentivised Obsidian to get down the inside there and go for it. It does seem as well that Phoenix Racing are not quite as quick as those two out front, and so they're losing a bit of time now are Visceral, who are just stuck behind the Audi. You can see that it's going to be a Porsche 123 very soon, I think. You see Visceral just in the background. Vince Peters electing to wait, and that's probably the best idea for him into the Le Mans chicane. He's got a nicer run through there, a straighter exit as well, but he's almost too close too quickly here. He's on the outside line already, and this is going to be a really long way around the banking.
It really is. I mean, you get the speed off by descending the gradient, so to speak, so you do get a bit of a run of speed here up towards the start-finish line. It's going to be important to know in terms of a drag race on the very final lap, but we're quite far away from that point at the moment. These guys still going wheel to wheel in towards turn 1, but backing out of it there is Visceral, not wanting to take that risk.
Certainly didn't. And yeah, as I said, I just think Peters got too close too quickly there. Not really intentionally, but was just trying to get that run off the corner. And in doing so, got alongside immediately. It's a long way around the banking, as we mentioned. As a German Sim Racing get back underway again. Oh, no front end on that car. Dear me, this is going to be a big incident. It has allowed Geodesic up a place. That's the car you can just see behind them here. Now this was a fight for 8th place, but Lucas Lipper has got off the road as he just dropped it on the exit of turn 6 here, and he's overcorrected. Oh, straight into the wall. That's a heavy angle to hit into the wall. Bodywork bouncing down the banking, and I'm afraid that might well be a trip to pit lane for Lipper.
Yeah, he didn't stop on circuit. He was able to nurse it back round and into the pit lane, so no caution. That is a smack, isn't it? The right front isn't even wheel isn't even touching the ground.
I'm surprised he has been able to drive it back in that case. So, yeah, fair play to him. But big damage, I'm afraid, for German sim racing, and that's going to be a damage repair as well. They've got a good couple of laps ahead of Maniti, but, I mean, that's only 3 minutes around here. I don't think that repair is going to be done in 3 minutes. They're only just pulling in now. So I think Maniti Racing could be up to 9th place, and this is exactly why you continue on in endurance races, because the drivers in front of you may well go off the road.
Yeah, exactly all Maniti need are, well, 3 laps at this point. Rather 2 laps, actually, to get themselves past German Sim Racing Blue, and there's no way that that damage is going to be repaired inside of 2 laps. Let's just say that. So Maniti Racing should be safe in terms of a P9 here at the moment, unless the required repairs on the new BMW are miraculously quick. But we'll have to see as far as the number 67 and Lucas Lippert. But that was quite significant suspension damage on that car as well. It'd be pretty simple if it was just a front clip change that needs to happen, but you saw how ruined the front right assembly was.
Yeah, that's the bit that's going to take a very long time to repair, unfortunately. As I said at the time as well, it has allowed Alpine Stars Geodetic Racing to gain a place as well, up to 8th place for them. But this leading battle not going away, the leading 2 getting to get away from the rest, but this is what's going on behind in GT3 Pro. They're all getting through on Phoenix Racing. Team PGZ, though, have been really stuck behind them. Urano have managed to get through on them, and now are challenging for second even, pushing Visceral to second, gonna have it themselves as well. My goodness, Obsidian have just been absolutely freight train there. Inside line of 3 wide for them as Visceral go through the middle and break early. Urano are desperate to get back to the lead once again here in this race. They're pushed out wide, but Visceral there probably did the smart thing to just back out of it all entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. Urano swinging it to the outside. They were really the instigators of that potential 3 wide situation there. They had such a go-forward attitude. We mentioned it in the caution. They had the yellow come out at such a poor time for them, and they needed to try and make up for it in terms of trying to gain these positions, and they've done that quite comfortably here at the moment as we have a bit of a change to the race leaders. Pure Sims has now gone past Team RSO for the overall race lead. RSO looking to respond potentially in towards the International Horseshoe. Let's see if they decide to make it happen, though. They're just going to stay in line for now, but follow very closely nose to tail. We'll have a look at the replay of how the change to the overall race lead happened.
You'd imagine it's just going to be slipstream and outside towards turn number 1. And RSO not too willing to fight it out, really. Just breaking that little bit early. Pure Sim's a little bit late. And through goes Quero into the lead again of this race. They're very close, by the way, to actually making lap traffic again. So there'll be another bit of interest there. But there's a lot of trains now in GT3. And so that's going to make life very difficult through the infield for these prototype drivers who have to make their way through. See if we can get any here. Well, there's the leading battle in GT3 Pro. Impulse were being pushed to the lead by Obsidian, but then they tried to go for it themselves. They might be punished by Urano. And it looks like a replay of last lap as Urano go 2 out wide, pushed out wide, and they'll stay in third.
Yeah, Urano are looking very, very spicy here over the last couple of laps. You can see how they're feeling that the track position at this stage of the race is more important than any fuel saver, any strategy that they have to try and pull off. Why wouldn't you? In this situation when you're Urano and you've been on the bad side of so many cautions over the course of this race, you got to manufacture your own luck somehow, and getting towards the front of this field is definitely a big way of doing that. Of course, Obsidian Racing are kind of on the older tyres by about 10 laps on all of them here at the moment. At least 10 laps on Impulse. Urano, of course, on 9 laps on their stint. So they've got a bit fresher rubber as well, which will help in the twisty middle sections. Not so much when it comes to these straights, however. You can see Obsidian tucking in behind Impulse there, giving them the push down the straight here on the way in towards the bus stop. Urano not going to challenge them. Urano instead trying to time this run through the bus stop, which is so important. If you time it wrong and you get a run too early, like we see on so many occasions, Ewan, you just get roadblocked on the exit of the bus stop. You have to make sure you time it so that that doesn't happen.
Exactly, you need that slingshot. It is easier when the car you're trying to overtake has a car in front of it as well. But you just see there, Urano lifted off there. Obsidian are pushing Impulse, Urano lifted off. And now there's going to be a chance for the race lead. Or is it more of a defence of that second position by Obsidian? It's hard to say, but Lewis Woods will continue on in the race lead there. And Urano didn't really want any piece of it at all. Look at that train in the background as well. That's for 5th place on backwards. Still being headed by... well, it was being headed by Phoenix Racing Esport until about that lap, where Team PGZ have finally been able to get their way through. Delta Sport trying to follow through as well, just in behind. But those are the drivers that the GTPs are now trying to go through. And we could well see a battle between Pure Sims and RSO very soon. So this is now getting into a very, very interesting restart. Down the inside of everybody at the King. And now RSO are going to be blocked by 2 teams. My goodness, there was barely a gap to squeeze there through. But they've just about managed it.
I have no idea how they've just managed to do that, and now they have yet more traffic to deal with as they cut themselves out of the infield. Careful with that curb. We've seen Jim and Sim racing glued as they shoot it down the middle. Good opportunistic driving from Maxim Naz. Lost him a little bit of time, at least in that instance, but just trying to scythe his way through the field. In quite a fashion here, and now Pure Sims have caught GT traffic at the bus stop, which is not the best place to catch it. To the outside, coming off the corner. RSO gaining another couple of tenths of a second back.
They'll have to just go round the outside of everybody here. They might get them all towards turn 1. Well, not these guys, obviously, but the rest of them down in towards turn 1. Back for the lead and continue. It's not Lewis Woods anymore, by the way. It's Michael Dressler. And, everybody's down the inside. A little bit of lifting off from the 2 Porsches. Urano said, I'm not going to wait for this, and go down the inside. Laubis takes the lead just in front of the overall leaders. That was very good driving from him as he saw what was happening between the 2 Porsches in front, and he dived and took the opportunity.
That's incredible from Urano. Laubis. That was an incredible move down the inside at turn 1. Has got himself the class lead now. The overall race leaders, they've been able to get themselves past as well, but I just want to have another little look at how Laubis did that. We'll cycle it back just that little bit further as well, just to give ourselves a little bit more context. But you can see the 2 Porsches pushing each other down on that on the double yellow line there. You see Urano waiting for that gap to open up, and it does on the inside. The 2 Porsches were following each other up the track to take a big wide entry, and Urano spotted the weakness.
They spotted the gap, and they absolutely went for it. Here it is on board. I think there might have been a little bit lifting off as well with fuel games going on just up high, and now we saw that going on. Impulse have definitely lifted off there in the corner for me. They're definitely saving the fuel. They knew that they were towing the group around, and they had to keep up with the fuel saving somehow. But Urano were tired of it. Down the inside they go. Back to the lead now, and look at the pace of Urano. They've stretched out this gap massively. Traffic has no doubt played a role here too, because the whole GTP field has made its way through on this lap. But the pace of Urano has stretched this group, as has the traffic, and so now we've got just a leading pair rather than the 4.
Yeah, that's interesting. Visceral have really fallen off over these past couple of laps. Have to wonder if they're targeting a certain number, but yeah, a little bit too close to comfort with the prototype there. Now Obsidian gains a little bit more ground back here on Urano. Let's see how this traffic falls, because here goes Veloce as well up towards the kink. They're able to get themselves clear, absolutely no problems, but this is always the sketchy situation as you have prototypes sending it down the inside of not one, looking for the seconds there. Is that prototype, but not going to be successful in doing so.
Well, interesting situation now in GT3 Pro particularly. Also GTP as well, I guess, but I was expecting the traffic to affect that battle more, I've got to say. Seemed to get through without any major problems and without any major differences between them in terms of the gap. But in GT3 Pro, it certainly has developed. And Urano Esports now lead ahead of Obsidian. Still a couple more GTP BMWs to get through, of course. And yeah, 2 more. You can just see in the background there. But out towards the banking again. It's clear that Urano, or fairly clear anyway, that they might even have the fastest car here, Urano, because Impulse couldn't really stretch out the group like this when they were at the front, but Urano almost, making it look like Slipstream is not a thing at the moment. They're just powering away, despite the obvious draft that you get around here, and it really keeps groups together at Daytona. Urano are still able to get away.
Yeah, that Mercedes is a powerful thing. It's hard to keep up with it, even if you do have a whole bunch of draft. There's the battle for P5 though. In that very same class in the GT3 Pros, there's a big train of them. It's P5, 6, 7, and well, 8's not too far down the road either. So it's PGZ, Delta Sport, Phoenix, all involved in this battle. Not actively side by side just yet, but I wouldn't put it past them, that's for sure.
No, certainly not. As the battle for the lead changes in GT3 as well, and big changes.
Oh.
Satellite, there's been an incident here. Satellite Racing involved, along with World of Sim Racing Team as well, I think, as the 2 of them were fighting it out for the race lead. Just Payment Esports find their way down the inside of Satellite, and now there's a real battle on for the GT3 lead between the 2 BMWs you can see here. Satellite defend, but World of Sim Racing go even further to the inside, clatter into the side of Just Payment Esports. Satellite have to come to a complete stop, and so Preston and Nomad now will take the lead. Here's the view on board from World of Sim Racing. Just like this is a misjudgment.
Looks like we'll have a look down the inside. Oh, that's a lunge. Yeah, he was never gonna get it stopped for the corner. If that's yeah, that's a slam dunk for the stewards, I think. Even if that Deutsche Payment Systems car wasn't there, World of Sim Racing Team would have completely blown through the corner. They just used them as a brake.
Absolutely, and we've also got Maniti Racing's 278s, by the way, in pit lane right now, I believe, as a result of damage, although I don't know at the moment. They were up towards the front, though, in GT3 as well. So there's been all sorts of change here in that slowest of the 3 categories. And there's still a fight for the lead going on as well in that one right now. And indeed, Satellite Racing have taken the lead in towards turn 1. The BMW very quick in a straight line. And so they've restored their position.
Indeed they have. Let's have a look at how it happened. Should be a simple draft pass, but we'll have a look at it anyway, because we haven't really been giving that much attention to just GT3 class. But their races have come to life now. There's Satellite Racing, Ryan Robertson getting the draft pass done down the front straight. Gets it done even before the braking zone of turn 1. That's the way you like to do it.
Absolutely. Without even any challenge, really, in towards turn 1 that time. A good pass from Satellite. And they've hopefully got out the way there for Maniti to dive down the inside in the GTP as well. Being helpful to those in the faster categories. Preston and Nomad, though, is going to continue to apply the pressure, though. And we'll see now whether they will be able to get through as well, or whether they'll even want to at this point. You'd imagine not. Not into the bus stop chicane. And there's a little bit of lifting off there from Tim Penny. Not a total coast, but certainly not using the 100% throttle application there at all. Nice and conservative on the way in. As Obsidian take the lead of GT3 Pro now.
So, the moment we look away from something.
Yeah. I mean, Urano had I've lost nearly a second there, so that's quite a big loss of a lead there. That's not just a pass, I wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, so
Slow down penalty.
The pass. Yeah.
By the way, they were running up high on the banking there, and they realised even into turn 1 they still hadn't quite cleared it yet. But now they finally have, so that's why that gap just extended. But I don't think they've lost the slipstream as a result.
No, they haven't. They are still about 7/10 of a second behind Obsidian. So, drama in both your GT classes. Now I'm just waiting for drama in GTP because you know they're the only one that haven't had a manic 10 minutes here, at least in this portion of the race. Pure Sims lead that one by 1.2 seconds. So still going on well, but RSO keeping them honest. You know, you just got to keep yourself, you know, in that window, and you sort of put the race leading driver, the race leading team on edge a little bit. So that's the situation there. Vivano, of course, in third place, still going along very well. But yeah, so battle for race lead in GT Pro, battle for race lead in GT3. Take your pick.
Oh yeah, sport for choice at the minute, with all three leading battles, well, previously on, but now a little bit less so in GTP. It certainly is here though. Misurano push Obsidian, so quick in a straight line, that Mercedes. So be able to push the Porsche a long, long way to heights it's never achieved before, you'd imagine, towards turn one again. And they'll stay where they are. But this is the thing between these two. Now they might be able to get away from those behind, because while there is, you know, a bit of a group forming between Visceral and Impulse, they haven't got a Mercedes in their group, and the Mercedes will be able to push the Porsche quicker than the Porsches can push each other.
I mean, it seems to be the case. We just had a bit of a moment. I think that was in sector, yeah, turn one. Samba Racing Team. I just saw them have a bit of a moment. Let's see what happened to the Lambo. Getting pushed by Glacier.
Down in towards turn one. Too late on the brakes. No, gets it turned in nicely. Gets on the... Oh, no!
Whoa!
No.
Beniti car stopped.
And the GSR Audi was as well. So there's some previous to this, and it's involving that group there. You can see the culprits here. So Beniti dived down the inside of German Sim Racing, who spin around, and they come to a dead stop in the road. Oh! And Samba Racing Team had nowhere to go, really. Very difficult to react to something like that.
So let's wind it back further. So this is Maniti getting lap traffic done. Oh, it's optimistic. Oh, that's always a closing door, I think. Eyes too big for his stomach.
Yeah, it's Andrew Dawson, who was trying to make his way down the inside there, is up to 9th place now for Maniti Racing. But I'm afraid to say...
I'm amazed we don't get a caution out of that.
Well, I think
especially
all of the cars are free to carry on.
Yeah, well, it's more that, you know, we have a sensitive damage model now with the new damage model. So, you know, could have been an easily a broken suspension arm, car stranded, not able to get back. Then it's another safety car. But it seems like everyone involved in that one was able to get through.
Well, yeah, in that respect, I'm surprised that Maniti didn't pick up more damage there. They obviously have come into the pit lane, as you're seeing right now, immediately afterwards. And that's to be expected, really. But, you know, all of their wheels are still freely rotating there. 4 freely rotating wheels, as WRC rules, whatever. So
that's
yeah,
and car.
yeah, it is. It is still a car, and it's very much fittable as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That means that, well, thing is, something with 3 freely rotating wheels, that's Reliant Robin, that's apparently not a car according to your definition.
Well, I'm just WRC rules, isn't it? You've got to have... they don't race them in WRC, Reliant Robins, to be fair.
There needs to be a GT3 spec Reliant Robin.
I feel like that wouldn't work for some reason. Although, people said that about the Toyota Prius, I suppose. And then,
in the GT3 spec, do they say it has to have 4 wheels? You know?
That is about the only
it's like that F1, the exact name doesn't spring to mind, but like the 6-wheeled F1 car. Because they didn't specify it was 4 wheels, so it just had 6 wheels.
Well, why not, I suppose.
Yeah.
I guess they do specify now.
Yeah, they do.
They're a bit more shored up on the rules maybe these days. Anyway, down towards the turn 1 for both of these front two. Yeah, interesting new designs being made. To be fair, one of the things about the new damage model actually is the fact that some of these, the odder damages that you used to see in RSC, I guess it'd be removed now. You used to see some very crumpled cars in strange ways, but I've seen a lot less of that recently now.
Yeah, they got a bit too abstract in terms of the shapes, didn't they?
Sometimes.
Oh, look at that.
Look like they'll
the
go
race
for
lead.
some art awards as Team RSO do indeed take the lead now. Ironically passing Pure Sims Esports GT3 as they go and pass the GTP for the lead as well. So Team RSO back at the head of the race again. And this is just one of those battles that is just going back and forth all day long. Quero not waiting around there at all. The aggression coming out a little bit inside line of Phoenix Racing. And we'll give chase to Team RSO, but I can see this battle going one way, then the other, and then the other again. You know, for well, however long really. It could really go on forever. It's the kind of battling we see in GTP really. There doesn't seem to be a dominant team in this class.
That makes sense, given how young. Oh, lost sparks. Not sure if that was from the GT car or from RSO ahead. But it seems like Pure Sims gaining ground now on the way in towards the well, out of NASCAR turn forward, in towards the start-finish straight. Let's see what happens here. The outside goes Pure Sims. Another attempt to get back in the racing. Oh, there's traffic ahead. They all have to scatter and swerve out of the way. Pure Sims, long way around on Obsidian. That could have ended in so many tears.
It certainly could. That was close, but in the end, Team RSO took that big dive towards the inside of turn 1, and they took, or retook, held on to the lead just for the moment as we approach the 9-hour mark in this race. Right now, we still got the battles for the lead. The biggest gap between 1 and 2, still at only 3 seconds down in GT3 right now, with Satellite Racing, who may well have been off somewhere, to be honest, because they were fighting earlier on with Ryan Robertson, but now they are a good few seconds away from that, about 5 seconds away, so there may have been an issue there, but the gap just extends out. Team RSO will just extend their lead. This may be what happened to Satellite Racing, because they were fighting with Prestanda Nomad. Now they're down in 4th.
Yeah, let's let this one run through, because this was about 4 minutes ago. So there's one of the prototypes coming through. That was no factor as far as they're concerned. Was it a slowdown coming through? Oh,
whoa.
I mean, yes, wow. It was a slowdown, but in more catastrophic fashion than I thought it was going to be.
And fair play to Ryan Robertson for keeping that out of the wall, because when he has that initial slide there through the initial left-hander, he can very easily just keep going there and head into this wall on the left-hand side that you can see. That time wall, he's done a very good job to snap it back the other way. He does lose a load of time, of course. It's a very costly mistake, but it's a lot better than finding yourself in the wall.
It really is, and we're going to watch from the view of Prestanda Nomad here, because that car goes back across the circuit in quite rapid fashion. There we go. Oh. Just about.
Good presence of mind there as well to let that Satellite Racing car come back across again and go back off again. You know, if Tim Penny had just gone at his normal pace now, he would have clattered straight into the BMW and got involved in that incident. So he needed the awareness there to see that situation happening in front of him and then kind of swerve out the way of it. So he did a good job there as well.
It's race preservation, isn't it? It's you gotta have your, you know, you can't tunnel vision in these sorts of circumstances, and a lot of drivers are guilty of it. You know, especially if you've done stint upon stint upon stint. You know, on your 3rd or 4th stint of the race, and or of your particular blocker stint, sorry, and you just start to laser focus on. On the track ahead of you, or even the car ahead of you, and you don't see those sorts of situations happen, or rather you react so late to them that you just get yourself involved. You got to be switched on the entire time, which is very difficult for a 12-hour race.
So I used to get terrible tunnel vision as a driver. When a prototype is passing you and you're in a GT3, it's very easy to get tunnel vision in the respect that you kind of follow the prototype as if you have that much grip. And then you find yourself that actually, no, I absolutely do not, and you find yourself off the road very quickly. Maybe it's just a me thing, but happens to me all the time. Obsidian Racing getting pushed though in towards turn 1. Once again, this leading battle in GT3 Pro starting to turn into just a bit of cooperation here between these two teams, which is the smart thing to do at the moment because they are putting time into those behind. It's still Aztec Simsport Visceral behind now, but they're over 3 seconds back, and that's a lot bigger of a gap than what we saw previously.
Yep, it is. So going along quite well are the front two. But, oh, just as I say that, Obsidian out into the dirt, and now Urano can come straight back and nip the race lead away from them.
Certainly do. Through, well, no real efforts of their own there, but they're just able to benefit anyway. Obsidian will have to do the pushing now, and I just wonder whether this is going to be slightly slower for them now, because the Mercedes is the one with the real speed, and it could get even more speed if it was behind the Porsche getting the slipstream as well. So we'll see here as one of the GTPs dives down the inside. Pure Sims are going to the outside here for the race lead. Through turn one, good exit there from RSO, despite the fact they were on the inside line. They're very good driving, and they're going to squeeze Pure Sims to the inside, the inside to Horseshoe as well. In the end, it won't matter. Pure Sims Esports are back to the lead again. I've lost count of how many times this has changed in the last half an hour.
Yeah, they got to learn how to hold on to it consistently, though, because we know they can come back, and we know they can repass for the race lead. But if they lose that race lead at the wrong place at the wrong time, you know, in the final moments of this race, they have one of their mistakes, one of their bad runs in traffic that, you know, RSO are able to capitalize on. Well, they might not have the laps required to come back and get back past before the checkered flag drops. So Pure Sims has to be very, very careful with these mistakes, with these errors, because, well, it might come back to bite them at some point.
It might well do. I mean, as entertaining as this is, it doesn't really matter in terms of the outcome of this race for these two, how much they're exchanging lead. It's just entertainment for us at this stage.
Oh, yeah.
So we're enjoying it, but I don't think it's actually going to have that much bearing on what happens towards the end of the race, because whether they're in first or second, they're still, you know, 3 seconds ahead of Movado, and then a few more ahead of private label Team Hype, a few more ahead of Valkyrie as well. So in the grand scheme of things, by the end of this race, this battle won't be remembered as race defining, you wouldn't have thought. However, it's still good entertainment for the moment, and Team RSO don't look like giving it up anytime soon either.
It really depends if we remain green until the end, because if we do, then this might be pivotal, you know, with Pure Sims unable to gain the consistent laps under their belts to try and pull away any sort of significant gap. That would be very, very helpful coming towards the end of a race. You know, if they're kept like this close, and RSO are, you know, always within the slipstream, always have a shout at you know, passing at any given moment, then that might be pivotal as far as the race win is concerned. But we just never know at this stage, especially with how many cautions that we've had already so far this race. We've had about 9, if I'm counting correctly, or 10. I can't remember. I've kind of lost count at the moment.
I've kind of lost count as well. I'm going to go with 9, because the first one we had was 7 according to Paul, and I think we've had 2 more after that. So I'm going to go with 9, but feel free to correct us at home if you know better, which you might well do. Out the final bus stop chicane, it's Impulse. Sorry, that's not Impulse. That's Obsidian, who have been into the pit lane here now. Slightly early to my. Well, my brain told me that was slightly early, but actually we might have been racing for longer than I thought. This has been a quite enthralling restart, really. I'm very much enjoying it. And so time's flying a little bit, and I think Obsidian are just on schedule there. Just a lot of time has passed, really, since the restart. Out of the turn 1 they go, and they're about to embark on the whole GT free field. Just traffic once again, these two. Impulse going to have to go a little bit defensive with RSO right up the exhaust pipe for the moment, but these two could easily get split apart here in the next couple of moments.
Yeah, and coming up towards the kink is not exactly the best place to be dealing with GT traffic. You saw RSO gain a bit of time as Pure Sims was a little hesitant with the Rusty Spatula's Porsche there. Quite understandably so, coming in such a fast section of circuit with not a lot of room to manoeuvre. But Pure Sims have been able to keep themselves ahead for now and just about catch the next piece of traffic in the right place, so they can blow by the outside of them on the NASCAR bankings. But yeah, every time these cars or these drivers come through on on GT traffic. It's starting to get a little bit sketchier and sketchier as this race goes on, as the track positioning becomes more and more important.
Oh, RSO going to have a great run here, through the middle, free wide, oh my goodness! They backed out of it eventually, but only at the very last second. My word, that could have been a free wide incident and crash between the load of them. Team Hoistingveld just trying to get on with their day, really, but Team RSO really forcing the issue on the exit of the bus stop chicane. They knew that they wanted to try and pass Pure Sims in any way that they could. Pure Sims here got slightly held up by Hoistingveld a little bit more than RSO did through here. And now you're going to see the gap open. He sees it and he goes for it. Oh, but it's a big risk, and Pure Sims didn't quite realise they were free wide. In the end, they could have made it work, but I think RSO lifted off just to avoid this situation. This was so close to catastrophe. Oh.
Sorry, I'm going to let this one roll through, because I think something might have happened between Pure Sims and RSO.
I think it's pit stop.
Unless it is pit stops, which case it's not showing up correctly on my timing. Yeah, they're just coming down and in. I had my heart rate go up there because I saw them down towards the pit lane, but the actual pit stop counter wasn't counting up.
Yeah, so I did wonder, because Luca Papp definitely wasn't at the wheel when that incident happened.
Yeah.
And that's what our graphics showed then. So I did wonder. Daniel Kraft, by the way, is at the wheel of the Pure Sims Esports car now there as well. Is this pit stop long for RSO? Because Pure Sims are already out on the circuit again.
I mean, you can see my confusion because the pit stop counter is frozen.
There's no driver in there, I don't think, at the minute.
Is there a driver? Let me find a better view. That's the
see
other
hands
one.
there.
See hands, yeah. Interesting. Do they get damage? Do they get like wheel alignment damage out of that?
Or yeah, just bodywork damage or something minor, maybe. Let's see.
Because let's see if they got like a pit lane speeding or something. I don't think so.
No. You wouldn't have thought so. You wouldn't imagine that amount of damage. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't imagine that amount of damage would do anything here. That looks still looks straight to me. May have been quick there. Maybe. But then again, I always think that about these drivers, to be honest, and they're not. So
he's still on pit lane.
A really long stop for RSO, and they're now a lap down. The other three on the lead lap have come in here. Movano, Private Label, Team Hype, and Valkyrie all in as well, and they're all going to put a lap on Team RSO, who are going to be routed to 5th place now.
Oh no, I have no idea what has happened here to Team RSO. So Eric Newman in chat, yeah, says speeding in the pit lane, and yeah, speeding in the pit lane is, you know, not this long of a penalty.
No, although I do agree. I think he did speed, maybe. Really not sure. I don't know anybody at RSO to message. Well, we're just going to have to try and figure it out for ourselves. But that's a real shame, really. Not least because I was really enjoying that battle between Pure Sims and RSO. But it's just a major shame for their race to get this deep into it and not have anything go wrong. And now the disaster has struck for them.
Yeah, it has.
They've left now.
Yeah, that was a grand total of stationary time, 2 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah. 3 minutes.
Jeez. The only... I was going to say, like, I've missed my opportunity now, but I could have checked to see if they had some form of meatball flag, but can't check that now. I couldn't see why, though, because it was such a light bit of contact. It
was so light that contact is the only thing that maybe suggests that. But I really don't know.
But yeah, if anyone's from Team RSO that's listening in, then just drop us a line, because we need some help with that one, to be honest.
We do. And I'm afraid 5th position is where Luca Papp is staying, just for the moment. Gap down to 3 seconds between Pure Sims and Movano, though, so not all hope for a leading battle in GTP. It's not lost just yet, but I'm afraid it won't involve RSO. There you can see Sasingol making his way around the International Horseshoe and passing Obsidian there, Obsidian Racing. trying to close in on Daniel Kraft, who is in there for the first time that I've seen during the most recent 4 hours at least. So good to see that, but now our attentions will return to GT3 Pro that has been providing much of the entertainment for the day so far, and it is once again with Delta Sport trying to hold back Tempest Simsport, not successfully as it turns out, as the 103 gets towards the inside and will get up to third place.
Yep, clean pass there from Tempest. Antonio biked it, getting himself through. It is quite a train of GT cars though, from P3 all the way down to P7 in this particular train, and all plus or minus a few laps, all on basically the same strategy as well. So that's the situation down here. It's great that everyone's been able to keep themselves close together in these packs. That's for certain. It just means that these endurance races have a little bit more spice to them in terms of the battles. And just try to see if we have discussion in the chat about what happens, but yeah, that's the situation. Unfortunate, but we still got no news on what happened there to RSO.
Nobody's got a real clue either at this stage. Yeah, really very confusing one, that is. So Obsidian Racing in GT3 Pro came in earlier, but their pit stop was normal, so slightly amused as to how that pit stop was so early for them. I guess they just didn't come in under the last caution. Maybe that's how they've ended up with so little fuel left, but they've got themselves really off cycle now, with Urano especially in this race now, so not ideal really, but just mean that the leading margin has just extended out once more, and Tempest Simsport look like they're going to hold on to third place at least for another lap here. A very Porsche heavy battle. It was a slightly Porsche heavy field really. Just seemed to be the slightly faster car of the lot.
Andrea Barriao on our chat says RSO got damage from the contact with the bus stop, front right damage. It's weird though, because it was tiny tap.
Oh, tiny.
Tiny tap and caused 2 minutes plus worth of repairs.
That's
I mean,
really bad luck.
I know the new damage ball is sensitive, but it seems excessive.
Very, yeah. Real shame. To be fair, I'm not sure how Barolero knows, because he is a Movado driver, but I'll trust him. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's so harsh on RSO to have that amount of contact result in damage. But this is why most teams, well, I'll say most teams, quite a lot of teams have been making those kind of risks previously, but this is why I would advise against those kind of risks, because, you know, you can get damaged very, very easily, as we've just seen.
Yeah, see, you tap the wheel in the wrong place at the wrong time. You just bend the suspension geometry very easily, and that seems to be what has happened there. Yeah, I mean, wait for like actual RSO team member to confirm, but yeah, that is rotten. If that is the case, that tiny tap causing more than 2 minutes of repair. Either way, that's just what we have to deal with, and what RSO had to deal with. It's a big shame. It puts them back into P5 now, and like you said, 1 lap down as well, which is going to sting a little. I say a little, it's actually going to sting a lot. So they need a lucky safety car for them to get themselves back on the leading lap to have any sort of hope and or chance of getting any further inside the top 5.
Yeah, they do. Oh dear me, Visceral pushing the limits. Maybe a bit too far through the international horseshoe there. And towards the west horseshoe they'll go, and they're being caught now rapidly by a load of teams. Oh my word, that was Delta Sport diving down the inside and losing a place to Impulse Racing. That was a case of over-ambition, I think is how I'll describe that.
It's a Brundle quote, isn't it? Ambition beyond adhesion. But yeah, that's it. That's perfectly describes that situation.
But you were going to say ran out of talent or something rude today.
Yeah, that also.
Wow. Okay.
I can't say anything to these drivers. I have like 1/4 of their I rating.
I wouldn't. I don't even have that. So that what is It was, by the way, in case you're interested, it was Antonio Pex, by the way. Sorry, no, it wasn't. He's trying for Tempest. It was Robbie Glerum who was got off there. Now pushing the Impulse Racing car for Delta Sport. His R rating's over 5,000, so yeah, there you go. So we'll be quiet. But yeah, pushing Impulse Racing through at the moment. Just going back through on Beniti Racing. They finally managed to do it now. That was the Mercedes they dived down the inside of at the West Horseshoe on that lap. As Tempest now get up into second place. Visceral have been losing quite a bit of time, and so now they've been dragged into this battle, which I'm sure they really would have rather avoided.
Yeah, there are certain kinds of drivers that would just prefer to run on their own in terms of hot laps. Oh no, Maniti lap traffic in that situation, having a bit of a problem and going around. Just having a look to see where they are at. There they are, 179. Let's get a replay of that. I'm sure Bas Visser would not like me to show this, but I'm going to show it.
It is our job, to be fair, so I'm sorry, Bas, but we've got to. Up into the international. I mean, he's on his own, to be fair. Unless Pure Sims from a long way back, they won't. Oh.
Wait, was it this Maniti car, or was it the... oh, it's the other one.
Must have been the
Sorry,
Mercedes.
yeah, it's the other one. it's the GT3. It's Tim Matsker. So Bas Visser, you're left off the hook here. It was your teammate in the other car, in the sister car, Tim Matsker.
Tim Matsker does enough winning. He was obviously really involved in this GT3 Pro fight. Well, trying not to be, but he was. Just the Constantino effect through the middle of the corner. He taps the back of the Porsche, sends him around. I guess he'll take consolation from the fact that he's no longer part of that real crazy GT3 Pro train, but he'd rather not have the spin.
That's one way to get out of there, right? As we see actually some parts of that GT3 train now actually come down in for their next scheduled stop. So that's Impulse Racing in. Tempest, Simmersport 103, they are also in as well. So two cars of that contingent have decided that now is a good time to pit. There's Bivano down the inside of Team PGZ. They are, that's a piece of lap traffic behind them. That's something that's no factor. Meanwhile, you got Visceral 145, the Aztec Visceral 145. We've also got the Delta Sport as well here. The remnants of the GT3 train that has been disrupted by the pit stop cycle now.
Yeah, it's we're very much in that cycle as things stand. I suppose it's been about an hour since the last caution came out.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, no, we've not been green flag racing since for that long. We went green flag racing with 3 hours 30 to go. But in terms of when it came out and when they would have actually made their stops, it was about an hour ago. So that explains why we're in that portion at the minute. We've still got quite a few to come in. Still 7 to come in from GT3 Pro. Plenty of changes to happen. Tempest just ahead of Impulse, and they're all ahead of Obsidian.
Yeah.
I believe Obsidian were with Urano before, but now they're behind the guys who are fighting for second right now.
That one's an interesting one, considering they had the shorter stop of Tempest, Impulse, and themselves. So in terms of lane time, they were also fine. So it must just have been poor in/out laps for Obsidian in that instance there. Meanwhile, Visceral and Delta Sport deciding that they want to continue on the fights in towards turn 1.
They certainly do. Visceral hold on to second this time with Delta Sport and Robin Glerum trying to get back through again. Also back through again. I think it's through for the first time. Visceral the ones falling back in this part of the race. Into the West Horseshoe they go now. Very close from Delta Sport, able to hook that apex up nicely, and they'll hopefully get the exit off the turn 6 here to challenge, but it's really about setting yourself up for turn 1 more than anything else. The two leaders in GT3 come into the pit lane. They might not even see turn 1 on the racetrack, to be fair. They might well both be in at the end of this lap, but who knows.
Yeah, we'll ride on board. We're right on the roof cam of Delta Sport to see what they do with this one. With the run that they have down into the bus stop, they're just going to sit up behind and tuck in underneath that rear spoiler just for a brief moment before they enter in towards the bus stop. Important to get your line absolutely perfect through there. It's so difficult getting the line just right through there time and time again in an endurance place like this. And you've got to be careful of the off tracks as well, the slowdowns.
You definitely do. And you just already see lifting off there from ground, and I think he's realised that he's coming into the pit lane, so there's no point in bug drafting. They'll dive under brakes. Oh! It never looks like they get slowed down in time, but clearly they do. And both of them will now make pit stops, and Urano still left out there, despite being on their own, pushing the wind out the way themselves. Their fuel economy is still very good.
Yeah, it seems like that Mercedes, as well as being a complete weapon in a straight line, it's very frugal. It seems in the fuel department as well. I mean, I guess that's the benefit of having such a insane straight line speed, is that you could do much more lifting and coasting and not lose as much time as everyone else, right?
Well, I suppose that is the benefit. If you're coming down from higher miles an hour and you know, knocking off the same amount of miles an hour gives you still more speed than the Porsche would, for example. I guess it makes sense, even though I've not really considered it as a factor before.
Yeah.
I'm not a physicist, but well, I suppose you don't need to be, do you? But you just need to be good with numbers. But
I was never good with numbers, don't worry.
No, not really. I can do adding, but that's it. Really.
Subtracting. Oh, that's the level above
yeah,
you.
that's too difficult. Well, the thing is, in these longer races particularly, I like to try and, for this kind of race, it's not really as noteworthy because, but particularly for these longer races, particularly for the special events, figuring out when each of these teams have come in, how long they're doing on each stint, how many laps they're doing on each stint is very important, really. For one of these, slightly less important, but even so, Urano in right now. But yeah, that's about all I can do. Trying to figure out how many laps they've done on each stint each time, and then after that, no, can't do anything anymore. Unfortunately, Jonas Wollmeyer, by the way, will get in for Urano instead of Nicholas Laubis. The PGZ car come to a halt as well, and I'm glad to see that this pit stop cycle has not done anything to disturb this battle for second place, or it will become third, I think. Well, I'll say that, now Obsidian are involved, maybe it will be second place, but we're about to find out where PGZ come out in relation to these guys, but yeah, I'm very glad to see this battle is still alive and well, healthy.
Yeah, I am as well. It gives us quite a bit of entertainment in a portion of the race. That things usually sort of bubble along is the way I'll say it. So there's Urano coming out now. PGZ still have a couple of seconds left on their stop, and in fact they are off and away now. So with there we go. So Urano out there. We've got Delta Sport and Impulse going side by side. There's Team PGZ. So we'll keep an eye on the battle as they head their way into one.
Looks almost easy, I hesitate to say, for Impulse Racing. Up to what might well be second place. I think PGZ are going to come out right in amongst this, and Matthew Dent will have his head in his hands if he could, because he doesn't want to be, but he's got no choice. Down to fourth place at least. There comes Tempest down his inside as well. In this all Porsche battle, they're absolutely everywhere, side by side through for this fourth position. And PGZ are just about going to slot their way in there, but he will have really hoped that lap longer would have just saved him the trouble of getting involved here, but he's come right out in the middle of it.
Yeah, he has, and so, well, yeah, in the middle of the maelstrom of Porsches, because we got Porsche from P2 down to P7 here at the moment, which is basically this entire train. So it's a bit of a marder of Porsches, but it is a Mercedes that leads in the form of Mercedes-AMG Team Urano Esports. Of course, a lot of these cars will have been selected at the start of the season when the Porsche was considered to be pretty good. It is the GT3s compared to everything else at the tracks that we were going to run. But of course, with every patch, there's new balance of performance, and things swing in the favour of certain manufacturers sometimes.
Well, two things to note there. First of all, is that these cars will have actually been selected before pre-qualifying for this series, which will have taken place, or they will have selected, just after the Season 4 build of 2022. So the previous one to this one, basically. So that's one factor to think of, that the fact that the new build would have been very fresh in the mind at the time. And the second thing to factor in is the fact that despite, you know, the Porsche is well fancied, of course, and it is quick, we haven't seen a Porsche win a race yet in GT3 Pro. So, you know, it's not absolutely infallible. And in GT3, Maniti Racing and their Mercedes have won both of the races so far. So we haven't actually seen a Porsche cross the line first in any of these races. So just because it is the most selected car doesn't mean it is the quickest. Maybe it's the most favoured in terms of most favourite, but maybe Urano found a way to get that Mercedes to go quicker. And given the fact that they drive that literally every GT3 event all year long, you can maybe understand why.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of have to with the partnership.
It still makes them good.
Yeah, with Mercedes. But yeah, I mean, I'm just reminded of Fordzilla never having a Ford to run, so they just have to run like a Mercedes or a Porsche or something, because they don't have the Ford GT3s around anymore, unfortunately.
Didn't they run a Ford in the Spa 24-hour 1 year, or was that someone else?
They did,
yeah.
Back when you could
so.
select the Ford
21.
GT in that, yeah.
Yeah, back to 2021. They must have done. I think they actually had a pretty perfect race, but still finished about 7 laps down.
Yeah,
it's just not that strong, unfortunately.
Yeah, they won over people's hearts though, and that's the important thing.
Oh, absolutely. Way more than the eventual race winners, because I can't remember the race winners, but I can remember them. So there you are. There's a message for all the teams at home. Anyway, down towards turn 1. Doesn't look like that's going to change on that particular occasion. But yeah, it is funny, these things that you pick up on a race and remember. Well, I might be bad at remembering race winners, but stuff like that just stick in the mind for putting in a valiant effort in a really unfavourable car, like they did on that occasion. But as I say, unfortunately, no Fords to run anymore. Although, might Ford bring out a Mustang in real life GT3 racing sometime soon, next year, maybe
something like that. Yeah. So finally, Fordzilla will have a Ford to run if it comes to iRacing. So yeah, that's good. Yeah, you're right though about certain moments. I remember commentating the final stages of the 2017 Daytona 24. Oh, we have a yellow. That's unexpected.
That is unexpected. What is this for? Yeah, I can't see anyone off. I can't see anyone sliding down the order. Just Payment Esports may be the reason. They did take a very narrow and sort of shallow entry onto the banking there.
It's either that or ATRS. Because they also had an incident at the same time. So I'm just waiting to see if this one with Deutsche Payment Systems is actually a thing.
Well, bus stop chicane, I guess. Oh, it is! It's a big slide. It's into the wall for Just Payment Esports, and the rear wing has fallen off. You can imagine the suspension. Oh, they're going nowhere.
No.
They are going nowhere. The rear right suspension. That wheel's not turning, is it?
No.
Neither's the front right, actually. So, some teams sometimes criticised for not getting back when they could have done. This team actually can't get back. They are actually stuck there.
Yeah, you saw the wheels spinning up there, and nothing was budging. It was like they were beached in some gravel, even though there's no gravel there. Again, we'll watch the incident. Oh, it was loose even before the apex of the corner. And a big smack, and unable to get the car going again, like sort of beached on itself.
Yeah, well, it's very hard when you've actually got one-wheel drive there, technically, really. The haul, not only have you got to haul the car out with one-wheel drive, but also 2 of those wheels aren't rotating at all, which makes things really difficult. And even if he was to be able to get going, would he have been able to turn left to get back onto the right way of the race circuit or not? I'm not convinced.
Yeah, probably not.
With the right side there. So, no choice but to throw another yellow flag. This is number 9. Is it number 10?
10.
9. 10. You confused me earlier by
10.
saying that the previous one was at 10. Anyway, this is 10 of the race. We're going at a rough estimation of about a caution an hour so far. Nearly 10 hours in. This is the 10th caution.
Well, shall I return to my point I was trying to make about the 2017 Daytona 24 before I was rudely interrupted by Deutsche Payment Systems spinning it?
Yeah, good idea.
I remember that as the sort of, I think it was second to last lap or last lap incident between Vendeval and Radicals Online.
Oh, yes. 2017 then, yeah.
Yeah, where I can't remember which way around it was because it was so long ago. But one of them sent it down the inside of the other at turn 1, and basically an incident that resulted in changing of the race lead and the race win.
Yeah, well, Radicals won that race, so
yeah. So it would have been them.
Yeah, it would have been Vendeval who went around. Vendeval, unfortunately, not a team anymore, sadly, by the way.
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah, it's a shame seeing them have to dissolve. But yeah, it's. I think it's the part of that I remember was me making an edit afterwards of because this was during the time where putting tragic things to Celine Dion's "Your Heart Will Go On." That was like the meme of the moment, and I did an edit of that footage with the soundtrack from the Titanic playing.
I might have seen that on Twitter. Oh dear.
Yeah, that's why I remember it now.
2017, 5 years ago, nearly 6 years ago now, really. Even that would have been January 2017, wouldn't it? Goodness me, time's getting on.
Yeah, it is.
Very much so.
And I remember, I can't remember if it was 2017 or 2018. I remember the Sebring 12-hour with Williams and was it Williams and Coanda? Last lap in the GT class, like 3rd place, where they wrecked. Where they wrecked in a big incident. I just remember crashes. I don't remember race winners. I remember crashes. That's it.
You might have been on this broadcast, so maybe you remember. Weren't Vendeval on the receiving end of a very close finish to the Nürburgring 24 as well one year? Was it them on 2018? 18 maybe 17?
Something like that. I didn't tend to do the Nürburgring 24s, so.
For some reason, I remember your voice over it. It might not have been you. I don't know.
Well, I've done a lot of broadcasts since 2016.
Well, that's true. And I've watched a lot of broadcasts, so it might not have been you as well, in the same way. Yeah, there was certainly a very close finish to the Nürburgring 24 one year. Pure Racing Team when they were a thing.
Oh my God, Pure Racing. Yeah, PRT.
I think that was the year that they won all the big 24 races, maybe all the endurance races in 1 year. Jonas Vollmeyer certainly has done it 1 year. I think it was while he was with them.
Is it? Yeah, it was with PRT with Max Bernicke before he went to Redline.
Well, yeah, Pure Racing Team, Redline, kind of, yeah.
Well,
I never know when to count them as the same thing. Is it a continuation? What's going on here?
But basically, 75% of them went to Redline. Yeah, that's blast from the past, man.
Yes, very much so.
Oh,
long time ago. Jonas Vollmeyer still in this race, by the way, still leading in GT3 Pro. That's what I always bring that fact up when he's racing. Maybe people have started to notice. I just think it's so amazing that he managed to win all the big endurance special events in 1 year. Never mind to do it at all. To do it all in one swoop.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, with some of these drivers that have had, a large amount of their sim racing career with one team, seeing them in a different team all of a sudden is a bit of whiplash. Because I don't expect to see Jonas Vollmeyer in that Urano car. It just feels weird to me.
Yeah, exactly. It does. I mean, I get this less in Formula 1 because things chop and change really quickly, but in sports car racing particularly with the big manufacturers, remember when Brendan Hartley started driving for Toyota? What's happening? Couldn't get my head around it for a couple of years there, but anyway. It happens all the time, and it is a bit of a shock. I do believe, by the way, we will get pit stops this time.
Yeah,
I think everybody's in the right position. Last time they managed to fool me by waiting as long as possible, and they're doing it again. Yes, into the pit lane for many of them. Interested to see whether RSO get back on the lead lap as a result of this, but I don't think Valkyrie have come in. Oh no, they've not passed the pit lane yet, so
So there's Valkyrie. They've stayed out.
Ah, Valkyrie stayed out, and they're going to take the lead, and they're going to prevent RSO from having the wave around. So RSO, very smartly, good presence of mind from them, because they've come in response to that almost, I'd imagine. I think if all of the lead lap cars had stayed out, they would have... sorry, if they'd have all come in, they would have stayed out.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. But Valkyrie have just thrown them a curveball by staying out there on 15 lap old... 15 lap old tyres, I guess, on the stint there. So they will get themselves the lead here. Whether or not they'll be able to hold off Pure Sims and Ivano, I think that's a very low likelihood. But yeah, I mean, track position at this stage wouldn't be too shabby, especially if they've worked out something for the end of the race, just in case this goes green all the way.
Yeah, certainly. So a lot of the others are in. But Veloce stayed out because they were close enough to the front to be able to stay out and get the wave around there. Geodesic and Beniti have also stayed out, but those are the only ones. Most of the GT3's pros have stayed out because they've not long been in the pit lane. But Obsidian and PGZ have both come in. The only disadvantage, of course, being that now those two, real top teams are going to have to fight their way through the order, really. And in GT3, it's even more of an ask because you've got to actually go through the GT3 class cars as well as GT3 pros.
Someone in the chat reminded me to have a look at something, because this is private label Team Hype. This is about half an hour ago, so we're really delving into the replay records here, just to see potentially private label Team Hype getting themselves a bit of front end damage. I wonder if it's coming into the bus stop and they've completely bottled it.
They misjudged this, maybe. Well, let's see. Through here. No. Seems to be all fine.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Satellite Racing. This is after Satellite Racing's incident. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
Have to go free wide there. Yeah, let's see.
I think that's a little too early for what I was looking for. But yeah, that's...
Lap 307 was only 8 laps ago. 9 laps ago.
Well,
like
I'll have a look at 307. There we go. That's 307. Oh, I can see why.
Oh, there it is. Straight away. A very light brush. And that's why Conor Harrington has made a 2.5 minute pit stop under caution here.
Yeah, didn't have to wait long to figure out why that was.
That gap was always closing.
It was. It really was.
And you could see it coming from a long way out as well. Harrington had a lot of time to get off the throttle there. He even had space between Visceral and Delta Sport, if he's feeling really aggressive, to kind of dive between the two. But in the end, he just ran straight into the wall and into Visceral, unfortunately. Maybe that's why... Well, did Visceral come in there? No, they didn't, actually, so clearly their damage is not very big.
So more cars coming down. Oh, Valkyrie coming... Yeah, Valkyrie coming in now.
Weird. I don't know why they've...
Weird
why
flex,
they didn't do
but
it
okay.
first time around. Not even a flex, it's just strange.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to be annoying to Team RSO.
Oh, can Samba leave the pit lane there? They're trying to get out. That's going to be an awkward one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Well, they've gone for it. I'm not sure that would be allowed. That might be a penalty there. Caught in full view, red-handed. I think there could be a penalty heading their way, unfortunately. I think that was Samba Racing Team anyway.
It was Samba, yeah. So,
I mean,
for those that may be a bit confused about what we're talking about, when the pace car is passing pit exit like this, usually pit exit is closed. So therefore, if it was closed, then Samba have gotten themselves a penalty there for doing that.
They have. Normally you wouldn't see that, especially in real life, not even in iRacing. You wouldn't see that. I have just had a thought occur to me, by the way, about why they've moved those green cones and the pit exit a little bit further around the corner than where it used to be. So in IMSA, I know they do prototype and GT pit stops separately, but even so, it's a little bit chaos in the pit lane when they all come in. when they had the exit previously, the exit there is really, really wide. And those towards the end could never actually get into the fast lane, and it would always be a kind of awkward queue of 2 wide on the exit of the pit lane. But if you have the pit exit actually further around the corner, you force them to go down that narrow path and then sort of sort themselves out before they end up queuing.
Right.
So I'm thinking whether they just kind of whether it's just because IMSA need a narrow road to make sure that everybody single files themselves out. Because previously, anybody who was at the end of the last pit box, they'd kind of dive at a 45-degree angle towards the fast lane, and then almost be like angled towards the car that was sat at the end of pit lane, sort of weirdly. And then you'd have this big argument about who's quite where. But you wouldn't get that if you have that pit exit further around the corner. I don't know. It's just a theory. It might not be true at all, but if it's not, then it's an added side effect.
It's one that makes sense, that's for sure. But
I
still would prefer the old pit lane, just because I like people trying to maximise that pit exit.
Yeah, no, it would be good, but
it's a good skill test.
Exactly, on the cold tyres. Yeah, the Daytona, the old Daytona prototypes at RSC used to be horrific on the old cold tyres. Well, some would say they used to be horrific always, but especially on the cold tyres, really difficult to drive, and then try to get yourself down that pit exit, very hard. You'd have to remind your driver every single time they left the pit lane to be careful, because it is so tricky. Well, that was a very quick caution actually. Yeah. 2 hours 20 to go, and only an hour and 10 after the last restart. Pure Sims Esports have got another chance to perfect another one. This time it is Daniel Kraft, Sashi Gall just behind, who is going to try and make use of it. Green flag in the air once again. 2 hours 20 remaining here at Daytona in the GSI Endurance Series. And once again, it's Pure Sims Esports who will take the initiative into turn 1 and take the lead. Private label team High very much in traffic, and they're going to lose quite a lot of time as a result of all this fighting.
Yep, indeed they are, and they have to try and stuff it down the inside here of Veloce and towards the International Horseshoe. Let's see if they can get it done. They get a good drive off the corner. Veloce would do well just to surrender this one, and they do. They slot in behind there on the way in towards the kink. So Private Label Team High trying to make progress early on, although Veloce are coming back at them at the second hairpin here. That's an option that they've gone for, but you know, that situation has kind of fizzled out now as we look back towards GTs, because Urano Esports leads from Impulse, and then quite a gap back to Delta Sport. Ooh.
Pure Sims. Oh, spin out of turn 6, and it was involving German Sim Racing, maybe. Is there damage here for Pure Sims Esports as well? The overall race leaders off the road on the exit of turn 6. It's such a tricky traction zone, especially on the cold tyres, as this restart gets underway. Over the bumps, on the power, goes for a spin. Oh, that was a big snap. And I think German Sim Racing went off separately to this. So there they are.
Yeah. We'll roll bar it with Pure Sims.
Here it is. Oh dear. It's difficult to get back. Once you start sliding like that, it's really difficult to get back. And this is Georgios Furodoridis for German Sim Racing. 10th place for them. They're even behind some of the GT3s in the overall order, but they're still running here. Towards turn 6 for them. They get the grass and they go for a spin the opposite way, but turn 6 is so hard on cold tyres.
It is. You push wide out onto the curb, you dip down a little bit too much like Pure Sims did and nail the throttle, it's just going to come round on you. That is unfortunate, but you know, that is a big change as far as that was the wrong one. A big change as far as the prototype overall race lead is concerned, because, well, we've got Movano now leading by 3.6 seconds back to Private Label Team Hype. Then you've got Valkyrie in third, and then you've got Pure Sims, who are in total about almost 11 seconds behind the leader.
I did just stop myself there, by the way, from saying, where's RSO? I have remembered, don't worry. They are a lap down. but they could very much get back into this. They'll be wondering and thinking, I think, that, you know, if that hadn't have happened, if that damage hadn't have happened, then it would have been them in the lead of the race and not Movano. But private label team Hype, despite having 2 minutes and a half worth of damage at that last pit stop, right to the back, now they're second already. Just shows how quickly things can change in this race. There they are. They've got 3.5 seconds to catch up, to be fair. So GTP battles are probably going to be put on hold for the next few moments, but they'll be delighted that they're still in second despite the troubles they've had in the last 10 minutes.
The racing gods has smiled upon them. Is the situation there for private label team Hype? They've right place, right time, despite the circumstances, like you said, with that damage. Just worked out absolutely perfectly. I mean, they do have 3.6 seconds to Movano now, which is not a easy gap whatsoever to try and surmount, but at least they're in a decent points paying position. Race win would just be a bonus. Same with Valkyrie as well. They're on third place at the moment, and they're on for a good haul of points as well. But how do Pure Sims now recover from this one? Because they made a habit of recovering from mistakes and little errors here and there. Maybe not quite as big of an error as that one was, but now they're having to spend potentially the next 2.25 hours racing back to the front, 12 seconds up to Movano.
They are certainly going to earn their money now, as it were. Down the inside, through the bus stop chicane, I should say, for them. Yeah, got 5 seconds to Valkyrie and 12 seconds to Movano as things stand right now. And RSO are going to see this as possibly the biggest chance they've got of getting back onto the lead lap here. They've just got enough speed to be able to do that. They're the only team really close enough to feasibly manage it, because Sim City Racing and the next car, they're 6th place and they're 10 laps down. I can't see them getting back on the lead lap in this race, if I'm honest. But RSO very much could, if they play their cards right. They're on the lead. Well, actually, they're a bit further away from the lead that I thought. There's Valkyrie on the podium as of right now. And I've got to say, I don't think Valkyrie, although they have done a race, they did at Road America, they didn't do Kota, but finished 5th at Road America. So it's another good result for them, or good performance so far, as the top two once again in GT3 Pro get away. We're seeing a very similar situation to what we saw before the yellow flag. That doesn't seem to, the safety car doesn't seem to have changed much here.
It doesn't. The top two, so Urano and Impulse, seem to have the edge over everyone else here at the moment. Of course, you've got this sort of secondary train now of Tempus, Delta Sport, Phoenix, Hell Racers. You can kind of count Hoisig WS as well in this as well, even though the gaps are over a second. But yeah, this does seem to be a theme. Front two, the GT3 Pros break away. The rest of them have to fight for the scraps behind.
Absolutely. So Tempus currently 3rd. Then it's Delta Sport. Then Phoenix, then Hell Racers. But then the gaps start to open up. Obsidian and PDZ are a very long way behind the leaders now as a result of that pit stop. And I don't really know why they came in there, because if you think about it, everybody's going to have 2 pit stops remaining. Now I know that one of those 2 pit stops for the other series is going to be a bit shorter in terms of fuel, but I think the track position they've lost is not worth it. Obviously we'll see what happens a bit later, we'll see how it plays out, but I think the track position they've just lost is not worth it for the fuel that they've gained in that pit stop.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but let's see what their logic is with regards to this. Delta Sport tucking in behind and pushing Tempest along a little bit there on the way in towards the first turn. But yeah, things in Prototype certainly getting themselves spread out at the moment, at least in terms of the gaps in between battles for position. That's just as they try to unshuffle themselves from the restart. It seems like the GT3s can keep themselves together a little bit better, although there are more of them.
There are. That does help, but I just can't see them catching the top 2, even in this size of a group. There's no way they're going to be able to get back to it. Vormar and Drexler are working together here, and they've got the Mercedes in their group as well, which is just so quick in a straight line. Very, very difficult to overhaul. So Urano, after well, towards the start of our commentary stint here, they were struggling, had bad luck in cautions 2 times in a row while we've been hit, but now they're at the front, they don't seem to be movable from the front. They're just, you know, they've led quite a lot of laps now, and they're reducing the amount of rivals that they have as well. Just Impulse Racing, and once again it's those two, Urano and Impulse, 1 and 2 in the championship right now, 1 and 2 at Road America, 1 and 3 at COTA. It's just between those two again.
Yep, indeed it is. It always comes down to them, it seems. Here in the GSI Endurance Series, powered by IVRA. Of course, we are supported by VCO as well, which make these broadcasts happen. This GT battle is kind of where it's at the moment. This sort of trainer cars, because it's all very much undecided. Of course the front 2 breakaway, the Urano and Impulse cars, they are doing their own thing here at the very front. But I get the feeling, unless we get some more craziness with more cautions and such like that, we're in a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment until we get inside the final hour.
Well, quite possibly. I don't know if it is going to stay the same like this until the final hour, really, but could well do. Let's not forget that the GTPs are about to come through GT3 traffic again here. They're not far away from that, so that could very much change things up in the next few moments, even though the gap out front is 5 seconds for the overall race lead. Could still change very quickly. It could certainly change these battles that are happening in GT3. So we'll see. But for the moment, you can't see any of those GTPs coming around the banking in that shot. They are still quite a long way away. And they won't be looking forward to coming through these GT3s, really. They're very, very difficult indeed. There's Movado. Much towards the bus stop chicane. Yes, they are very much involved with lap traffic again. They're going to look to try and get as many through the banking as possible, but I think they're going to catch most of these in the infield this time.
Let's see how Sasha Gawler deals with this as the race leader, because sometimes the lap traffic treats you as the race leader slightly differently than they would teach P2, that they would treat P2, P3, P4, etc. So they tend to be a little bit more lenient because, again, like I mentioned before, they don't want to be that team that wrecks out the leader overall. Careful around the outsides.
Oh, I thought that car on the inside there, the BMW had a bit of a slide and was going to head straight into the side of Gawler there, but didn't happen. You see already though the gap halves between Gawler and Harrington, I should say, in that second place, although Harrington's going to have to come through the same traffic, so it will just ebb and flow once again. There's Harrington. He's having to negotiate SimCity Racing as well. They're in another GTP, so they're going to get slowed down a little bit more by that as well. The outside line here, swoop to the inside again. Flash of the lights from PGZ. Don't think they were particularly pleased about that. Private Label Team hyper through. And I guess out of all of that, out of the infield section, they've gained a whole second, so they can be pleased with that, but they need a few more of those before they can dream of battling for a race win.
Yeah, indeed they do. I don't think necessarily they have the clear air pace to try and make this one work, and it depends whether or not the damage repaired, that they got repaired, has actually been fully repaired. As did they graze the wall? I had just slightly tapped it, as that was a car very, very slow.
It was SimCity Racing, and now RSO is that trying to get through with Geodesic. They both got very dark liveries. There's going to be a flash of the lights here, and they're going to get boxed in behind the Porsche. Oh, we're going to go free wide. No, not quite. SimCity Racing back off, and probably smartly so as well. Towards the outside they go of the likes of Obsidian. They do private label team hype, but they're going to get shut off. And this is where they begin to lose a lot of time with Harrington. I don't know why he dived down the inside of that corner there, because he's only got himself the outside for the international horseshoe. Just really disadvantaged him, and now he's blocked in on the exit here as well. Now with free wide, he's still blocked in. Still can't find a way through. Now he might be able to do it, but if he'd have just gone round the outside through the little chicane there, and had got himself to the inside for the International Horseshoe, that would have got a lot quicker.
Would have. Let's have a look at the situation coming out at the bus stop, because that was very, very close, or maybe even too close for comfort as far as private label team hype are concerned. So this is coming into the bus stop. It's coming out of the bus stop. We want to see, just in case they might have, well, see how close to the wall they got, basically.
You see SimCity Racing really slowed up by satellite just up in front, and it looked more dramatic from off-board cameras than it did on board, really. It was quite a controlled moment for Colin Harrington, really.
I'll give credit where credit's due. That was all right, but yet more traffic as they're having to go the appropriate way around the high sides through the NASCAR bankings. Gets the bulk of them done.
I'll give whatever the opposite of credit is to the cameraman, or the camera angle, I should say, on that one. I suppose he is doing his job because he made it look a lot more dramatic than it actually was. Is that their job? I don't know. But it doesn't hurt.
Bit of artistic license.
Exactly. So Harrington wondering what the hell we're going on about. He's having a nice day. Second place still. Sixth position, and he's just coming through there. You can see him on the outside line. Oh dear me. That's all very close. As you mentioned earlier, trying to do lap traffic through the kink there is really, really tricky. And on that occasion, Urano and Impulse were able to keep the GT3s tight enough to not slide out wide into the GTP on the outside line. But you do have to remember in a prototype that you are significantly more gripped up going through that kind of corner.
Oh, Pure Sims! Oh no!
Oh, and into the wall as well. The second problem in only a matter of 10 minutes for Pure Sims Esports. And there's certain damage there. There's certain damage on the rear left. The long-time race leaders off the road with 2 hours to go. They've got to wait an age to get back going again as well. Now they will. But Daniel Kraft has got heavy damage. He's down on the apron. Oh my word, that's the worst suspension damage I've seen in a long time.
Oh,
that car is crabbing horrifically.
If he can't get it back, this will be a safety car. Oh, he's slowly but surely getting it back. No, he's bringing it to a stop. That'll be a tow. That'll be a safety car there.
2 hours to go. And I don't think we might just be more than 15 minutes after our most recent safety car. I'll go back and find out. But I think we are more than 15 minutes. This is the incident into turn 6. The second incident at this corner in this green flag run. And it's Phoenix Racing on the inside line. But Pure Sims on their own, out wide in the marbles. They hit Phoenix. WS Racing smash into them. And that's what's done most of the damage for Pure Sims there. Sorry, that was Hell Racers, not WS. They're so similar. It was Hell Racers. But Phoenix Racing and Hell Racers will certainly have damage after that contact as well. Especially Hell Racers, who absolutely smashed Pure Sims here.
Grim impact. Let's have a look. This is their view of it. Could they do anything? Probably not.
Oh, absolutely not. He got on the brakes as soon as he reasonably would expect to be there. Oh, God.
It's tank ESR.
Yeah. Dear me. Well, yellow flag is out again. I do believe, by the way, that we are longer or further through than 15 minutes after our last yellow. So I think we are going to get a full yellow procedure here, and not a short yellow. That means there will be the opportunity to come into the pit lane if they want it. And I think those that didn't come in last time in GT3 will come in this time.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, drama. We were. I was literally just going back to Pure Sims there to see how their progress through the field has been since their little incident at the initial restart. But never expected to see them heading backwards out of the turn.
No. Daniel Kraft immediately in the pit lane. Well, of course he is. He's escaped back to pit lane, didn't he? You can't blame him for not being able to drive that one back.
So, let's just have a bit of a reset here because, you know, we got Vivano leading. Their gap has now been all but gobbled up because of the safety car, so private label Team Hyper on the back of them. Then you got Valkyrie Esports. Now, okay, for Team RSO, they might just be able to get themselves a lap back here, provided all three ahead of them pit.
Oh, that's the big if.
Yeah.
Because
we 13 laps in the stint.
It's not very much. But then again, these GTPs just can't go very long on fuel. So maybe any safety car is worth coming in for. I don't really know. And especially given the amount of GTPs left, it's not like you're going right to the back of the train and you've got a load of work to do. But if I was RSO, I wouldn't be that hopeful that I'm going to get the waiver out here and I'm going to be able to you know, go through on everybody to get back onto the lead lap again. It would be huge if they could, but I wouldn't be getting my hopes up just yet.
Honestly, I think if they can and they get another lucky caution where they can get back on cycle with everyone else, like I would put their name in for a race win, like 100%. But as that, it would require a lot of things going their way, and this is a very, very big hypothetical. In terms of the three on the leading lap that have a chance at the race win, I mean, you have to say Movano at the moment. But again, anything can happen inside these final 2 hours, and we don't even know what's going to happen in these pit stops.
We certainly don't. And I'm not betting against private label Team Hype yet either. They've shown themselves to be very quick, especially with Phil Krause at the wheel. Don't want to do a disrespect to any of the other drivers in that car, but he was exceptionally quick when he was in there. Round 3 and 4, NASCAR 3 and 4 that is, and towards the pit lane, we'll begin to get some answers here as to whether and who will be coming into the pit lane at this stage in the race. Final 2 hours and things are starting to get very serious indeed. I think pit lane is open this time, but
it is.
They're going to wait for as long as possible to make their move. Movano going to be in. Oh, staying out there for a couple of them. But I don't think anyone on the lead lap stayed out. Valkyrie, Movano and private label Team Hype are in.
RSO came in as well.
Why wouldn't they stay out and get the wave around there? That was a golden opportunity for them.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's the right call.
It's the wrong call for me. Totally the wrong call. Be fair play if they didn't actually realise when they pulled in, but they should have driven through the pit lane once they did realise.
Yeah.
Maybe they're looking to try and pit and jump them here.
Potentially.
Oh no, private label Team Hyper, and they're going to jump Movano here maybe. Side by side between them. And they did get it. They did get it. So Movano will be second and private label Team Hype will be leading this race.
Oh, wow. I mean, there were short stops. 22.3 for private label Team Hype and 22.8 for SSC Movano Corsa. Well, pretty short stops, at least considering we had Valkyrie have a 31-second stop there. At least as far as those cars on the lead lap go.
Of which there are only 3, of course, now.
Yeah.
A few GT3s stay out now as well. Obsidian now lead with Virtual Motorsport second, but they're the only 2 that stayed out there. And there is Obsidian. They're getting towards the front of the train, so we do indeed have a lot of waving around going on there. I'm absolutely baffled as to how RSO stayed out there. Really, really baffled.
Yeah, that's... I don't get why you wouldn't want to go for that.
I mean, they were waiting for that golden opportunity to get back onto the lead lap. They were literally handed the chance. The ticket to the lead lap was theirs. Their name on it. But they decided to come into the pit lane instead, and I really can't understand it.
I can't either. That's an interesting one.
Really,
if there
really
is any,
puzzling.
any representative of Team RSO that would like to explain their situation.
Well, maybe Andrea Barillero knows.
Yeah,
He's not an
like-
RSO driver, but he seems to know these things, so why not?
But yeah, wow. I mean, this is coming around about the time I was going to do an onboard for us to take the break, but
Well, exactly. When can you take a break in this kind of situation? To be fair, the first part of our commentary, the first hour and a half or so, nice, clean and green, but it was just kind of ticking off the laps. There wasn't actually a whole lot developing in terms of the race, but in these last couple of hours, we have had certainly a lot going on. Obviously, the 3 cautions help that, but even so, it's been a very dynamic last couple of hours, and now that we're into the final 2 hours, all bets are off now to the end of the race, really.
yeah, they are. Well, especially the GTs, because you got a whole bunch of cars that are all in contention. In terms of leading lap, we've got, what, 10 cars that are all very close to each other and haven't got that many lap cars interspersed amongst them. So, yeah, that's an interesting one, that's for sure.
Well, who have we got in here? Visceral are in, along with Obsidian. Didn't decide to come in straight away, but they're in now. So I wonder whether they stayed out there for a couple more laps, so they got a couple of extra laps of fuel in. Maybe do they believe that the rest of them can't make it on fuel and they can? Surely not. I would imagine with 2 hours to go, you can make it on one more stop.
I imagine so, from this point, yeah.
Yeah. Well, certainly from this point, but even from 2 laps ago, I think they could have made it.
Maybe making doubly sure. But, yeah.
Well, they're making doubly sure they're going to start last, yeah. that's the problem.
Yeah.
And you saw how much PGZ and Obsidian were held back last restart with that. We're starting so far back. I'm surprised Obsidian would want to do that again. They do, and they're back out again. Got some ATRS through again before they can go, and now they'll be on their way again. A bit of sorting out to do, quite a lot of sorting out to do actually through this caution, but I've got to say some puzzling safety car pit stop decisions being made there, or certainly decisions that I would not have made if I was on their teams, but hey ho.
Yeah, interesting calls. Interesting calls all round. But yeah, as a result of all these wave runs that need to be done, I get the feeling this will be a rather long caution period with getting everyone sorted out. But I would say waste no time. You see the prototypes just filing their way towards the front.
I was trying to work out who that was at the front. It was oh no, it can't be Virtual Motorsport. I don't know why that GT3 is the first. I don't know why Samba Racing Team are the first GT3 in the order at the moment. I've got to be honest.
Yeah, because there's Virtual Motorsport in the BMW.
Yeah, so they're in the right place. And so are Urano there as well. Where's that Virtual? I'm sorry. Where's Satellite? Is what I meant to say. So Rusty yeah, there's a couple of GT3s I might not be in the right place here, but don't take my word for it.
I guess that's what we have this caution period for, to try and sort out the order.
And also, definitely don't listen to me if you're in the race. That's a terrible idea. But yeah, I'd be surprised if that Lamborghini is allowed to start in that place. But I don't know. Kind of depends on the number of things, really.
Yeah, it is the only Lamborghini left in Samba.
Normally, in every class, you have the first car in that class, the first car in the trade. It doesn't need to be in exactly the order. It doesn't have to go first to 20th in exact order if there's laps between you or whatever. Now they're doing it.
Yeah, so
I
there
swear
we
I
go.
can still see rusty spatulas in front of Satellite as well in GT3. Yeah, I think I can.
There's Satellite.
That's Delta Sport. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Delta Sport. So there's Rusty Specials there.
I should probably just wind my neck in and concentrate on what I'm doing.
It's almost like I'm not the one that has been up since very early.
I know. I should probably just concentrate on what I'm doing, to be honest, and not worrying about it where everybody else is supposed to be.
No, I've just been taking this broadcast as it comes.
Exactly.
I'm gonna get, after this is done, I'm gonna get a well-deserved sleep. that's what's going on here. Running on fumes, basically.
I think by the time I get to bed, there's not going to be that many hours before my next broadcast either. To be fair, so it's a busy weekend. As I was saying on another broadcast earlier on today, incidentally, that almost every sim racing league that's ever been created seems to want to squeeze in one more last round before 2022 is over. And of course, with Christmas next week, this is the weekend to do it. Because I know of at least 6 leagues that are having a round this season. And all of those leagues, by the way, are endurance-based, sort of. So, you know, kind of longer than 4-hour kind of races. A lot of racing in one weekend. At least 6 at least 4-hour races in a weekend. It's a little bit crazy.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, that goes into the whole conversation of in real life how the racing calendars have gotten too long, especially with F1.
Well, I find less the issue it's gotten too long, but too much stuff in one weekend happens sometimes. I mean, to be honest, because of the sim racing calendar now, I don't get to watch nearly as much real world motorsport as I used to. But yes, there does seem to be a lot going on at one weekend. To be honest, I think we'd all love more than 24 hours in a day, really. I certainly would.
As long as we get the same amount of days in our lives.
well, yeah, oh yeah, that's true. I've just thought about what you said. Yeah, that's true. That. Yeah. Otherwise, it's pointless, isn't it? Really.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, going back to the whole calendars getting too long thing. This has been a big thing in Counter-Strike actually over the last couple of years, where they've done so many. Tournament organizers want to do so many events like across the entire year that the players and support staff hardly get a break whatsoever, and they've had to mandate just like a 4-week break out of the entire year where no tournaments can be run.
Good idea, really, because it's very difficult to find at the moment. Even like a whole week without broadcasts, it's and I'm not even involved with that side of things. You know?
Oh yeah, we at RaceSpot we have a big spreadsheet of what we're doing in terms of the calendar, and it is let's see, I can bring it up here. I won't show it on stream because
no, that's a bad idea.
There's some sensitive stuff on there that's not been announced yet. But yeah, if I just look at if I wait for it to load, which for some reason it's taking it a while. I guess it shows how big the spreadsheet is. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12. Actually, it might be easier to do this. We've got more than 20 broadcasts before the end of the year.
More than 20, Jesus.
Yeah.
That's in less than half a month, by the way.
Yeah.
People at home. The safety car is staying out 1 lap more, by the way, so you're not missing anything. While we're
actually exactly
about
20.
Yeah, there we are. What I was going to say though was I was figuring out my next free weekend after Christmas and New Year. I'll see. In fact, the fact that it's fallen on a weekend this year, in terms of sim racing, means that there's actually not a lot that I'm involved in anyway going on. But the next fully free weekend I've got, I think it might be in May, which is not ideal, really. But hey, it's,
yeah,
why not?
Yeah, I mean, free weekends are hard to come by when when you do sim racing commentary and production.
I'm not talking about like never having a break. I'm talking about a whole weekend where from Saturday morning to Sunday evening I'm not doing anything. I'm not trying to say that I'm literally, working every hour of my life. That's not true. But a whole Saturday morning to Sunday evening weekend off, hard to come by.
Yeah, very.
Because there's always something going on.
Yeah, and there's even in this coming week, there's been people want to message me for meetings about broadcast, and they're like, it's Christmas week, please, why? But the show never stops apparently.
No, RaceSpotTV certainly never stops either. There's even another broadcast later tonight, I think. after this one.
Well, it's Hugo never stops.
Well, Hugo particularly, yeah. Not here doing this broadcast, but was on the winter 24-hour broadcast earlier, wasn't he? I think he was producing that.
Yep.
And I think he's up early in the morning producing the early portion of that broadcast tomorrow morning as well. As well, yeah, that's another event to add to the list of things that are going on this weekend, by the way. Another 24-hour race there. But yeah, pretty sure the Chili Bowl's this weekend on RaceSpot. Hero new season starting again soon. IVRA GT Sprint tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we got a lot.
Lots of racing on RaceSpotTV coming up very soon. But well, people should subscribe and then watch it, because there's always something going on every day of the week.
And we've got lots of stuff starting in the new year as well. Things that are yet unannounced, which will be very fun to do. Yeah, things are looking up into 2023. Let's just say that. Some fancy events coming.
Things to look forward to in the new year. But either way, we'll stop rambling on about how hard our lives are now and, and talk about this race again, because we're only 1 hour 45 from the flag now.
So John Williams in the chat says, stop being good at your job and you may get more weekends.
Oh yeah, but you also get less work, and that's not as good.
Yeah, less money. That's the freelance life.
Less money. And less money. So that's not ideal. But I take your point, and I do agree. That's probably true as well, if we're honest. Anyway, as I say, 1 hour 45 to go in this race. Private label Team Hype are leaving them around. Movano second, Valkyrie third. They're the 3 prototypes remaining on the lead lap. Daniel Crash from Sims Esports car now down to 5th, and he's got 3 laps to get that car out ahead of SimCity Racing in that position. Virtual Motorsport are going to lead them off in GT3 Pro, with Satellite Racing leading them off in GT3. So, not long to go at all now. Only one more stop for most of them in GT3. Couple more in Prototype. But a very interesting end to this race coming up. Down towards turn 1 again. It's a good start from Connor Harrington, who will lead them through. He'll go wide though, very wide. He takes that opportunity and he puts it away immediately. Sacha Gore straight through, and there's even a lap car between them as well. A great chance for Private Label Team Hype to get away with the lead and immediately slip through their fingers.
Ooh. RSO, that RSO's the lap car. They had a big slide coming out of the International Horseshoe. That's just what cold tyres do to you. That might be what Private Label Team Hype had to deal with in towards turn 1 as well, with pushing go so wide. Maybe the pressure of the race lead getting to them as well. There's Pure Sim still down on towards the pit lane. They're not going to come out anytime soon. In terms of GTs though, let's see where they're at. Well, it's Urano that leads from Virtual Motorsport from Team Hoisingfeld here at the moment. So Virtual Motorsports, let's see how they can hold on to these positions, because they're one of the ones that stayed out. In fact, the only one that stayed out, 17 laps in the stint. Let's see if they can hold on to some positions for track position.
Certainly didn't take Urano long to take that GT3 Pro lead away at all. Virtual Motorsport down to second, Hoisingfeld up to third, with Impulse Racing fourth now. Into the bus stop chicane. And these GT3 Pro cars very close together. Not many GT3s actually separating the top 8 or so on this occasion. But the likes of Obsidian, Visceral and PGZ are all caught behind that kind of battling, as there's now a big trade for third. 2 Mercedes involved. Look at the speed for Virtual Motorsport. Hoisingfeld pushed them out wide and then go to push Urano, because they want to take the lead as 2 Mercedes and try and get away from the rest. Up the inside they're going to go. I don't think Virtual Motorsport are going to fight this one too hard, and they don't. Oh my goodness! Big crash for Dota Sport, who go smashing into the wall. They're going to go straight through. They're going to cut through on the banking, are they? No, they're going to take the course properly by the looks of things, but that was a huge hit at the end of the home straight.
Oh, they're lucky to get away with that. Like, their car's still controllable, it looks like. That was a huge impact.
It was. I can't believe they're even still driving. But here they are. Oh, it's Phoenix who got into the back of them. That is such a hard contact with the wall. Oh my goodness. I am absolutely gobsmacked. Given what we've just seen from the likes of Private Label Team Hype and also RSO, to have that amount of damage from small contact This Porsche has just survived a huge hit. Oh my goodness. And in front of the GT3 race leader as well. Satellite Racing got away with one there. They could have easily been caught up in that.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have a look back. We'll have a look on the view of. Why not? Let's get on the view of WSE Sports because they might have had a good view of that all going on ahead. That it was crazy there. Delta Sport, like how have they gotten away with that? I don't know, but they have. You see the 3 wide briefly ahead of them. There was the GT3 lead in front of them as well. We'll get on board with Satellite then because that seems like a good thing to do. Let's see how close Dallas Pataska was to, well, completely being taken out of the race in the race lead in GT3s.
There it is. Oh, goodness me. So close that his life would have flashed before his eyes there. That was so close to disaster for Dallas Pataska. I didn't mean to do that. That was rhyming was nice, but I didn't mean it. Still in the lead though. There he is. He's got a very nice lead as well, by the way. Prasad and Nomad are the guys chasing them down. 8 seconds behind. Imagine seeing that in front of you and still having an 8-second lead. Goodness me. What a crazy race this has been so far. 1 hour 40 for them to hold out, but they'll be counting their lucky stars now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Pataska, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just full on slamming on the anchors, leaning into that ABS, just to make sure that he didn't get into that out of control Delta Sport car. It was, yeah, that, you know, you're going to be thanking the brakes after this one, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I still can't believe he's managed to get away with that, but he has. Urano Esports lead in GT3 Pro, however. Hoisingveld just in behind. You can see Virtual Motorsport and Impulse Racing in that train, along with Phoenix, who were the ones to get in the back of Delta Sport there now. We haven't really talked about it, but it's difficult to say who was the cause of that incident for Delta Sport. I mean, obviously it was Phoenix Racing, but were they really at fault in that one? It's one of those really awkward incidents where a very small amount of contact has resulted in big consequences, I'm afraid. And so there may be a penalty for Phoenix, but also it did look like Delta Sport might have broken early in front of Phoenix, leaving them almost nowhere to go, but I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, that's one for the students to decide. They're the judges and juries in this sense, and we're just here to talk about racing. But yeah, it's yeah, that was going to be an interesting one for the stewards to deal with. And well, their work has been cut out here today. But although saying that, a lot of the cautions that we have had have been single car incidents, right?
Right, yeah, some of them have been, I guess. But others haven't. I mean, we've had so many that we've had a mixture of both, really.
Well, we've had one, like the cases of one car losing control that then collects another instead of like direct contact.
Yeah, that is true. Particularly in the case of the GTPs, actually, who have been losing the rear end quite often. They get collected by someone following. That's happened quite a lot. Here's Philip Klinger for Team Hoisingveld. And the two Mercedes able to get together here, and they might be able to get away from the rest of the field. We know how quick the Mercedes is in a straight line. Hoisingveld and Urano working together very well here to kind of make this race about just these two.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed with the bump coming off the corner as well. They've got themselves almost a second back to Virtual Motorsports. So Urano and Hoisingveld working very, very well together here. With this bump drafting, they are dropping Virtual Motorsports. Now it's up over a second is the gap between P2 and P3. So this is really working out in the favour of these two Mercedes.
It is, and it's hardly a surprise given the advantage they have in a straight line. Virtual Motorsport leading the line behind. The gap starting to open up in the lead of the race. We do have 4 manufacturers inside the top 5, by the way, though, which is really impressive to see. Despite all the kind of Porsche favouritism we've seen from the teams. Got a lot of different manufacturers up towards the head of the field now. But about 10 minutes into this new stint now. The GTPs can't be too far away from lapping the GT3s again. And that's going to be the chance for Conor Harrington to close in once more on Sasha Gurley, and he's going to absolutely want to do that because I think he'll be very frustrated with the way he threw away that lead at turn 1.
Yeah, I think so too. That was an unforced error. Yeah, it's like Hamilton down into turn 1 at Baku, you know, like it was just not necessary. I guess that was sort of an element of him getting inside his own head in a way. In terms of, oh, I need to make the most of this restart. I got the position in the pit stop phase. I'm going to have to go charging into turn 1 because I think the guy behind me is going to be so aggressive. But in the end, you're sort of fighting ghosts, right?
Absolutely. Now, if I'm right in saying, I think you said this earlier, Team RSO are kind of sandwiched in the middle of these two at the minute. The car in between them. And it'll be making them wonder what could have happened as well if they would have just stayed out under that last safety car. They could have very much been involved here. Pure Sims Esports, by the way, did get back out there again after 20 minutes of repairs. They're 2 laps in front of SimCity Racing, so 5th place looks to be their limit. If they can just keep things on the road for the remainder of the race, then they'll be able to take home that 5th place. And that is not too bad at all. But it does mean that Movado Corsa, I think, are going to take a really good championship lead away from this race, whether they win this one or not, because they're the only one outside in the top 4. Heck, they're the only one on in the top 6 who are on the lead lap now.
This thing felt slow.
Now then, did they go for a move finally, or did they just go round on their own? Oh, that awkward bit of contact between the 2 Mercedes. Just as you're midway through the corner there, if you do make contact with the car in front, then you're going to go around yourself. I'm afraid that's what happened to Philip Klinger there, and it could leave Urano a bit high and dry there. They could get caught by everybody here, although their gap is nearly 2 seconds of a lead, to be fair.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult for those drivers behind to be able to do anything about this gap unless they start to work together in terms of the bumping. Even a lone Mercedes, as strong as it is in the straight line, I don't think it really has anything to match a group of organised BMWs, Porsches, and Audis to be able to catch them up. So I think Wallmeyer will have this gap for a while, but he'll slowly be eaten into by Virtual Motorsport Impulse and Phoenix, unless.
I think Tobias Grundstructor thinks this is going to go a lot quicker with him in the front here. They've been running up front all day, unlike Virtual Motorsport, so he's decided that he wants to lead right now. He's got it. So maybe now there'll be an opportunity. 1.8 seconds. They have closed it by about a 10th on the straight this time. But I think with Impulse Racing leading the train and Phoenix Racing pushing them, they might just be able to catch up. But they've got to make sure that that battle now doesn't drag them into a whole convoluted fight where everybody's changing positions and all sorts going on, because Urano really will run away if that happens.
Yeah, they will. So, I mean, that's a pretty good call for me, because Virtual Motorsports, they were off cycle in terms of the pit stops anyway. They have 23 laps on their stint. They may not be able to get this to the end of one stop. So that's just the issue for them. So they decided, okay, I'm just going to not lead this pack. I'm just going to fall to the back and make sure I work on my fuel numbers. And, well, I would say Impulse is faster in clear air anyway than Virtual Motorsports. So it's better to have them at the front, and then them being pushed potentially would be the better way to go.
I think so. And maybe they've decided that themselves as well. You can see the Audi definitely capable of pushing as well. Very often in these groups, the second car in the group is the most important, because they're the one doing the pushing. You hear this in NASCAR all the time, and it is true at Daytona as well. Even in a race as long as this, the second car's the important one. If they haven't got the pace, the straight line speed to push the Porsche here, then it's useless. And now you can see the pushing starting to happen. The Audi getting more speed because of the slipstream, the Porsche being pushed on as a result, and that effect just kind of extends, and it keeps on going and going and going, and it's 1.1 by turn 1.
Well, now dipping below a second as they get a very good entry to the corner as well. So that's just what organised bump drafting can do. It can gain you a whole bunch of time on the order of a couple of tenths of a second a lap. Here comes the prototype lead though. That's going to shake things up just a little bit. in and amongst some of your leading GT pros. But Movano are through and okay, and now have a 5-second gap back to private label Team Hype. So this is looking very, very good for Movano. They've been able to get through on the traffic very efficiently. It seems like Connor Harrington hasn't had the same luck.
No, certainly hasn't. And now you can see, big conversation, and unfortunate for these guys in the fight for second place, because they've been halted ever so slightly by that GTP going through. But I think they're going to be cleared of Connor Harrington before the bus stop chicane, and he's not going to affect them, I don't think, for second place here. Let's see where he is. Still can't see him, actually. Maybe he will affect them. I think he's going to have to wait behind. Or is he going to get through on both of them? He will do just about, and Veloce will have to wait instead in that, well, I was about to say fourth place. They're not fourth, but they are fourth in the line of GTPs. Poor exit off from Impulse, but this is also the kind of safety net you get from having someone behind you, is that Phoenix Racing Audi will now push them up to speed, and now that they are up to speed, they're going to continue to gain on Urano, and they might even be in Urano's slipstream by the end of this straight.
Yeah, so there they are. Gap is a second. There's Urano a bit further down the road. Incoming prototype though, got to be careful not to go for the absolute send. Should be well negotiated amongst these guys.
Oh my word, this is busy, very busy, as a few more prototypes come through, side by side battling in the GT3s as well, which is not helping. Pushed out wide, Virtual Motorsport as Team Hoistingbeld making a bit of a charge for this, coming back once again, Valkyrie getting through, as are German Sim Racing, diving left, diving right. These GT3s don't know which way to go. It was SimCity Racing actually, not GSR. Oh, they're both there, that's right. There we are. These two need to have a conversation about getting some different liveries, by the way, because goodness me, look at them. Anyway, SimCity Racing are leading the pair, then it's GSR, who are just in behind. But yes, Hoistingbeld very much nearly here as well, as Phoenix Racing Esport for some reason have managed to get through. That must have been in traffic. It must have been an opportunity too good not to take for them.
Yeah, potentially. Now Impulse are going to have to get up into, behind them potentially, push the Audi along. Let's see how this configuration works. They are close enough to Urano now that their slipstream is becoming more of an effect for them. Less than half a second coming out of the bus stop.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one is better at pushing here, Impulse or Phoenix, because the Audi has managed to grab the slipstream of the Mercedes, and so now it's very much on for the race lead. Impulse slightly lagging behind. They need to catch a whiff of the slipstream for the Audi here, which is not slow. Phoenix Racing pushing Urano, who go up wide, maybe expecting Phoenix to try and take the lead there, but they won't. And now we do have a trade for the race lead. Hoistingbeld here as well. They dive down the inside of Maniti Racing, side by side between those two Mercedes in different GT3 classes. And Hoistingbeld are not going to be pleased about this.
Not what. No love lost between these two whatsoever. Of course, Maniti down in P5 in GT3 here, 332 overall, trying to fight it out with the big boys. Good couple of laps ahead of them. So that's the situation. Hoistingveld, I mean, it's just rotten luck. Like you can't really do much about it. The lap traffic is entitled to try and, you know, keep themselves ahead, but not make themselves too much of a hindrance. Is probably the best way of describing it. But yeah, I mean, it's not going to be any less frustrating when explained to them.
Yeah, certainly. The Phoenix, that Audi's really quick in a straight line. I don't know whether that Phoenix Racing car is just trimmed out, but the Audi very strong, very impressive, faster than the Porsche. Maybe faster than the Mercedes. Difficult to tell for the moment because of the slipstream, but really quick. Could even be too close here to the Urano car, unless Impulse fancy pushing them. And now Maniti are going to come up, and the Mercedes, they're all lifting off here. Maniti have gone up high, and so are Hoistingbeld, going to try and push the Mercedes through. Let's see, this looks like a NASCAR race to the line. Maniti are going to go all the way through. Hoistingbeld are going to get through here as well. Samba Racing trying to unlock themselves as well. My goodness, Impulse with the biggest lift off you've ever seen. They don't want any part of this. Hoisingveld are going to take the lead from 4th place in just the space of one straight.
That was pretty crazy. Like, that was just a freight train around the outside. You called it right there. It's just like a run on the outside. A group of cars in NASCAR coming out of turn 4 just completely mugs them at the line because of that hesitation on the bottom. So Hoisingveld straight up to the race lead, got the track position. What can they do with it now? Because technically it is Maniti heading out the train, even though they're not part of the battle for position.
I'm not convinced that Urano were pressing the throttle all the way down there, to be honest, coming up to the straight. Because to go from 4th to 1st, I know the draft powerful around here, and it's obviously important, and having someone to push you as well is very important, but goodness me, 4th to 1st in one go is quite severe. Unless Urano really are struggling here. We'll wait and see here, but Maniti, Maniti, by the way, is a GT3, not a GT3 Pro, a GT3. Really impressive drive from them. They are a lap down on Satellite Racing, who are also in this group, by the way, just at the back. But they unlapped themselves on this restart. They were 2 laps down, now 1 lap down, and they're hanging it with the GT3 Pro cars. Go back to our point earlier. You know, it just showed that some of these GT3 teams really could compete in the top class.
I mean, yeah, there's definitely evidence supporting that. But for Maniti now, what's the game plan? Because you're not really fighting in amongst cars of your own class. You're a minute and 10 seconds behind the next car for position. That's not even in your own class, by the way. It's for overall position. And the car by you is 3 laps behind. So you're in no man's land. He got nothing to fight for. Do you try to play the games and play kingmaker in this train?
Well, Maniti at the moment are looking strong. But just how long is this going to last for? I mean, the GT3s, as I say, could stick with the GT3 Pros for a little while, but not entire race distances. And of course, some of their drivers are very, very good indeed, like Tim Matsko, who's at the wheel right now here. He's a really quick driver. Led that team to a lot of their IVRA GT Sprint Series victories last season, where they, of course, took the 2 championships before Christmas and after Christmas. They took both titles. And plenty of race wins in the Endurance Series as well. So, know what they're doing in IVRA competition to Maniti Racing. And are currently leading the Club Sport Series, so there you go, that's the all three, something they've done in all three, in terms of doing things well. It's a big train though, and after all of that craziness, we have seen it start to just fizzle out in terms of actual side-by-side. I think Urano just wanted someone to follow, to be honest. They didn't fancy towing everyone around for lap after lap.
Fancy it as this group spreads out a little bit on the way out of NASCAR 4. Whoa, there's a little bit of tension here. I like it, a little bit of tension. This team's Hoisingveld, are the class leaders here at the moment. How does the pit stop factor into this now? Because obviously the cars deeper in the train will be able to fuel save. Was it an overall plan? Was it the big brain move from Urano to be able to slow the entire train up, get themselves in the middle of this, and get the fuel, do it on the fuel? That's the question. But yeah, but then you got the whole taking tires at the same time situation as well. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm convinced they just didn't want to lead this train around, and they weren't going full throttle towards the line there, because it's very easy to save fuel when you're in a train like this, and when you're back in the pack. When you're at the front of it, it's really not easy. So yeah, I'm quite convinced that was a premeditated move by Urano to do that. But it plays out now for Jonas Allmark. Philip Klinger currently leading this one for Hoisingveld. The group's not quite as packed up as it was earlier on. Tim Matsko really stretching this one out. Whereas we didn't quite see that from previous leaders like Phoenix and Impulse. We weren't quite able to do this to the group. Although Phoenix are very close to the back of Urano now. They are showing good pace.
Yeah, that
Sorry, I just think everybody's found a place that they're enjoying in this train, really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you mentioned it a couple of moments ago that Audi has been surprisingly quick. I mean, of course, we had a new patch since, since we've seen it earlier on in the season, but seems like the Audi's not as sluggish as it once was. And here we go, Phoenix Racing Esports trying to go the long way around here on Urano Esports in towards turn number 1. They're risking splitting from the front 2 here. Absolutely neck and neck.
Around the outside for Lippert there, and he's going to be shoved out by Vormar, who knew exactly the perimeters of his car there, or parameters. Very, very good driving. Down the inside from Impulse as well. Grundcutter was to take advantage of this opportunity that's been presented to, and he has done. Up to 3rd place for Impulse Racing. This is the danger when you're in a train like this. You go for one move, and you could go back a step as well. 1 step forward, 2 steps back almost, if you like.
Indeed, and with 1 hour 20 minutes to go, you're not really necessarily wanting to go 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Track position, perhaps, name of the game here at the moment. And, well, it's fascinating seeing the dynamic in and amongst all these drivers here at the moment. Just all the teasing, the mind games, and potentially strategy games coming up in about 20 minutes' time as well. That will be an interesting element of this. We've been neglecting the GTPs a little bit here. SSC Movano Corsa, they got 11 seconds over private label Team Hype. They are running away with it.
Yeah, we're not missing anything at the moment in GTPs. We're just really enjoying the GT3 Pro battle that is developing right now. Philip Klinger now really starting to make a break for this with Tim Matsker, and this is the danger with what Phoenix did at that last rundown towards turn 1. See the two up front, they're working together really well. Urano just don't have a Mercedes behind them to push. They've even got a fighting car behind them. Late on the brakes for both of them. Vormar once again is going to slam the door in the face of Impulse, and Phoenix might fancy their chances of getting back down the inside here and regaining that place they lost. They won't quite do it there, but this is the danger now. It's fizzled out really. Matsker and Klinger weren't able to get away, but there is a danger that they will if this fight for second continues like it is.
Always that danger hanging over their heads, and how to dealing with it is another issue as well. All that pressure, and we're not even inside the final hour yet.
A long way to go, nearly 80 minutes. 2 more stops to go for the GTPs, 1 stop for these guys, apart from Virtual Motorsport, who are still a part of this train, by the way. Down towards the back, probably need 2 stops. It just depends when they come in. Really, they could stretch it out, but I would doubt it. Up towards the bus stop chicane for these teams now. And once again, Huysingveld applying that pressure to Maniti. Well, I say applying pressure, just pushing them along really. They're not really trying to go through. They're just enjoying the slipstream that they're being given right now. Is the GTPs are going to be upon them again, so this could change this group and maybe cause a split to happen somewhere. And who knows how it will affect things as Samba Race Team go into the pit lane there. There are a number of laps down at this point, but this is the problem now. A GTP could very much send it down the inside. Oh my word, that's a dive. They've got all of the GT3 Pro cars, but have opened the door for Jonas Vormar, who's headed towards the outside through the chicane. He can't do it, so Grundcutter for Impulse wants to go through. He won't be able to, or will he? Down the inside he goes, and maybe he will get that second position. On the exit, he confirms it, and Phoenix might push Urano outside of the podium places here, up towards the kink, and towards the West Horseshoe they're going to go. Round the outside through the first pot, the Audi gets to the inside for the second part, and this battle is going to continue towards turn 6 with Urano having to give way, and they're down to 4th.
Yay. That's my reaction to that. Urano now having to scrap with Veloce, as Veloce would try to get past them and put the lap on them, but that is a huge loss there from Urano Esports, all stemming from that prototype that was very eager down the inside at turn number 1, and down below the yellow line goes another prototype to try and get all of these cars done with. Oh yeah, that when I saw that prototype go for a lunge, I was just waiting for the ping pong moment, but unfortunately it didn't come.
Thankfully it did. It's got away with one there. Urano in danger of being left off the back of this train though. Towards the right side of the shot there. Just grabbing a little bit of slipstream from the Audi, but not too much. That GTP giving him a little bit more slipstream as well, maybe to pull them into the group. And there's going to be a concertina effect here as well. It's down the outside, sorry, goes one of the GTPs. Late on the brakes from everybody. And through turn one, they're going to go. Urano safely back in the group. But the top four here very much providing the entertainment. And Beniti Racing doing them the favour, really, of towing them around. I think if they weren't there, this group would be even more chaotic because everyone would be fighting to be, not leading, bizarrely.
Yeah, they would be. So I think Beniti's doing everyone a favour. They're just they're the neutral third party in this one, saying I'm the great equaliser. I'm just going to give you all the drafts so you can all feel safe, so you don't have to fight for it. This is it's an interesting turn of events.
Beniti Racing are the referee for this boxing match, or this four-way boxing match, if you like. That's more of a brawl, isn't it? But anyway, yes, they are acting as that at the moment. Beniti stick their way down the inside of Phoenix. I don't think they were particularly wanting that to happen, but Beniti going to get all the way through. And a couple more GTPs here as well. One of them's Valkyrie, I think. That's not Valkyrie. Maybe they're just waiting a little bit longer. Dive down the inside of everybody, and through goes one of them. A few more still to come. The GTPs are still relatively close together in terms of a train, but they're actually on positional battles, which is the problem.
I've spotted your Sims are back out there after 20 minutes of a stationary time. They're back out.
Yeah, they've been out for a few minutes now. They're still fifth, and they've got 3 laps to the next car behind. So it's still decent points, but I think Movado, the only ones in the top 6 in the championship, still on the league lap, may well take the championship lead. The team Hoisingveld fend off another attack from Impulse Racing.
Indeed they do, or at least attempt to. Impulse having to live to fight another day now. And GSR down the inside. Oh, that's so risky for the prototype down into there. Urano also trying to go past Phoenix here as well.
Phoenix were pushed out wide by that GTP, and so Urano had that chance briefly, but they're not going to take it, not going to be able to. So the positions stay the same again, but they just need to make sure that they don't lose the draft. There is a slight danger of that happening for Tobias Grundcutter, but he should be all right, especially if he gets the push here from Phoenix Racing, which he has been doing on many occasions. But that's basically what created this battle. The cooperation that there was in that battle for second previously between served them very well indeed. Towards the bus stop again. The 5 of them bouncing their way through the curves and coming out the other side. 7/10 of a second between 1 and 2. Gap in danger of opening up here. Although I just think that it's going to all smash back together again at turn 1. Not literally, but metaphorically at least. Going to all come back together. Even with good cooperation between Beniti and Hoisingveld. They're still being caught. Hoisingveld will have to brake early. Impulse will brake late. And there you are, the group is back together, pretty much good as new. And they'll be able to fight out between themselves, pretty much. There's no prototype traffic for a good while now. To come and disturb them. Well, there might be actually. The prototypes can't be that far away from pit stops, but either way, it's, for the next few moments at least, it is just about these GT3s.
Do we risk taking a break? That's my question.
It's a risky one, but
it is a risky one.
We have been nearly 3 hours.
Do we do it on board with Urano?
We might as well go on board with. I know we went on board with Urano last time, didn't we? But, that's where the action is, on board with Urano again.
Yeah, everything's ahead of them. So they'll be our camera person for this for these couple of laps.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll just step away for a quick couple of moments, a very quick break, because we are not too far away from the end of the race. But let's enjoy this on board quickly with the Others 4 by just over 1 hour to go. Just over 1 hour to go here at Daytona. The closing moments of the GSI Endurance Series, 12 hours of Daytona, powered by IVRA, round 3 of this season, and it is going to draw to a very dramatic and exciting conclusion. My name's Ian O'Leary. I'm alongside Connery and Manick for the final portion of this race. We've been here for the last 5 hours or so. It's been very enjoyable indeed, and it's gotten even more enjoyable in the last few moments. This leading battle in GT3 Pro is absolutely enthralling, even if nothing happened, thankfully, while we were on that break. That's very useful. But something certainly will happen in the next 65 minutes.
It depends how much will happen. Something will happen, but how much and in what way and how dramatic will it be? That's those are the pending questions. This next pit stop is going to be absolutely crucial. Of course, it always is. The last pit stop of any race always is. But this will dictate the battle pack or battle packs if they split up coming towards the end of the race, and also their exact track position in those packs. But you know, saying that, it's all dependent in the end on what the configuration is between all the cars at the start of the final lap. Because I think if you're leading at the start of the final lap, I don't think you have a very high percentage chance of winning this race. Of course you have a chance, because anything can happen, but
I think we can't look too deeply into those implications just yet, because as I said during the break, I think that these pit stops could very well split this group apart massively, and as you said, it really depends on the length of these final pit stops. So I think there's a couple of variables to happen here before we really start discussing where you want to be on the final lap, because after all, it is over an hour away. We did see a second to last pit stops, by the way, in the GTP category during that break. So Movano Corsa are now leading by 30 seconds. His private level team Hype's pit stop was 10 seconds longer for whatever reason, not entirely sure why. But Phil Krause is now at the wheel there with Nicholas Bew at the wheel for Movano. Simon Halkin now at the wheel for Valkyrie, looking to close out a top 3 and a podium for them, with RSO another minute back. They're still 4th, but still one more pit stop to come from those GTP drivers. We're getting very close to the hour mark now, very close indeed. And if all of them can make it, then we're in for a very exciting end to this race. I don't think it's going to be a fuel race, although German Sim Racing Green have just come into the pit lane, maybe with fuel problems. If they're coming in right now, I would be slightly worried about making it to the end.
yeah, fuel nervousness is going to be interesting. But yeah, again, the vast majority of these drivers, these teams shouldn't have a problem with it. But I mean, we're starting to get towards that time where maybe in about 2 laps time, we'll see the drivers coming down towards the pit lane for their final stops. I think ideally you want to come down in with at least one buddy, right? You don't want to be left out there on your own without a draft or a push.
Well, Urano are in danger of that even in this group right now. They are starting to let a few car lips open up there. They could get dropped completely by these drivers. They are obviously closing back up again under the braking, but you'd ideally want to come in with someone else. But because these guys all pitted on the last lap last time, the laps they pit on this time will be pretty similar, so I don't think they'll be left on there for absolutely minutes on their own with no draft. I think they'll be alright in that respect. And even so, in some ways, being on your own can be a little bit faster sometimes, because of the amount of slowing up that you have to do in a group like this. It just depends how organised you are. So it's a bit of a conundrum for all of these teams and drivers. We've got one more lap after this one, and I'd feel safe on fuel really, given we're just getting towards that hour mark right now, and ideally want to go one more lap, and then I'd feel safe on fuel to making it.
I have an idea. Fill more time so I can post my idea.
Okay. Okay. I will. I'll do that. But yeah, for the moment, just staying put where they are. Another GTP train going to come through them here, I think. Not sure quite who's at the head of it, whether it is actually Nicholas Bew. I don't think it is in the race lead. No, certainly not. It's Beniti Racing. And Andrew Dawson, currently 9th position for them. And all 11 GTPs still running, I do believe, are going to be classified in this race. I think, yes, they are indeed. 39 laps down at the moment for Delta Sport, which is nearly going to be, which is only just 90% of the overall race winners' laps, I think. But given the fact it's going to be under 400 laps in this race win, I think they're going to be fine. As Urano pass Phoenix for third.
I've posted a poll in the YouTube chat. We've got 4 cars in contention for the race win in GT3. Pick your team. Who's going to win this race? Is it going to be Team Hoisingveld? Is it going to be Impulse Racing? Is it going to be Urano, or is it going to be Phoenix? Send in your votes now.
Absolutely. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 25% each way, because it's honestly a 4-sided coin toss at the moment. It is really, really close, and anything could change. But it's don't go cheating by voting after the pit stop phase. That is cheating, because I think the pit
I'll
stops
have to close this.
Yeah,
I'll have to close this before pit stops.
I close it after the pit stops, because the pit stops are going to tell us an awful lot about what's actually going to happen in this race. Because I can still see even with it being so close between these 4, I can still see one of them emerging on their own out of the pit stops and then taking it to the flag. I can see that as a possibility for one of them. I don't know who, but I can see it as a possibility for one of them. So after the pit stops, we're going to have a way clearer idea as to what's going to happen. But because of that looming stop, it's really unknown at the moment.
I mean, Urano have been doing a lot of lifting and coasting, perhaps too much, as they were almost falling off the back of the train at some points over the course of this stint. But across the line they all come. They all should be good to the end, from this point. 59 minutes on the clock. They'll get another minute or so as they come back around. So they're all solidly within the window. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, they're all going to make it. But as I say, the pit stop lap will be very important. The longer you can go, the shorter your pit stop will be, in theory. He's been speaking a lot today about the tyres and fuel happening at the same time, but I think tyres get done about 30 seconds in, 25 seconds in, and then you get dropped down off the jacks and you're still fueling, and that's when you can gain some time. So everyone will take tyres here. It's just a case of how much fuel you need to put in the car, and those few litres, those few seconds here or there could very much make the difference.
Yeah, Bas Visser says it's going to be close on fuel, which is an interesting point. So that's an interesting one. Are you talking about the prototypes there, Bas, or are you talking about the
prototypes
GT3s?
are making one more stop. There's no doubt in my mind that the prototypes are making one more stop, but is it really going to be close in GT3? Daytona's a fuel-heavy circuit, I suppose, given the amount of time you just spent flat out, but is it really? I don't know. Clearly it is.
Maybe so.
Maybe.
I mean, it could be a symptom of why we're seeing everyone in line at the moment, not wanting to to go for track position and not wanting to lead the race.
Yeah. And as I said earlier, Maniti Racing are doing wonders for this group in terms of actually towing them around all day and really helping them on fuel. But they are in danger of losing Hoisingveld here. Yeah, saving so much fuel. It's all well and good, but you can't let Hoisingveld go. They dive down on the brakes again in towards turn 1. Lots of unknowns, but surely it's not marginal on fuel.
I mean, they've all gone this extra, even one more lap here. So, I mean, we know it is a fuel-heavy circuit.
We do.
Typically in the Daytona 24s that we broadcast. Yeah, we'll sit tight and we'll see what happens here.
Don't forget that they went green flag racing with 1:45 to go in this race. So let's say they made their pit stop about 1:55. Well, they've gone nearly an hour now, despite some of those cautions that we had earlier. I still think they'll be okay, but then again, I'm not a driver and I don't know. So,
well, we had cautions that they came down into the pits. Last time they came out of the pits was a caution lap, and they did a few laps on the caution, which would have saved a lot of fuel. So, but we will wait and see, I suppose. If this turns into a fuel mileage race, that will be even more epic.
It will be even more confusing as well in some ways to try and work out what's going on here. 56 minutes still to go. And just remains to be seen as well how long Maniti Racing can continue out there, because I'd imagine they'd be the first to pit out of these 5 since they've been towing them around all day.
Yeah,
Really, they'd have to pit first.
I mean, they're not even.
Oh,
they're
here
not
we go.
even. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Maniti in. That's it. Maniti's in. But we're talking about them as if they're in, like, well, you know, they're actually in this fight. They're not. They are the third party that has been helping the rest of them save the fuel. So Maniti down and in. That's your GT3 Maniti. This is the 278, not the GT3 Pro. So up on the jacks they go with the fresher tyres, as well, you take every time now in these GT3 cars, unless you have some weird and wonderful strategy.
Yeah.
As in slash and dash.
Well, yeah, that's the idea. Now this could start to get really silly for the race lead here, because nobody wants to lead. None of these 4 want to lead this, and so there could be an awful lot of lifting off, and Visceral may well catch them. They are 5th and nearly 10 seconds away at this stage, but they could still be a factor in this race, because Veloce have to go right round the outside of everybody here. I just want to see, down towards turn 1, down towards the bus stop, just how much are Team Hoistingveld going to lift off here, and how badly do they not want to lead this train through the next few laps? Well, they're lifting off and clutching in themselves, as we've just heard.
Clutching in doesn't work anymore, though, does it? It's in the patch notes. Clutching in doesn't save fuel anymore.
Oh, Philip Klinger's not read it.
I can't remember if it was. I remember reading it in the LMP2. Can't remember if it was
anymore, unfortunately, as Impulse Racing come in. Hoistingveld lifting off there, certainly losing a lot of pace. Jonas Vormeyer will get to the back of them and push them, and maybe even take the lead. He will. Jonas Vormeyer wants to take the lead here. Impulse in, Urano through, but these 3 are going to have shorter pit stop than Impulse, so that's not a great thing for them to be in so early.
I will end the poll now because the pit stop phase has started. So we have Hoistingveld 41%. So 41% of people think I think Hoistingveld will win. 29% Urano, 60% Impulse, 12% Phoenix. 12% Phoenix is understandable given that they have a penalty of 30 seconds. So, so they're kind of ruled out of this situation here. But everyone else still in it though. Prototypes getting involved. Oh, around the outside of Urano there. That's not going to be very much appreciated.
No. So that's a real shame for Phoenix Racing. Oh, is that Impulse stopping in the penalty box?
Penalty box Impulse.
It is Impulse, and they do have penalties of 40 seconds. 40 seconds of a pit stop, of a penalty, sorry. For Impulse Racing, it was for leaving a gap that was too large to create an advantage on the restart. It's cost them 40 seconds. They're out of the group. It's now an all-Mercedes fight.
Yeah, so Phoenix out as well with penalty. So yeah, it's Urano or it's Hoistingveld. There were 4, now there are 2. Now they're coming out down and in with 52 minutes, 20 seconds on the clock. Urano diving straight down and in. Hoistingveld, their pit stalls a little bit further down, up on the jacks as well.
Vormeyer didn't go up on the jacks, has he? I haven't seen him up on the jacks just as of yet. No, he's still on the floor. Surely he's not doing no tyres here. What is going on?
That's a bold choice. Thing is, he needs a full tank, doesn't he? Basically.
Yeah, basically.
So why not take the tyres?
Why would they not take tyres? Why would they not take tyres? Don't quite understand for Jonas Vormeyer at the moment. I'm bored with him. I'm convinced this car has not gone up on the jacks. Now he goes after Phoenix Racing. There go Hoistingveld as well. So the 2 Mercedes are right together, and that's exactly what we need in terms of a race-leading battle. Luca Alper will exit the pit lane right now. Does he know he's got a penalty? Well, he's not serving it now.
Nope. If Phoenix Racing are going to come out ahead, but with a penalty that has not been served just yet. having a look at the penalty seat, just making sure that this has been unserved. Yeah, it's still pending, so race control haven't logged it as served just yet, and well, let's see how this affects things then.
Absolutely. Well, now Phoenix Racing are going to be the ones to tow the others around, I would imagine. So it's Huisingveld versus Urano, but why didn't Urano go up on the jacks during that pit stop there? Is my question.
I mean, they had the same. I mean, obviously they're going to have the same time as if they would have taken tyres, because again they're taking that same time now. So they were 42.2 seconds. That's surely more than enough to, you know, that's a full tank sort of area, isn't it? It's. I'm not sure whether it was a visual glitch though, that we didn't see them go up on the jacks, but they did take tyres.
Yeah, that might well be the case. Although I'm not entirely sure. Down the inside for one of the GTPs there. But it is going to be between these two Mercedes then. Phoenix Racing with a penalty still to serve. The two Mercedes in the back are going to fight for the race lead, and Urano want to take that second place away. They will do. Huisingveld with a slow run out of the bus stop chicane. And so Jonas Voormaat will now take this to there. Oh my goodness! They get into the back of Phoenix Racing, sending it very much off course, and that was nearly an absolute plane crash between the three of them. My goodness.
Urano down towards the inside now, in towards turn 1, gets the position done on Phoenix. Of course, Phoenix have the penalty hanging over their heads. How does Team Huisingveld deal with this now, with a car sandwich between themselves and Urano? There's a Veloce, I believe, car down the inside. Yes, it is. Maybe might be able to make a lane for Huisingveld to try and fit through, but they're not able to.
Oh, big slide. Phoenix struggling. Oh, Phoenix gone. Phoenix Racing got around, and Huisingveld have had to go off course to avoid them as well. The gap opens up to nearly 3 seconds as Urano Esports get away with this race lead. Contact through the kink there between Team Huisingveld and Phoenix Racing. Let's have a look at it on board from the Mercedes. We've seen this pushing all day long, and Philip Klinger may have just gone slightly too far. Pushes on the entry to the corner. The Audi's already twitchy as it is, and he has to really slow down to avoid the Audi as well. Just pushing that just went that little bit too far.
That's not the place to push those into the back. On the entry to the corner, when you're having that weight transfer, it's just not going to happen, and the car's going to step out, and that's exactly what happens. Oh, now Huisingveld might be on for a penalty here as well, and our finish that we were, well, preparing for, perhaps not going to end in the way we intended. No. Although, there's still a chance this might change.
There is. Gap nearly 5 seconds, though, up to Team Huisingveld, who have now really started to get away with this race lead. For those behind, Huisingveld with a few seconds over Phoenix Racing now, who are embroiled in a fight with Visceral and Tempest as well. The fight for the last spot on the podium will still be developing. And Impulse Racing will try and recover from that penalty, but they're all the way down in 10th. Penalties at this end of the race are so costly because everyone's still really close together.
Yeah. So it says Penn Huisingveld for that. Yeah. I mean, you tap the back of the car, you get them unsettled into the corner, and they spin. Like, that's a slam dunk penalty for me. Whether or not the stewards will see it that way, we will see. But yeah, that's. Oh. I was looking forward to that, but now with penalties affected things and that incident, it's kind of, well, we've got Urano now leading by 6 seconds.
Certainly do. A big change to what we saw even 10 minutes ago. It's the battle for what is 4th now. Visceral versus Tempest, but it will be for 3rd because Phoenix Racing are still 3rd. And still have that penalty to serve, of course. I do wonder, by the way, whether they're arguing with race control and kind of appealing it, really. Or maybe that's why they didn't serve it at the last pit stop. Or they just decided they'd rather take it at the end of the race, maybe.
Potentially. But yeah, this is an interesting little fight here for P4. well, becoming P3, like you said, with the penalty, and maybe even P2 if Hoisingveld gets one as well.
They might well do for that, really.
Yeah, I mean, has the penalty investigation been logged already?
No, I've not seen one. Oh no! Oh yes. No. There isn't. No. 143, not 148. Sorry. It's me. My fault. So no incident under review there. The incident currently under review happened a good 25 minutes ago now. Because of the sheer volume of incidents that race control have to look through, especially after restarts. It seems to really kick off. Well, it does in the race, but it certainly does in the steward's room as well. It kicks off a little bit.
So,
but,
okay, so the situation for Urano here actually gets slightly more interesting than first appears, because, well, they were on the edge of the fuel, or at least we think they were on the edge in terms of fuel. At least with the extra information that we got. They are still in a race against the fuel number in a way here, because they don't have a drafting partner whatsoever. They're in clear air for basically the entire way unless a buddy arrives.
Yeah.
So this might get slightly interesting for them.
Well, yeah, it just depends really. How close it is really. When you're running on your own. But with this kind of lead, they might be able to lift off and save enough anyway, despite the fact they have a lack of drafting partners, so it might be alright anyway. But it's hard to tell now. SimCity Racing and German Sim Racing both make their way through. I couldn't tell you in what order, if I'm honest. I think it's SimCity Racing first. It was! Wow! Got it right. But you can see my problem there, as they both go through on Urano. Gap down to 6.5 seconds, but you can't imagine that is going to be much of a factor, because Hoisingveld surely are going to have a penalty for that, even though it hasn't been reported just yet, and it doesn't need to be. The stewards are going to look at it.
We will wait with bated breath, even though they might not necessarily matter as far as race day is concerned, because, you know, Hoisingveld are 6.6 behind, so unless there's, touch wood, safety car again, then there might not be an opportunity for anyone else to get up into the pointy end, unless Urano have catastrophic fuel issues, which I think they won't, because they typically manage that sort of stuff very well.
Yeah, you'd imagine that they'll be absolutely fine in that respect. So nearly 3/4 of an hour still remaining in this race, and the gap's now, for the first time in a good while, starting to really stretch out now, as the end of the race is very, very near indeed. Pretty wide here. A couple of the drivers, Glacier Racing involved with this one, a lot further down the order. The likes of Hell Racers and Rusty Spatulas involved in this. Rusty Spatulas third in GT3, have been able to get through, and Hell Racers, who have also been passed by Glacier Racing there. So there are a couple of battles further down the order. This for 25th overall. It's one of the closest we've got on the circuit as a whole.
Yeah, we do. This is, well, we've got, yeah, Rusty Spatulas, Glacier Racing, Hell Racers, all within the same piece of real estate. We've got Visceral, Aztec Visceral, and Tempest for P4. And that is about it.
Yeah. Pretty much is. I don't think anything's going to develop in GTP. Well, RSO are catching Valkyrie. It's not nearly quickly enough for the end of the race. So GTP looking pretty settled as things stand. So Aztec Simsports Visceral on the screen also. They're in that fight with Tempest Simsport. Diogo de Souza. And ever since they did make that short stop, with about 5 hours to go, made a little bit of a short stop, and I still can't quite get to the bottom of why. I think it was just a short fill. They managed to gain quite a lot of time as a result. Like PGZ, But unlike PGZ, they're still up here inside the top 5. Simon Nicholson still in 9th place, down in 9th place for PGZ. That will disappoint them. Might be able to catch Virtual Motorsport in a fight for 8th before long, but either way, still not where PGZ would like to have been. Bristol, though, going to have a hard time holding back Tempest here. I think it's an all Porsche battle for 4th place. Although, we might see Tempest just wait and stay behind for them. There's still 40 minutes to go, so there's no need to make this move immediately, and D'Souza's going to bide his time.
Yeah, there's still no rush. Like I said, 40 minutes to go. There's going to be no pressure from behind. There's no target further down the road that is overtakeable with this amount of time remaining. So you could be much more cool and calculated about this situation. Can Tempest?
We do, by the way, have news from the stewards' room. The incident between Phoenix Racing and Team Huizenveld has been reported to the stewards. It's not under review yet because something else is under review, but that could be a big story because Huizenveld are second at the moment. It could allow Viscera and Tempest to have this battle over second place because that would mean both Huizenveld and Phoenix have penalties. And then both of these two get podiums, which would be a real turn up for the books.
Interesting. Very, very interesting. I'm going to have a look back because there's a big penalty on that sheet with 120 seconds to Glacier Racing that I kind of want to have a look at. Sending someone into the wall who's many laps in front of them is the description given. Here they are. This is the fight that they were having with Rusty Spatulas and Hell Racers a little bit earlier on. I'm kind of curious because that has attracted quite a heavy penalty
yeah,
from whatever they've done there.
Yeah. From the 199, apparently, he was sent into the wall. Can't find a 199. They went Delta Sport. Ah.
Oh, that incident. Yeah. Okay.
Well, no, Delta Sport were hit around by Phoenix, though.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They were.
That wasn't. Yeah, that wasn't Phoenix. Sorry, that was Phoenix, not Glacier. There's Marco Numella pulling high and letting Rusty Spatulas and Hell Racers through. Glacier Racing and Marco Numella also got a warning for overtaking the PGZ car while in a direct battle with the 199 of Delta Sport. So I have a feeling, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really don't know. There's Mika Takala, who we talked to a little bit earlier on. That was the interesting point about the amount of driving on cold tyres you have to do in these races these days. And about the fact that it's actually not that much quicker because of the time you lose on cold tyres. Racing isn't as quick. Oh! Well, there's one of your incidents. Rusty Spatulas getting hit around, but was that Impulse?
Yeah, I think it was. I think that might have been the penalty for Impulse that they ended up serving.
Ah. Well, that looked. That all makes perfect sense now.
I was going to say, because we kind of have a lull in the race, so I was looking back at what penalties have been what.
Impulse's penalty was for leaving a gap on the restart to create an advantage. It wasn't for contact with anyone. I just think Rusty Spatulas didn't report that because I can't see it in the reports.
I think Rusty Spatulas has just been everyone's punching bag in this race. As we go back to the live pictures, there they are. Still, somehow, third place in GT3 though, so I guess it's still with keeping on going at this point.
They've got more than a minute as well.
Yeah,
way more than a minute. So, very successful race potentially for them by the end here. Coming into today, they were 4th in the standings. Haven't been on the podium yet this season, but will certainly overtake Talk Freak Racing with this performance. I'll say Talk Freak Racing out a long time ago. Yeah, out in the early portion of the race. And in 49th, they won't be scoring any points today. As we see Tempest again. Still just behind Visceral, I think. No, I am looking at a 5-minute old timing screen. Just using my eyes, that doesn't actually look true anymore. There is Bristol now in the rearview mirror. And Luca Alpert is just out front for Phoenix with the German sim racing Audi, I think, in between this battling pair as well. And he'll need to be a bit careful of that in terms of blue flags as well.
Apparently Delta Sport got spun again when we were on break.
Ah. I didn't realise they'd actually emerged from the pit lane yet. They clearly have. They're only 5 laps down as well on the leaders.
Yeah, so that's Glacier behind them. So I think this might be the instant that got Glacier one of their penalties.
Oh, this is quite a dive. Oh, dearie me.
Oh dear.
Oh dear indeed. Oh, that's awkward for Zach Kerr, who couldn't quite get around in time. So that got them 120 seconds worth of a penalty. And I think maybe that incident in isolation isn't worth that much, but the situation the cars were in terms of laps, in terms of what lap they're on, and also in terms of what he'd just done previous, in terms of overtaking the 114 while they were in a battle, I think pushed the race stewards to give him a really hefty penalty.
Yeah. Lap leader makes heavy contact to 97 this time, yeah. So it was the lap before that was an issue as well.
I think it was a few laps before, maybe.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm afraid. Now you caught that incident with Rusty Spatulas and Impulse Racing before Impulse were given a penalty. They've just got another one. That's the second penalty. So you managed to catch it before it was even on the report sheet.
The stewards watching this broadcast, they go, "Oh, we forgot to investigate that. Thank you."
Oh, yeah. I remember that now. Have to get around to that. But yes, I think that was Impulse while they were running down in 10th already, because they're still 15 seconds behind Virtual Motorsport, and I actually think they were closer than that before. So yeah, that happened post pit stop, but Impulse have now got another penalty to their name, and this last hour has just gone from bad to worse for Impulse, I'm afraid.
Yeah, from looking at the potential race win in and amongst that leading group of 4 to getting back-to-back penalties, that's quite a fall from Grace, isn't it?
It certainly is, and a real shame as well. We see it's battle for third. Tempest Racing, I keep doing that. Tempest Simsport getting away from Aztec Simsport's Visceral. They do look to have that extra pace. And with Phoenix up here in third, they could well be on the podium very soon. And I've got to say, in a field like this, I've not really heard of Tempest Simsport very much, but to see this team mixing it up with some real top-level teams like Phoenix and Hoisingveld, Visceral, some real top teams in there, and they're mixing it up with them very well.
Yeah. I'm familiar with them from Portuguese sim racing league that we broadcast here on RaceSpot. You don't do it on RaceSpot, but we do it on the client's channels. And they're one of the big teams in Portugal that compete in that series up against likes of Red Lines, Diego Pinto, and Ricardo Castroleda from Coanda. So yeah, they sometimes fight in and amongst big names.
Absolutely, I wasn't particularly aware of them. As I was saying earlier, there's only so much sim racing you can watch in a day.
Yeah, and you're not going to turn to some random Portuguese Twitch channel to watch more racing.
I'd imagine I wouldn't really understand any words they were saying. No.
How do you think I feel like when I'm producing it?
Well, that must be really hard actually, knowing what they're talking about. I guess you can pick up from like the names are the same, so you understand when they said someone's name, but even then it's not that obvious. As Tempest Simple. Excuse me, dear me, I'm losing my marbles here, but they're not. Down the inside in towards turn 1, they're up to third, although Phoenix are going to fight back. I think they've realised with their penalty there isn't actually any point in doing that, and so they're going to stick behind just for the moment. It's a smart thing to do. Phoenix just need to try and put as much distance between themselves and the drivers behind as possible, so they can lose as little positions as possible in the race.
Yeah, that's the plan. Should be the plan anyway, but we'll just have to see. Coming up to 31 minutes left to go. Not too long at all, especially when you look at it in the context of a 12-hour event. So very little time. a sprint race worth of time left remaining, shall we say. So, yeah, but we see these prototypes come through. There's always the risk. I'm pretty sure in the rule book there's a minimum amount of time we have to have remaining to get a yellow flag. But
well, not to get a yellow flag, but it will be a short yellow if it's in within a certain amount of time. It could be half an hour.
Well, 50 seconds away, so we've got to be quick about it.
Yes, it could be half an hour. Let's see. Yeah, well, actually, it doesn't say actually. So maybe not. But I presume that's at the race director's discretion. If there's one with 5 minutes to go, then they might not throw the caution at all. 15 minutes to go, you know, they're probably thinking not going to open the pit lane here. Because after all, with 15 minutes to go, normally all of the drivers have made their last stops anyway. Big news though from the stewards room once again. Team Hoisting Veld have been handed a 20-second time penalty for that incident with Phoenix Racing and their Audi. 20 seconds is going to drop them back significantly, probably drop them back to 6th place in this race, but either way it's not a podium, so Tempest and Visceral may well make up the rest of the podium by the end of the race.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one, having all those penalties applied, and which order do they apply in is always the big drama, especially in F1 as well. Yeah, that's the, again, it's sad to see it end that way, though. Like that's the thing, because we were setting up for an epic finish. You know, even if we didn't have it with all 4 cars, we were hoping for it with the 2 Mercedes, but we couldn't even have that apparently. So that is unfortunate. But that's the way things happen sometimes. Racing is very, very cruel a lot of the time, not only to the drivers but to the broadcast as well, and potentially to that car, that bit of that traffic that Hoisting Veld was quickly motoring up on.
Yeah, that was World Sim Racing Team. Yeah, very, very cruel indeed. I did warn that, you know, I could see somebody getting out from the pit stop phase on their own and just going to the finish with nobody in sight. And it looks like Urano Esports are going to do that for the 3rd race in a row as Phil Krause gets up on the Jackson into the pit lane for private label Team Hype. Going to hold back this car. Simon Houkin for Valkyrie. Not quite a full tank needed by these 2 teams, but they're going to fuel up while they're up on the jacks at the very least, and then get going shortly after that. 26 seconds in the box for the both of them, and so that battle for second may well develop, but I mean there's a few seconds between them really, so it doesn't look like it. But a very successful day for both of them, for private label Team Hype and Valkyrie to be on the podium, for any of them to be on the podium at this end of the race in this car is a big achievement really, because plenty of very strong teams have fallen by the wayside.
Indeed they have. Very, very strong teams. I mean, we had Urano go out of that prototype class. Satellite Racing were always in there as well. Orion typically also a very, very strong prototype team as well. So yeah, there's a lot that
coasted, didn't they? Orion got pole at coasted, didn't they? I seem to remember that. So
yeah, they were up there at least. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's an achievement to even get to the end here. But for SRC Movado Corsa, it's going to be a whole lot more than that. It's going to be a race win and a championship lead as well to head into the halfway mark of today's race. It's not going to be a huge championship lead because Veloce, kind of away from our cameras, have been plugging away very well and still running 7th in the field right now. So they'll lose a good 47 points to the race winner. But even so, these gaps that they're losing, these margins that they're losing, are not too big to recover in the second half of this season. Very recoverable indeed. And the unpredictability with this BMW is going to continue. I mean, the next race is at Monza. Lots of braking zones around there. So the braking zones have been a big problem with these cars previously in this race. And I guess the caveat we've got to put with that, though, is that the fact that we'll be on the other side of the Daytona 24 hours. These teams will have a lot more, I think we will be anyway. These teams will have a lot more experience with this car the next time they race them in this championship.
That's probably fair to say. I mean, experience is the name of the game. These teams may not have figured out the optimal way to drive these cars, the optimal way to set up these cars. You know, that there's still a lot to look at with these new prototypes. So things will change a lot, I guess, over the next couple of weeks, over the next couple of months. Teams will all of a sudden be doing very well. They didn't do very well before. Maybe they figured out something with the car that no one else had figured out, and then everyone has to try and play catch up. That's the fun thing about you know, having a new car like this, a new discipline as well, is that everyone sort of starts off not really knowing much, and everyone is trying to chase the same insights.
Just show you who is adaptable in these situations. I often said this about sim racers in terms of just learning how a car behaves, how a specific track condition behaves, and just repeating that over and over. Almost sometimes it seems like they're repeating a sort of a skill like you might get in some other sport. But the adaptability part of things that you get in real racing is often, or too little in my opinion, is too little often a factor in sim racing, because you get to practice with such perfect conditions and you can know so many of the variables in sim racing. However, this BMW is showing that you do need to be adaptable as well, and showing which teams are adaptable. Movano have been around for so long in prototype endurance racing. Pretty sure the first Neo Endurance season they were up there and racing. Maybe not in the prototypes, maybe they were, but they certainly were there in the early days. Still here now, 7 years on or so, 6 to 7 years on, and still at the very top of their game. I mean, maybe don't win as many high-profile races as they maybe used to, but I mean, this is going to be a pretty high-profile win for them, and a very impressive one as well, because that gap's even creeping out towards a minute as this race draws to a close.
Yeah, Movano have been around since at least I've been around in sim racing commentary. I remember commentating them in the very early endurance races that I did back in 2016, towards the end of 2016. So yeah, they've been around, but to get this one on the board for them will be pretty sweet, all things considered, because they've run this race so well. That they were basically one of 3 cars in the latter portion of the race that we think that could have won this race. You know, definitely one of them, including private label team Hype, and of course the Pure Sims Esports car. The Pure Sims Esports we're looking head and shoulders above the rest in a lot of portions of this race. Some were closer than others, yes, but overall Pure Sims were the team to beat. However, as is the case with this Pure Sims prototype, it seems, they tend to beat themselves more often than they beat others.
They certainly have done on this occasion. They're still very much in the championship conversation though as well, of course. 19 points behind Movano coming into today. They will have gained some points at the halfway stage, and they'll be losing some now. A good 34 points. So you know, it's not a disaster for them. They're still up there, and they're still in with a shout of retaining their title. But on the other side of the new year, we will be going back to distance races again, with 1,500 kilometres at Monza and Motegi, and then 12 hours at Fuji. But 1,500 kilometres, by the way, is slightly shorter than 1,000 miles for those of you that haven't done the conversion yet. It's about 960 miles. So it's, you know, it's not that much shorter, but it's basically the same distance as we had before, just in kilometres instead. Going to be some very much longer races, and I mean, some of the IVRA Endurance Series races last season were barely over 5 hours, certainly less than 6. These are proper endurance races, 12 hours, maximum of 10 hours for the others, and they have been nudging that on occasion. Proper endurance races this season in the GSI Endurance Series. It's showed by the amount of cars left on the lead lap here in this race particularly, but it will be again this season. You know, real races of attrition on occasion as well.
Especially in endurance races, when you're also factoring these the distance races, factoring in the cautions as well. If we get a lot of them, that's a mammoth stint, isn't it? If we get a lot of yellows, and I get the feeling that will happen at Monza, because it tends to be a quite interesting rate of attrition track.
Hey, Monza, I'm fearing Motegi more.
Really?
It's narrower. I remember the Club Sport Series race being pretty difficult last season. I don't. Well, maybe it did run green, but it certainly wasn't easy. But with this new car, with the speed difference between the GTP and GT3 cars, I'm fearing Motegi way more. Especially because of the new damage model as well. I mean, I think some of the Road America and Kota crashes we could have gotten away with then, maybe we couldn't get away with now, because we've seen some cars today actually stricken onto the road, actually can't move, never mind, just can't be bothered to go around with suspension damage, or it's dangerous to go around. It's, you know, we've seen some physically immovable cars today.
Yeah, with completely broken suspension, like completely broken. You know, with the rear wheel drive, you break the rear wheels, like you're not going to go anywhere. It's like that's the situation there. So it's interesting that the damage model has caused that to become much more common. I think that's actually appropriate, because you don't necessarily see cars try to completely crab themselves back to the pit lane in real life. It does happen, of course, but not with the abundance that it happens in iRacing.
No, absolutely. And some of the big crashes as well, you just never drive away from in real life. Whereas now in iRacing, that's the same. So, yeah, another step towards realism for iRacing, or kind of enhanced realism, I guess you could say. Yeah, good to see. Battle for third still going on. Phoenix, of course, will have that pit stop, and Tempest Simsport looking towards the inside there, but haven't been able to get rid of Visceral just yet. Still those two Porsches there, and they are technically fighting over second place now. Philip Klinger is only, what, 5 seconds ahead of them at this stage? Oh, yeah, goodness. 1.5 seconds. Yeah, I should have just looked. You can see him on the road here. He's found his best friend Maniti Racing again. Those two rode in tandem for a long time earlier on. They're doing it again. And he's got himself a bit of a buffer there, but it doesn't really matter. I thought he was actually going to get away and maybe try and pull that gap. I'd be surprised if he would be able to pull that gap, but no, that fight is going to be for second and third now between Tempest and Visceral. It's going to be hard fought between them when we get down to it, but there's still 19 minutes remaining just yet.
There's still a Phoenix penalty to consider, isn't there?
Exactly, Huizenveld and Phoenix penalties to consider, so you can basically discount them for podiums. And top fives as well, they both drop well outside the top 5.
Yeah, so in the end, it might just be the fight between Tempest and Visceral that's actually we consider to be the more important one.
Exactly. Yeah. Not looking hopeful for Visceral at the minute, if I'm honest, because they are just lagging off the back ever so slightly. They really were going to get there. You'd expect them to be right on the back, very eager to try and get through, but not really being the case just yet. Both of the two came onto pit lane the last time around, and we'll start to see really whether these teams can make it on fuel or not. We've been discussing it a little bit, especially towards that pit stop phase. A few people doubting whether they would be able to make it at that stage. And we'll get a clearer view of that in the next few moments as well, when we get towards the end of this race. Through the Kinker towards the West Horseshoe for this train of cars, now being headed by Team Huizenveld. But the action really is at the back of it with Tempest and Visceral. No, Visceral can't quite get there. Still can't quite get there. Visceral at the moment, by the way, second and third in the Club Sport Series Championship after a first few races. So they've had a fairly nice start to the season there, but they just don't look quite quick enough to get onto the back of this train. And now that Tempest are being towed along by Phoenix, Maniti and Huizenveld, they are going to be really hard to catch.
Yeah, they are a big threat being dropped here are visible in the 145. Gap is just easing over a second now. It's going to reel back in on the way in towards the bus stop, but yeah, they've got to be very, very careful here. Otherwise, they can count out a podium finish in this instance. Well, count out a podium finish on track.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think they will still be in third. They get Huizenveld and Phoenix. They will still be on the podium, but just not second, I guess. here in this one, but yeah, so it's still a bit of a train here between these drivers. I do wonder how much fuel saving is actually going on there. Just how desperate are these times for these drivers as we head into the final quarter of an hour, as the battles are slightly just fading out towards the end of this race. We're going to have another chat to one of the drivers in this order before the races end. Still quarter of an hour to go, but we're bringing Connor Harrington now from Private Label Team Hype. Connor, welcome into the booth. Good to have you with us. One of the GTP drivers, and the first one we've spoken to in the second half of this race. And we've spoken a lot about how difficult this BMW is to manage and how difficult this race has been for the category as a whole. But how have you guys at Private Label Team Hype found this new BMW?
Yeah, you know, the race has been pretty interesting so far. I think we're still carrying a little bit of damage still from some pretty heavy contact we had about 2 hours ago. We actually got bailed out by one of the safety cars and had about 2 minutes of repairs we had to make. And car seems to be doing a little bit better. I think it's kind of hurting us, and we can't really challenge Movado. But if we can finish out the last 15 minutes or so here and take home a P2, that'd be pretty good.
Certainly would. I mean, you mentioned there the damage that you got earlier on. Just how sensitive are these BMWs to actually getting damage? I saw an example with RSO getting nearly 3 minutes of damage from a small bit of contact yourselves. Obviously, having that bit of damage as well that we saw you serve under caution. Just how sensitive and how careful do you have to be with these BMWs as you're trying to make your way through these slower cars?
Yeah, you know, this new damage model really makes things a lot more interesting, especially compared to when we used to run the LMP2. That thing was a proverbial tank compared to this car. It just seems really sensitive to aero damage, really, and aero efficiency problems when you get damaged. So, you know, keeping all four corners on the car, especially in a series where there are yellow flags, but keeping them all good, and that's really important. We tried to just kind of have a really chill day today. Try to not really force the issue, let the race come to us. Up until we got that damage, we had pretty much completed that goal successfully. But 12 hours and to only really get damaged once, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I think it certainly is. It's more than could be said for some teams in this race. There's no doubt about that. Looking ahead for the rest of this season, we're about to hit the halfway mark at the end of this race. We've got races at Monza, Motegi and Fuji coming up for the remainder of the season. Are there any of those circuits you're particularly looking forward to, or particularly not looking forward to, maybe in the in 2023?
Well, I mean, we always know Daytona is crazy just because of the high speeds, and I think Monza will be sort of the same thing, especially considering how the closing rate of the LMDHs and the GT field. So that'll be really interesting. I think maybe Motegi would probably be our best chance. I mean, we'd like the high downforce circuits, where we put a lot of wing on, put a lot of downforce on, and have some high cornering speeds. I think we'll do well there. We just haven't had the best starts of the season. We had a couple of accidents that got taken out in, but this new car has kind of revitalized us and re-energized us for the rest of the year. So we'll go into the holiday break and take some time to relax, and we'll hopefully come back really strong for the second half.
Yeah, let's hope so. Still 12 minutes to go here, of course, but congratulations on your drive so far, I guess, and getting to this point with no major incidents in it. Let's hope that continues for the final few moments, and we look forward to seeing you again in the new year.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Knock on wood, hopefully we can finish out the last little bit here. Just real quick, have to get the plugs in. Thank you to Private Label, and thank you to Tommy Milner and Ty Stover. They're always great. We love their support, and we hope we're making them proud. So thank you guys very much for putting it on, and we'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks
very much. Connor Harrington there from Private Label Team Hype. Still second place in this race right now with Phil Kraus at the wheel. Getting the plugs in at the end, why not? But yeah, a great example really of being able to stay out of trouble, and what you can achieve by just staying out of trouble, especially with these cautions. I mean, just staying on the lead lap is really the one and only key. Well, I don't say the one and only key, but one of the few keys to getting a good result here. If you're on the lead lap, then you're in with a chance.
it's a massive help. It's an absolutely massive help because what you've got. You know, you got to be in it to win it. that's the only phrase I have to describe it. You know, it's because especially with sometimes in these races where you get back-to-back cautions, and you know things might get a bit chaotic towards the end of the race where those cautions might be happening. They don't. They just so happens in this race they haven't happened here late on in the race, but. We do have some races where things do come to a head a little bit later on as people try and go in over their heads. But you know, even in this race though, like keeping yourself in the on the leading lap is so pivotal because you want to be in that leading pack in GT3s in particular.
You definitely do. At the moment, it's Jonas Vollmeier and Urano out all on their own, heading for a third race win out of 3. But, oh my goodness, behind it's a big battle and Temper's got all out of shape there. Visceral made contact with them and that could have been disaster for D'Souza, but he saved it very well. And effectively, this fight for second place is very much on now.
Yeah, it is. It very much is. Of course, penalties still to be applied to Phoenix, to Heusingfeld as well. So, in the end, the podium positions will be decided between Tempest and Visceral here at the moment in terms of second and thirds. Once those penalties have been applied to Phoenix and Team Heusingfeld. We also have to make sure that Urano get there in terms of fuel, of course, but that could be the case for the rest of these guys as well. But the thing is, the guys that have been running in this train will have a bit of a better time at that, considering that they can sit in the slipstream and fuel save. And Urano doesn't really have that luxury.
No, but they do have a 20-second lead, so they can fuel save and lift off as much as they like, pretty much. So they do have that advantage. 3 wide, Tempest down the inside, looking to put as much distance between themselves and Visceral as they possibly can. And they might have managed it there. Putting a couple of cars between themselves and their rivals, good idea. Oh, goodness, that was close. And they have managed that, so second place may well end up being theirs. 9 minutes to go at this stage. Mr. Movado, of course, still leading now more than 50 seconds. The gap might well be a minute by the end of the race. Movado are going to be exceptionally pleased with their day's driving here today, because it has been pretty much flawless throughout the race today. Another of the GTPs coming through this leading battle in the GTs. What's been nice about this race as well is that we have had a lot of cautions throughout the day, of course, but it's helped keep things together. But what we did get is, you know, the final hour and 45 looks like we're going to get under green flag racing. I think that's our longest green flag run of the day. And if you'd want it anyway, you'd want it right at the very end.
Yeah, I think so as well. Although there is a certain kind of excitement with the green flag with like 2 laps to go, but,
well, but
I think people's heart rates wouldn't be able to take that.
Well, I know, but there is. Well, I do like the last lap dashes and so on. There is kind of a benefit to a long and developing kind of end to a race as well. This is going off topic a little bit for 8 minutes to go, but I'm going to go for it anyway. This is my problem slightly with the current NASCAR playoff system, is that you can't let a championship develop. It's just always a final race decider. And we don't need that every year. Now and again, you know, it's exciting. Because when they come in Formula 1, they're very exciting final day deciders. If they came along every year, would it be that exciting? I don't know. Anyway.
Imagine if we had a Hamilton Verstappen situation every year.
Exactly. Who would care? Who would care? And to be fair, with the NASCAR races the way they are at the minute as well, cautions being thrown every 2 laps, you about get that every year anyway, really.
Yeah, it's a good point. It is a very good point. But we're seeing SRC as the overall leader, SRC Movado, get through on this battling traffic. This is probably one of the last sort of sketchy lapping procedure they'll have for the end of this race, I would have thought, and they've been able to get through on it relatively cleanly. So well done to them. So they can go off and cruise potentially to an overall race win. Won't speak so soon, considering 6.5 minutes left to go. But what's going to happen in this gaggle of GT3s, though?
Well, that is the question. And there is where battles and positions can actually change. The penalty, of course, for Huysingveld is 20 seconds. Now, if they can stretch out a gap to Obsidian that's enough, then they might be able to keep 6th, but it doesn't look like they will be able to. It's going to keep 5th. It doesn't look like they'll be able to. They might drop down to 6th. Whereas Phoenix have got 30 seconds of a penalty. They're going to drop a bit further. But if they go fast enough, they could also, not drop down as many places. So Huysingveld and Phoenix really don't want the fight at all. They want to go as fast as possible because they're trying to put as much distance between themselves and some of those behind. As down the inside goes Tempest now to put 2 drivers between themselves and Visceral, and they might well have just secured that 2nd place, although it might not be as simple as that.
Yeah, Phoenix is going to fight this one despite the penalty going on. And now Huysingveld could look around the outside again, despite the penalty that they have going on as well. Of course, they're like you said, they're focused on trying to get a gap to Obsidian, but that's looking rather unlikely at this stage. But it's still interesting to see these guys, have their little squabbles. And here comes a prototype straight into the situation. Down the inside, taps Tempest. Oh, it causes a big old close-up behind. But everyone's able to get through it.
That was RSO diving down the inside of everybody there. And one too many dives there, I would argue, on Tempest. The final car. Very nearly made contact with. Team RSO still 4th, by the way, in this race, and they are still catching Valkyrie, but they're still 30 seconds behind. And with this amount of time remaining, they're not going to catch them in the final 5 minutes. Weaving around now from Phoenix, they're trying to break the slipstream, they're trying to get away. I would argue that he's, weaving around and trying to break the slipstream, that Phoenix Racing in particular aren't really worried about fuel at this stage of the race.
Who would have thought? As we look to the outside. Well, Team Huysingveld trying to defend this car off. That's, Visceral Esports. I was confused how they were with that for a second, but Visceral looking to go the long way around here. Coming up to 4 minutes to go on the way down in towards turn number 1. Huysingveld, of course, this is more important for Visceral to get this past than it is for Huysingveld to defend it. And look at that, they're committing around the outside at turn 1, but they're going to run out of road.
They are. And Huysingveld did seem to really want to hold on there. You would think they'd just let Visceral go. But they really didn't there. There may well still be, by the way, 4 laps to go here. I'm not sure if it's going to be 3 or 4, but it's going to be quite close for SLC Movado in terms of where they are on the circuit. I suppose they could slow down, but they might not want to. Yeah, is it going to... Yeah, I think there could be 3 laps to go at the line here with a 1 minute 30 lap time. It'll be very close. And that's going to affect that battle for 2nd, whether they, or how many laps they have to go. Upon reflection, I think it could be 2 laps to go. Rather than 3. Although they're quite quick, these GTPs.
It could be close. So what time's this? The time going to be when they actually cross the line? Yeah.
Maybe 3.
3:07.
3:07. So there was a couple of 33.5s that he would only have 2 laps to go, but any quicker than that, he'll be doing 3 more laps here in this race, Nicholas Bew, and that would possibly put somebody over the edge in terms of making this all on fuel. It would certainly let this battle go on for that little bit longer.
Absolutely will. Interesting to see this one develop though, because again, Phoenix don't really have that much to race for, neither do Team Huysingveld, but they are still racing for it, they're still giving it a good go. Here comes now Tempest challenging down the inside and gets the position done. Up into 2nd place go Tempest Sim Sports. Fantastic run for them, and now they've got 2 cars between themselves and Visceral.
Visceral, Vince Peters realises that time is running out here. Time's starting to run out. He's got to start making some moves, and he is through on Team Huysingveld, chasing down Tempest as much as he possibly can here. But Phoenix Racing, so quick in that Audi, are going to be able to push that Porsche just a little bit, and Huysingveld going to challenge Visceral, which is not going to help them. And Vince Peters there, who's just trying to give chase to them at the moment towards turn 6. These guys could still have 2.5 laps to go. That really scared me. That was a plane landing. Goodness. Anyway, the 4 of them make their way out of turn 6, very wide from Phoenix, who are splitting the difference now between this battle for 2nd, between Tempest and Visceral. And I think Visceral have just been almost sandbagging for some of this race, and now finally starting to turn it up and act as if they do want to finish in second place.
Here we go then. Tempest leads them in towards the bus stop, but we are very much running out of time at this stage. It looks like we still got to go, however. It all depends on whether Movado slow up on this final lap to get the race done shorter. They certainly have the time delta to private label team Hype to be able to do so if they wanted to go home early. But here we go across the line for these guys then. Temper still being pushed by Phoenix. Visceral still haven't gained enough ground quite. They're going to look the long way around, but there's going to be no committal there, not from that far back.
Oh, that's wide from Phoenix as well. Here comes Vince Peters. Down the inside at turn 1, they're going to be side by side through the chicane. This could be the chance for D'Souza to get away. Outside line for Visceral. Oh, he's been pushed out wide as well. Although he's hung it out really well. Is the exit good enough? Not quite. And so he won't be able to go through. Maybe this is the chance Diogo D'Souza was waiting for to get away from them all entirely. Because that's not impossible at this stage in the race.
Not impossible whatsoever. There's the overall race winner, maybe at this point? No.
Well, oh, they will go an extra lap, and somebody in the background needed one more lap of fuel. I don't know who it was. It was Andrew Dawson in the Maniti car. He waited to see whether Movado was slowing down for the last lap. When he realised they weren't, he dived down as late as possible to take just one more lap of fuel.
Fuel being so close then. There's Urano all on their own lonesome at the very front of the GT field. Here's the battle for P2 going on. Phoenix versus Visceral on the way down into the bus stop. Visceral getting themselves up into third place, or rather maintaining themselves into third place. Now they have to give chase here on the final lap to Tempest. They have to go do qualifying lap.
Well, Peters has timed this one pretty much perfectly. D'Souza goes up wide, increasing the distance he has to travel. Does he have a slowdown penalty on this last lap, maybe? Or the second last lap for these guys? They're free wide.
Yes.
Go through the middle. D'Souza does have a slowdown, and he really did have to slow down towards the end there. It will surely be second now for Visceral as Vince Peters battles into turn 1. He's surely got this one now.
Oh, Phoenix washing out wide. Not that it matters in terms of the penalties, however. They'll have a good fight of it coming towards the International Horseshoe. Hoistingfeld looking to go the long way around here out into the marbles as well.
That was all very, very close indeed. Vince Peters, maximum aggression there on the Phoenix Racing Audi. But out front, SRC Movado Corsa have been dominant in these final few moments. They're going to take the checkered flag first. The 12 Hours of Daytona in the GSI Endurance Series goes to them. A fantastic performance from SRC Movado Corsa. And Nicholas Pugh takes that car over the line for victory in the first ever GTP race in the GSI Endurance Series. And immediately the donuts to celebrate begin.
Indeed, they do. Battle's not over. Well, it is for all intents and purposes over in terms of the back calculations after penalties, but in terms of on-track finishes, you still kind of want to finish P2, even if you do have a penalty, don't you?
Yeah, you certainly do. There could well be a drag race to the line there. It's not going to be one for the race win, though, as we suspected it might be at one stage. GT3 Pro for the third time this season is going to go to Jonas Former and Urano Esports, who are strengthening their stranglehold on this GT3 Pro Championship in the GSI Endurance Series. It was a poor bus stop, though, for the Audi of Phoenix, and so we may well have a drag to the line. It won't be in the end. Hoistingveld going to push them all the way. Vince Peters will finish second, and by the look of things, Diogo D'Souza, I should say, will be dropped to third at the end of this as someone's out of fuel to the line. Satellite Racing very nearly crashing at the line, but GT3 goes to Dallas Pataska and Satellite Racing in the 12 Hours of Daytona. They got the lead and didn't look back from there in the final few hours. 3 very deserving class winners and a very, very good race to mark the start of the GTP era in the GSI Endurance Series.
Nicholas Bow will take this parade lap for SRC Movado Corsa, an incredibly well-run race. And for a team that has been at the tip-top of prototype racing in the endurance leagues here on iRacing, this one is pretty sweet. considering, you know, there's been so many other big players come into their sort of domain and have kind of disrupted their dominance that they used to have. But now they have this race win at Daytona to celebrate, so Nicholas Bowe will potentially burn it down on the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. Could be NASCAR style here. See? Oh, he's just going to park up on
Photo
the
op.
Daytona sign is there. Yeah, a big photo opportunity here. Get your cameras out, Movano people, I guess. They certainly will be. But yeah, basking in the glory of a great race win and a very deserved race win for SRC Movano Corsa. We'll take a look at those race results after an enthralling 12 hours. 400 laps exactly for Nicholas Bowe and SRC Movano Corsa. They win by 51 seconds ahead of Phil Krause's private label team Hype Team. Valkyrie on the podium for the first time this season in third. Team RSO will see this as a missed opportunity in fourth. So will Pure Sims Esports from fifth. SimCity Racing get home sickbed of championship leaders coming into today. For Lotche, Alpine Stars, Genesis Racing, Maniti Racing and German Sim Racing round out your top 10. Just further down from that was Delta Sport, who didn't make it to the end and will be classified after completing exactly 90% of this race. Urano Esports won't be classified, unfortunately. Neither will Satellite Racing, P1 Esport, ATRS or Orion Race Team. In the GT3 Pro field, it was Urano Esports taking their third win in 3. There with, on the official results, Vince Peters beating Luca Alper and Philip Klinger to the line there. Diogo da Silva even dropped past Pablo Lazar for 5th in Obsidian Racing. WS Racing Esports finished 7th at Team PD10. Impulse Racing and Virtual Motorsport round out your top 10. Impulse Racing in the end not even inside of that. Oh, sorry, they were. I just read them out, didn't I? ATRS Esports 11th position ahead of Maniti Racing. SimCity Racing did get to the end, so did Hell Racers. Pure Sims Esports 15th, but a Samba Racing Team, Glacier Racing Team, Delta Sport, and Just Payment Esports will be classified. So will German Sim Racing, I believe, at the end of that race. Alpine Star Genesis Racing won't. Neither will German Sim Racing, Orion Race Team, or Vector Sim Racing. And finally, your Dream T3 field. Satellite Racing with the victory. That one lap lead flattering them by the end, but they were dominant. Prestana Nomad second, ahead of Rusty Spatulas. SRM Motorsports and Maniti Racing inside the top 5. Valorous Motorsports from the lead earlier, well, not even that long ago, finished down in 6th. Wilder Sim Racing team were challenging them at one point, but they finished down in 7th. Quasar Sim Racing, Archers Brothers Esports and Element Sim Racing will not be classified. Neither will WS Racing or Talk Freak Racing, who retired very early on. But those are your results. Let's just have a quick chat with a couple of the class winners from today, starting with Nicholas Bowe, who was in the Movano car. Nicholas, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. Movano victorious by nearly a minute here today at Daytona. Just tell us a little bit about how this race went and just how pleased you are to get this race win.
Yeah, I'm really happy. It was my first big win for this team now, and yeah, it was a big effort for us, especially after that turn 1 collision, which was really unfortunate. But yeah, we fought back. We stayed as much as possible out of trouble. Got the car around the laps, and yeah, it worked. That's our main part.
And it's a new car, of course, this BMW. Just how difficult was it to get used to it, I guess, in the days leading up to this race?
Yeah, it was definitely interesting to learn the car. I wouldn't say difficult. We pretty much figured out really quickly what to do with the car. And yeah, we had a lot of guys working on the setup, also on the IMSA series, understanding how to set up the car. So it was basically a whole team effort. Basically, the whole team was working on the setup in general. So it's a big thank you for the whole team on that work.
Absolutely. You guys very deserving of this win. Congratulations to you guys at Movano. And thanks very much for coming to join us, Nicholas.
Yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much. Nicholas Bowe there for Movano. Race victory for them in the GTP class. Moving to GT3 Pro and Urano Esports going 3 in a row here. Nicholas Laubish joining us now. Although I'm not sure he can hear us yet, or we can hear him. But, yes, we can. Nicholas, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. 20 seconds was the win by the end, which is a big margin. I mean, if you'd have told me that with an hour to go that you were going to win with 20 seconds, I would be amazed. Were you surprised with the way that the teams around you kind of fell apart towards the end of that race?
Yeah, the end was extremely chaotic. I don't really know what happened there. I just also saw that there were quite a lot of penalties, which the top teams got at the end. Yeah, like everything was extremely chaotic. One car was driving too early into the pits, and we really did not know how many laps are there still to go. If we now still have to save, if we can full push, like everything was extremely unsure. But at the end, it worked out, yeah, like perfectly for us. And we made it again.
Yeah, you continue your perfect start to the season. We've been talking a lot on the broadcast today about the new GTP BMW, how difficult it is to drive and all these things about driving it. But what is it like being a GT3 driver and seeing this new car come up behind you? How has that BMW changed the dynamic of this series just ever so slightly from the LMP2s that we had in the first 2 rounds?
Honestly, this was one of the scariest races I've ever driven, because it is the first endurance race ever on this new car with like a track which is also pretty known for a lot of crashes. And I mean, at the end we see there were quite a lot of crashes with only 3 LMDHs in the first lap. Yeah, it was extremely hard, and every time you saw someone in the mirror, you basically thought, yeah, I'm going off the throttle now, there is no way. Yeah, it was extremely hard, and it's extremely new for everyone, but I think everyone will get the hang of it. And yeah, we will see at the end of the season, but I think everyone's gonna get to know each other better there.
Yeah, let's hope so. First of all, to you guys at Urano Esports, Nicholas, congratulations, of course, on another win here, and thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us after the race.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nicholas Lewis there for Urano Esports GT3 Pro victory. And finally, down in GT3, it was the day for Satellite Racing. We'll bring them in now. Ryan Robertson and Thomas Fisher joining us from Satellite Racing. Ryan, first of all, just how pleased are you to get Satellite Racing back on the top step for the first time this season in the GSI Endurance Series?
Oh, I mean, extremely happy. Today's race, I mean, it was a battle of attrition. We had countless yellows, but we also just had our own issues. We got dumped coming on the straight. You guys caught me going through the bus stop when the car just didn't want to turn, and the yellows saved us, and it was super satisfying to have us come back from, I think we were in last at one point, and be able to pull that out.
It was quite a remarkable race for many, and Thomas as well, who's also joined us. Just what was that race in terms of all the yellows that Ryan mentioned? Obviously, there, I think I actually lost count. It might be 11, 10. I can't remember. But do you prefer a race that has a lot of cautions like that, and it's more stop-start and more strategical in that sense, or would you rather get on with the racing and have a more cleaner and greener race than what we had today?
I would certainly prefer to keep going with the race, especially when you have to use the bathroom. It definitely takes your mind off it, but the pacing laps can get a little bit tiring at times.
It certainly can. And the rest of the season, Thomas, what do you think we can expect from Satellite Racing now you've got this win under your belt?
Well, it's looking good. I mean, what do we have next? Monza?
Yeah, Monza.
Looking forward to that one. Not sure what else we have after that, but it's looking good. I mean, this is my second race. First race was a second place, and this one's a win. So, see what we can do from there.
We very much look forward to seeing you there. Ryan Robertson, Thomas Fisher, both of you, congratulations on this race win for Satellite today, and thanks for joining us after the race.
Thanks. Can I do quick shout-outs?
Of course.
Yeah, I would just shout out our team, Satellite Racing, and our sponsors, Ellis Engineering, Muradness, and Nemesis Labs. And thank you for you guys for casting all 12 hours.
No problems at all. Ryan Robertson and Thomas Fisher there. Congratulations. Race victory in the Satellite Racing car for GT3 here today at the 12 Hours of Daytona. That is going to be it, though, from us here on RaceSpotTV. After hearing from all of the class winners, a big congratulations to them, of course, but a congratulations, I suppose, to everybody who got to the flag there. It was a very, very difficult race indeed as the GTP era of the GSI Endurance Series began. More IVRA racing coming up tomorrow on Sunday, of course, with the IVRA GT Sprint Series getting another round under its belt. But there's there's a bit of time off now from the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA. We'll be back in 2023 for 1,500 kilometres at Monza coming up very soon. But from myself, Ewan O'Leary, Conor Maddock, and all the other commentators that have been with you today here on RaceSpotTV, it's goodbye for now, and we'll see you at Monza.